Poor thing. Signed his death warranty without even knowing. Might as well tell him who he messed with. A red-bearded player approached Sandstorm, who was still on his knees with his head lowered. The player patted Sandstorm's shoulder and eyed the back of Princess Bird with a hint of respect and fear. Her SG name is Bird's Call, but everyone calls her respectfully Princess Bird. She is always as gentle as spring, not bullying anyone with her high status. He sighed. However, the only thing she never tolerates is people making fun of her height. Another one chimed in. I heard it's because her father, the chief of the tribe, keeps treating her like a child even though she is an adult. I disagree. My sources told me that she is being bullied by her princess sisters constantly due to her height. I heard the same. I think it is due to her low self-esteem. After all, her sisters are beautiful and tall ladies in comparison to her. I still believe it is because of her father overprotectiveness. If not so, why would she join the SG? True, a person of her social status does not need to tussle with us for those wishes, when she can get them with a snap of a finger. She must have participated to spite her father and sisters. Sigh, the woes of the poor will never be understood by the rich. Indeed, we are risking our lives to obtain resources, while she is doing so as a tantrum. Fuck, stop speaking already. You keep demotivating me. Why is Sandstorm lying on the ground with foam in his mouth? TSK. He must have fainted after hearing her background. But we still didn't even mention it. The players didn't know whether to laugh or cry at Sandstorm, who fainted only after hearing some rumors about Princess Bird. They wondered whether he would flat out die after hearing her horrifying background and the strength of her father. Well, he will find out about later when she visits him. Afterward, they all gave him a moment of silence and condolence and ignored him completely, focusing on the unique 10 players standing on the stage. No one else is going to join? Zoe asked the remaining players while looking at her bracelet. You have 30 seconds to decide. After so, you won't be able to take part anymore. Although she gave them a deadline to decide, no one dared to take a step forward and join the rank of those monsters. Each one of them was a hardcore player who ranked at the high ends of silver rank with a good win rate. Except for Felix, of course, whose identity was still not famous to be within their radars. After all, he only played a single game. Thank God Hound Stench decided to join their bet and not seek the exit with us. True, his bloodline is one of the best ones in this type of game. 2 players conversed softly while pointing at a bald-headed man, wearing a long brown coat that was covering his entire body, leaving only his head exposed in the open. They already knew what he was hiding behind that coat, and they were glad that he wasn't going to use it to find the exit. Damn. Even Spirit Visage gave up on the exit and took part in the bet. I have no idea what's going on in his mind. His Ithria. Before he completed his sentence, he was shushed by Zoe's proclaim. The open wager has been officially closed. She smiled happily, imagining the reaction of the spectators after they hear about it. This game might even be the last push I need to get promoted to a middle ELO MC. All of this was thanks to Felix, who proposed the wager. She gave him a tender look while thinking, I will give him extra minutes during the interview segment. One could only wonder how her face would be like when she sees that he blocked all interviews. Felix noticed her weird look and tilted his head in confusion. What's wrong with her? Maybe she had fallen for you. Asna answered him seriously while chewing a mouthful of popcorn. Stop speaking out of your ass. Felix ignored her ridiculous claim and focused on the players standing near him. He scrutinized each one with a hand resting under his chin. As expected, the little devil Princess Bird, Hound Stench, Spirit Visage, Pure Muscle, Charming Sky, Solar Mist, and even Mastermania all took the bait and joined my bet. He gazed at them wickedly behind the darkness of his hoodie after his plan worked like a charm. He was confident that he had better chances of winning the game by finding the exit. In the training room, he succeeded in locating it under 1 hour 3 times. But why would he do so when he could farm a huge amount of GP during the 2 hours and a half duration? However, if he wanted to focus on collecting GP, Those players wouldn't let him do so in peace after they start using everything they have to race towards the exit. That's why he proposed the open wager with only two primary conditions. 1. Point collection was a must to win the bet. 2. The use of the maze exit was banned. Those two terms helped him bring those threats into his comfort zone. Now he could hunt for points with peace of mind that his rivals were doing the same as well. Plus, he was confident that his chances of emerging as the winner of the bet were above anyone. This meant those players were going to act as his GP farmers inside the game. This was his plan all along, to make those players help him reach the 15k GP target. He needed that amount if he wanted to obtain all of the materials for the elemental potion. He had a way to do so, unrelated to having a reputation or mingling with the upper echelon. Regardless, this plan still had a major variable, and that was those 90 buffoons somehow manages to find the exit by luck at the early minutes of the game, ruining his plan as well as robbing him of a secure win. Nonetheless, Felix was willing to take this risk because he knew that those games which had this kind of farming format were quite rare. So he must gain as many benefits out of it as possible. He could even sacrifice the championship and wish to do so. This was exactly what baited those hardcore players as well. The massive amount of GP waiting for them at the end of the game. Felix's attention was quickly brought back to Zoe after she created a holographic contract, containing all the terms and rules, which were mentioned before by him and Solar Mist. She then raised it in the air for all to see. Based on the authority given to me by the SGA, I announced that Landlord, Princess Bird, Solar Mist, Mastermania had all agreed to the terms of the open wager. She waved her finger in a cleave motion towards the contract, splitting it in half. Immediately after, the contract burned off, leaving only one word written in blazing flames. Approved. Felix and the players all face-palmed at this sight. Does she always need to be this melodramatic? They knew that none of what she just did was necessary procedures. She could have kept it simple and say that she approved of their wager. She was the judge, for God's sake. Anything she said in this game goes, as long as it was within the rules. Alright guys, I got to go. My dear audience is waiting for me. Uncaring about their reaction, she glanced at her bracelet and saw that time was running fast. You have only 30 minutes to socialize and make friends. We wasted enough time on the wager bet. She waved her hand at them and teleported away, leaving them alone in awkward silence. This time it lasted for quite a bit, as there was no point making allies or partners during this game. After all, everyone was going to be dropped randomly around the maze. It wouldn't make sense to create a partnership here, just to end up not meeting inside the game. However, the silence did not last for long, as one of the players on the stage made his move. Name, Landlord. No picture, no bloodline or integration information. A total anonymous player. With an apathetic tone, Solar Mist read Felix's profile information from his bracelet as he approached him a step at a time. Felix turned his head and faced Solar Mist indifferently. He neither spoke nor taunted. He simply kept staring at the approaching Solar with hands in his hoodie pockets. You played only one game so far. He paused. Oh, and you won it as well. Marvelous. As he kept reading, his stoic expression began showing some emotions, especially when he saw details about Felix's legendary bloodline. To actually own a poison element legendary bloodline, you are. Can't you say everything at once and get it over with? Annoyed, Felix interrupted him, not interested in hearing the rest of his build-up. He knew that Solar Mist was simply trying to put pressure on him in front of everyone since he appeared as the weakest link within the hardcore players. Solar Mist assumed so, and others did as well. But Felix wouldn't allow them to put him under their feet before the game even begun. Felix never had tendencies to accept insults and provocations without instant retaliation. If someone insulted him, he could never stomach it for even 1 minute before paying it back. Why? Because this was the UVR and he could be as cocky as he wanted without fearing getting hunted in real life for offending someone with a big background. He didn't use a total anonymous persona, just let some silver player try to undermine him in public and get away with it freely. Felix stretched his arms behind his back in a lazy manner while standing 1 meter in front of Solar Mist. He smirked and fired the first shot, uncaring about Solar's reaction. Just because you are wearing a business suit and smart-looking glasses, your intelligence won't increase, you know? He continued his mockery. We all know that your photographic memory that you take pride in was merely a result of a potion gifted to you by your wife and not a talent gained during birth. So stop acting all smart and composed. It doesn't fit your element at all. Felix waved his hand dismissively while walking away, not wanting to entangle with Solar Mist for too long. He wasn't that bored. However, what he said was enough to set Solar Mist's heart into a furious blaze, as he gripped his fists tightly, trying his best to hold it in. He didn't think that Felix would actually bring his wife into this, but he understood that by lashing at Felix wildly, he would just reinforce Felix's claim that his image didn't fit his element, which was quite close to the truth. As based on his name, one could easily figure out that his element was fire-based, and for users of such an element it was a known fact that their personality was wild and aggressive. Oh snap! He didn't just say that in his face. How bold! To actually bring that matter in public. He truly doesn't fear death. Meanwhile, the players underneath the stage were astonished at the revelation that a newbie had just insulted publicly a famous veteran within silver ranks. Ha ha ha! On the other hand, the players on the stage didn't bother hiding their mocking laughter. Some took it even a step further and laughed while pointing their finger at Solar Mist, uncaring to save him some face. They wanted to provoke, humiliate, and most of all break his concentration. In their eyes, as long as they managed to plant this humiliating image in his head, Solar Mist wouldn't be able to focus properly during the game, thus lowering his chances of performing to the best of his ability. This was exactly what Solar Mist tried to do to Felix. By relying on the excuse that Felix was merely a newbie, yet he was standing arrogantly with them hardcore veterans. However, Felix didn't even let him finish his build-up before he shut him down in front of all. Now, he could only stare hatefully at Felix's retreating back, under the jeers of those around him. Yet that's as far as he did. His public image was far more important to him than anything. He soon relaxed his clutched fists and fixed his tie with the same stoic expression he always had. He turned his head and said calmly to his peers, "I am glad I entertained you, my fellow contenders." Yet the responses he got were not pleasing to the ears at all. "TSK, what a stuck-up. Still as obnoxious as ever. My greatest entertainment will be smashing your head to paste," Pure Muscle said while cracking his knuckles. "How cute." Still trying hard to keep his image afloat after being humiliated by a newbie, Charming Sky giggled. "Heh, I bet you wish you didn't drink memory potion, so you can forget what happened here." Solar didn't even flinch at those incoming insults. He simply kept standing uprightly with a hidden glint as he eyed Felix, who was sitting on the podium, facing him with pitch-black darkness under his hoodie. He wished he had the same hoodie. At least he would be able to express his rage without being noticed. Even though I cut him short, the bastard still exposed the knowledge of me having legendary bloodline. Felix smiled bitterly, as he noticed the weary looks those threats he marked were giving him. If before they assumed he was a newbie who got cocky after winning his first game, now they believed that he got what it took to stand with them. Legendary bloodlines were not a joking matter. Anyone who had one gets automatically labeled as a dangerous individual in every game. Those individuals receive full investigation of their abilities and fighting style. Therefore, any player who did not watch Felix's first game immediately began searching for his highlights to prepare themselves against him. What the fuck is this bloodline? How can he use so many inducements? Is this a joke? How can we fight against this? He literally can play us to death. It seems the majority of his inducements need to be absorbed. Haha. I just need to hold my breath and his abilities will not affect me at all. How are you supposed to fight like that? Especially against this monster who also can fight melee form. True one punch and you will absorb his poison obediently. Doesn't that mean he had no counterplay? No, it seems that his mental defenses are not that strong. He was affected quite badly by Abyssal Screech during his last fight. If that was his only weakness, Might as well escape the moment we see him. The players kept exclaiming and arguing each time they noticed Felix using a different inducement or ability. Holograms displaying his highlights covered the entire hall. Even Felix with his thick face still felt a bit embarrassed seeing himself being publicly showered with attention. Honestly, he would rather remain low-key and be underestimated during the game than receive this kind of unnecessary attention. But now everything changed after that bastard Solar exposed his bloodline. He could see it in their eyes, fear and worry about meeting him inside the maze. They were not arrogant to not give him face after seeing his mind-boggling abilities and his efficient use of them. Regardless, those who thought so were only the players underneath the stage. As for those hardcore players, they only marked him as a solid contender, nothing more, nothing less. They already found out that his integration was still in the purification realm based on the fact that he used only 2 active abilities and passives. The only thing they didn't figure out was that if he was on greater purity or origin purity. Despite so, they still had a massive advantage over him. After all, to reach mid or high-tier silver, one must be a peak first-stage bloodliner to be able to contest and win those games. In their eyes, Felix might take them for a ride if they fought, but he wouldn't be able to win against them. Felix could conclude so from the way they were looking at him. He smirked mockingly. "Oh boy, I will make you eat those thoughts soon enough." "Felix, that child is looking at you weirdly," Asna informed him suddenly. "Child?" He turned his head and saw the little devil princess bird facing him with a creepy smile. Plus, with her bangs covering her eyes, it made the image even worse. His eyelids twitched dreadfully at this sight. "What does this little devil wants from me?" "Oh, Felix, she is approaching you." "Shut up. I can see it as well." Felix fixed his laid-back attitude and sat cool-headed, expecting a battle far more dangerous than the one with Solar Mist. He saw the many horrors this little thing caused in his previous life. What she was doing before in this timeline, parading men nailed to a cross or putting them on a leash like pets, was merely a child play compared to her future self. The only one he didn't want to have any interaction with during this game was her. That's why he always treated her as air, trying to stay as far as possible from her. Too bad. Things never go as planned for Felix, as the first thing she said after reaching his side made him flinch. "Can you please tell me the name of your bloodline? I am curious," she requested shyly with her head buried in her chest. Felix coughed dryly and asked, "Why do you want to know it?" "My father's bloodline library has 8 bloodlines that can allow the user to switch inducements. I want to see if your bloodline is based on a new species or from the ones he had," she requested softly again. "So I hope you can tell me its name. My father's hobby is to collect information about those unique legendary bloodlines. As much as I want to help the chief's hobby, I apologize, but I can't share any information about my bloodline." He clarified, "I am bound by a contract to not share even its name." "Oh, that's a shame." She sighed dejectedly. "Was that all?" he asked. "Yes. Sorry for bothering you, and good luck on the game." She gave him a polite smile and returned to her place. After seeing that she left, Felix sighed in relief. Although he didn't give a shit about her or the chief, he still needed to give her an answer. There was no need to go out of his way and offend her by telling her to fuck off. Her father's strength was enough to bring the entire Alanxator kingdom to its knees, and for Felix, who wasn't even in greater purity, it was better to avoid messing with the daughters of such an entity. So he could only suck it up and please her request to not approach him again. He wasn't worried about his real-life location getting found by her, but the fact she would do her very best into trying to do so. This meant he would be always on edge in the UVR in what he does or say. He didn't want to have that paranoid feeling like he was always being watched. Meanwhile, the players near them tried their best to eavesdrop on their conversation. But Felix and Princess Bird expected such behavior to happen. Thus, they were keeping their conversation as quiet as possible before. The players near them tried their best to eavesdrop on their conversation. But Felix and Princess Bird expected such behavior to happen. Thus, they kept their conversation as quiet as possible. "What do you think they were talking about, Mississippi Charming Sky?" A 2-meter shredded giant stood with a naked upper body, exposing his hairy chest and abs, asked the same alluring woman, who was wearing only a dark thin veil to cover her body. Why don't you go ask them yourself, muscle boy? She smiled teasingly, not caring about his fuming expression. Forget it. It was my fault to ask a bitch like you. Pure Muscle turned around and left her alone. But I do wonder what that cutie wanted from landlord. Intrigued, she licked her lips seductively while giving them one last glance. The others as well focused on different things after they lost interest in Felix. Just because he was the one to propose the open wager, it didn't make him the main lead of it. In their eyes, their true rivals who would make them struggle to emerge as the winner were those around them. Players they either played with before or they heard about online. As for Felix, he still got a long way before he reached their levels. That's what they believed, and that's what Felix was going to break during this game. The belief that a newbie would always be under the mercy of veterans in the games, due to the unbalanced ranks and integrations in each game. Just like in this case, Felix's integration still didn't even reach greater purity, while those hardcore players already on the peak of one stage of rep. This wide gap in strength resulted in the newbies to get bullied constantly by the veterans during the first games. The veterans themselves went through the same hell during their starting days. Only those who survived the early first games could be called veterans. Felix as well went through this newbie baptism in his previous life. He lost all of his placement games plus a few more following after. But he never complained about it, he was simply glad that he did not die in them. However, things were going to be different in this life. As of now, Felix was the one who was going to bully those silver veterans and break this eternal circle. Before long, the 30 minutes passed by in a heartbeat. The players didn't chat as much as before, to concentrate and calm their minds. My lovely players, you will be teleported in the stadium in 10 seconds. Prepare yourselves and good luck. Everyone stopped whatever they were doing the moment they heard Zoe's announcement. Felix jumped down from the podium and stretched his restless limbs. The other players near him each did their own ritual before they get teleported. Some kissed a necklace, some created a bucket of water and splashed their faces with it, and some prayed for good fortune. Each had their own superstition ritual they used before every game for good luck and most importantly to survive at the end. Losing a game was never the problem, as they could always queue up and try again, but dying uneventful death was what scared the shit of every player in the SG. 3, 2, 1. Immediately after Zoe finished her countdown, the bodies of the players disintegrated into light particles until no one was left inside the massive hall. Mastermania! Mastermania! I love you, Mastermania! The first thing Felix heard after his body reconstructed inside the stadium was the crazed cheering of Mastermania's fans. He smirked as he sized up the target of this unconditioned love. A tall, handsome man that had the kind of face that stopped everyone on their tracks to feast on it. He had tousled dark brown hair, which was thick and lustrous, and his eyes were a mesmerizing deep ocean blue. He smiled politely and waved his hand towards his fans, showing appreciation for their continuous support. Oh my God! He waved at me. He is so handsome. I am going to faint. His smile almost gave me a nosebleed. His female fans, all had red cheeks, burning from excitement and rush at seeing their idol caring for them. However, those chants did not last for long, before they got engulfed by much louder chants and drumming noises, deafening the ears of those poor women. Landlord! 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 Landlord of Inducements Club! Tell me what we seek. The same man with a bushy orange beard, who swore his loyalty to Felix during his previous game, roared loudly through a cheering gadget to make his voice heard even further. To see veterans get played to death. To see new unique inducements. To see his face. Scrap the last one and chant his name. He smacked the back head of the fan who chanted the third one and ordered the club ardently. Landlord! Landlord! Every player and spectator stood awestruck, hearing and seeing a newbie fan club dominating the famous fan club of Mastermania. Even Felix himself had no idea that his popularity had reached this point from just one game. He assumed that he needed at least 3 games before his club gained a solid footing. After all, his club needed materials to brag about him in order to seduce new members into joining. But what the hell was he seeing now? A club created from a single game, dominating a deep-rooted club without any way to retaliate. How could those ladies contest in shouting with those barbaric hairy men who were charmed to support and cheer Felix? Not by his looks, but his brutal fighting style, and specifically his unique bloodline. There was just not a chance. At the end of the day, SG was a platform for spectators to seek blood and gore, not to appreciate the player's good looks. That was merely a bonus. Mastermania's eyelids twitched slightly at this sight. He wasted a massive amount of resources to build his idol image. From doing interviews, meeting with fans, streaming his daily life, and more fucked up things to raise his fan club into what it is today. But here he was basking under the cheers of another player, who didn't even show his face to the public. He couldn't accept this bullshit fact. Neither wanted to. However, having gained an understanding of how things work in showbiz, he knew that he couldn't show even a hint of being affected by those cheers. Otherwise, the cameras wouldn't miss it and make sure to plant his face on the large screen for everyone to see. By then, the aloof, handsome image he built would be shattered in an instant. Might as well take advantage of this situation and grab more attention to me. He approached Felix with his hand extended, a clear sign to all that he was seeking a handshake. The cheeky bastard was quite far from Felix, so for him to extend his hand in this way was an obvious attempt at stealing attention from Felix to him. Zoe, as the MC, clearly didn't miss such a juicy interaction. She immediately switched the camera to focus only on it, displaying the upcoming drama for all to see. Mastermania glanced at his handsome image on the screen and smiled even more beautifully, sending a second wave of female screams in the audience. Heh! Works every time on those shallow women. Even though he thought so, his face never showed any hint of disdain. He merely kept walking towards Felix step by step, not rushing at all, to gather as much attraction as possible. He was trained to do so by his agency from the moment he went a fully fledged idol. This was his path to reach peak popularity by relying on the SG platform. As for winning games, that was merely secondary. What's important to him and his agency was the massive revenue he earned after each game, ranging from 100 million to $500 million based on the streaming percentage he received. The only downside to this kind of coin farming was the risk of dying during the games, as other players would constantly keep hunting him down to gain instant success. But Mastermania didn't survive the previous games just based on his looks. Anyone who believed so would be taken on a ride. If it was not for his strong prowess, Felix wouldn't have added him to his threat list. To be an idol, one should first have total confidence in his strength. Otherwise, surviving the first game was merely wishful thinking. "Oh, it seems like you are quite popular, Mr. Landlord." Immediately after facing Felix, he began flattering him with a polite, charming smile. Felix kept switching sight between Mastermania's sincere eyes and his extended hand that was in front of him. The players watched this sight, curious about Felix's reaction. Meanwhile, Zoe kept speaking passionately about the birth of a new friendship between two popular players, asking the fan clubs to join hands and cheer for them both. Unexpectedly, Felix tilted his head to the side, not even bothering to take his hands outside of his pockets, and asked, utterly bewildered, "Do I know you to act friendly with me?" "That's my boy Felix." Asna threw the popcorn bucket in the air in elation, making a mess on her bed. Yet, she didn't care about it, as the only image she had on her mind now was Mastermania's distorted face, on the border of turning ugly. Ha ha ha! Wasn't Miss Figure and Solar Mist not enough for him to realize that he was speaking with a psycho? Poor thing, he used his common sense on Landlord. Fucking retard. That's what you get by being cocky. Ha ha! I already filmed it. Him walking for 30 seconds with a smile just to get slapped. Mastermania was truly trying his best to hold his aloof image in place. Alas, the mocking jeers of the players around him made it nigh impossible. His face couldn't help but contort, twisting all of his handsome features under the eyes of everyone. "Come on, guys. Let's chant for him. His face is getting ugly. We don't want his aloof image to be ruined." True. How could he buy bread anymore if that happened? Mastermania! Mastermania! The players didn't let him even express his rage in peace, as they cheered his name sarcastically, uncaring about being booed by the girls in the audience. Felix chuckled at the trembling Mastermania, whose eyes were about to spit flames at his direction. He truly didn't know what this retard expected to happen by approaching him in that high-profile way. Did he believe that by adding Felix forcefully to his seeking attention gimmick, he would be received nicely by him? What crack was he on? He should feel happy that Felix stopped bothering about him after seeing that his club popularity was not shabby. Yet, he had to come and deliver himself to be slapped in public. That was a quite unexpected reaction from Landlord. Doesn't he know that one should never slap a smiling person? Zoe criticized Felix's ungentlemanly behavior, while shamelessly highlighting Mastermania's ugly face at close range, showing every small detail for his fans to see. She might have sounded angry, but her bright face couldn't hide her delight at the unexpected twist. She glanced at the invisible hologram and saw the numbers of spectators kept increasing in her stream while barraging the chat window with an unending shower of comments. Bo-hoo! How could they do this to my Bobo? My Prince Charming image instantly shattered at that face. Haha! I will use his ugly face as a screensaver. To actually have the balls to slap an idol in front of millions of spectators. Landlord truly doesn't give a crap about his image. Image? What image are you talking about? He is literally an anonymous player. Why does he need to care? Ah, that slap was truly satisfying. I always hated those fake-faced idols. I am more intrigued about this newbie. Hopefully, his strength backs up his arrogance. You are in for a treat, brother. Hihi. You have no idea what you are missing. You are about to see why they call him Landlord of Inducements. Can't wait to see some new inducements. Same plus 1 inch. Same plus 4,112 inch. Felix's club took over the stream chat, bragging about him and sharing links to his previous highlights to the rest of the spectators, who knew nothing about this newbie who popped out of nowhere. Zoe smiled gleefully as she read some of those comments and closed the chat, refocusing on the players. Specifically on Felix, who stood in a lazy matter, wearing a black hoodie with a yellow smirking emoji on it, comfortable black sweatpants, and white sports sneakers. I was planning to interview Mastermania first, then Princess Bird. But it seems the main character of this game is Landlord. She smiled while snapping her finger, manifesting large white feathered wings from her back. She flapped them once and jumped from the commentary platform that she was standing on. The audience watched her fly towards Felix gracefully with a spellbound expression. Meanwhile, the players underneath could only sigh helplessly at this drama queen. But they were already numb to those acts. Zoe was not the only female MC who loved doing such a thing, but every female MC in the SG. Hell, there was even a website made specifically to collect those dramatic entrances and rate them down with proper reviews. The existence of this website made things even worse, as it gave birth to a hidden competition between those female MCs, on whom was doing it better. Meanwhile, the male MCs didn't give a crap about all of that and simply dropped as fast as possible, uncaring about how they appeared in the process. The players preferred having a male MC because of that, while the audience preferred having a female MC to watch those breathtaking dramatic entrances. Felix smiled wryly as he watched Zoe approaching him while flapping her angelic wings periodically, giving a sense of harmony. She must have really practiced before to reach such a state. From the look on her face, she was clearly pleased with the outcome. Whoosh! He closed his eyes as her wings raised a cloud of dust after she landed next to him. Cough, cough. Both Mastermania and Felix coughed after she flapped her wings one last time before they burst into light particles glamorously. Loud cheers immediately followed after, basking Zoe over her delightful performance. Hee. Let me see how you topple over this Bella, she thought to herself. Satisfied and content, she faced Mastermania and Felix, who had their clothes all dirted because of her. She quickly tried to apologize for it, as she didn't want to get a lackluster interview due to their resentment. However, the moment she opened her mouth, trying to speak, nothing came out. She froze in disbelief, as she knew that there was only one reason that could cause this dastardly effect. She stiffly focused on a small tag above Felix's head and almost had a heart attack after seeing her worst nightmare. She didn't see it before, as this tag only pop up in the interview segment. No interviews, the one and only enemy to every MC in the SG. They abhor the mere idea of seeing it in their games, especially if it was on a popular player. They even rallied many times to protest for its removal to the SG rules community, using the pretense that it ruins the atmosphere of the games, thus leading to a mass dissatisfaction within the spectators, whether the ones watching live or the stream. Regardless, their attempts were always met with a refutable denial. The Queen AI controlled the UVR, based on one core rule: free will. She could never compromise on this rule, not even to the SGA. So even if the Alliance wanted to fulfill the MC's requests, their hands were tied by the Queen. So Zoe was left with no other choice but to use her secret weapon that helped her before, convincing some players to remove the block. Heartbroken, she sulked pitifully while staring at Felix with puppy eyes, almost tearing up to gain his sympathy. Too bad. Felix was already numb to those looks, as Asna always used them before to convince him into taking her to the movies. So he simply continued dusting his clothes, totally ignoring her attempts. TSK, this bastard didn't even respond to me. Yet you expect to succeed with your ugly face. Asna scoffed while hugging a new large bucket of popcorn. She must have really loved its flavor to keep always eating it and not something else. After all, she could totally recreate the same flavor of anything Felix ate before, using his memories. Felix's eyelids twitched and just kept dusting himself, uncaring about those two manipulative vixens. Before long, Zoe gradually stopped her act after seeing that it was not helping much. She clicked her tongue in irritation and decided to interview Mastermania, who kept standing in the same place, neither speaking nor doing anything since the moment Felix slapped him publicly. He knew that refuting or insulting Felix to vent his humiliation wouldn't work in his favor. After all, Felix was right. They didn't know each other to act friendly, especially in the SG platform, where enmity was running rampant. He wanted to insult Felix badly in retaliation, but he couldn't afford the consequence of appearing immature to his fans. He already got a strike 1 by ruining his aloof image. He neither could handle the damages of strike 2 nor his agency. Not to mention, if he did so, Felix would not stay quiet, as he would make sure to roast his ass publicly, unworried about his image. Felix had nothing to lose or worry about. His fans were as fucked up as he was. They might even cheer him harder after each insult. But in the case of Mastermania, the moment he did the same, his females fans would instantly change clubs. They were his fans due to his handsome aloof looks in the first place, and to keep them he must always appear as so. Felix always scorned those idols who were chained to their own image. But he understood that they saw the SG platform as merely a business opportunity to make money, not a glorious platform to obtain glory and resources like the majority. Mr. Mania, I don't want to negligent your feelings, but I have to ask. Madame Zoe shoved her microphone in Mastermania's face and asked while glaring at Felix in irritation, "What was your first thought after your polite handshake was rejected in an ungentlemanly manner?" From her aggressive actions and tone, it was clear that she was holding a grudge against Felix. Mastermania did not even mind the way she shoved the mic in his face. He was too desperate for someone to get him out of this shithole that Felix put him in without ruining his image. Zoe just did so by her question. Honestly, I was just slightly surprised, nothing more. He smiled warmly as he clutched the mic like his dear life was relying on it and continued, "Mr. Landlord is entitled to reject my handshake. I don't think that my face is big enough to gain everyone's respect." He bowed his head slightly at Felix's direction and did the unexpected. "I apologize for putting you in such a difficult position, Mr. Landlord." "Oh my!" Madame Zoe exclaimed and tried to get back the mic from Mastermania to speak her mind. But the bastard was gripping on it tightly, not planning on letting go anytime soon. And so, she left it and created another one quickly. The last thing she wanted was to create another embarrassing situation. Begging Felix publicly for an interview but still getting rejected was enough for her. "I don't think it was necessary to apologize, Mr. Mania. No one was at fault in this situation. It was simply a misunderstanding. I assume that even Mr. Lord is thinking the same. Just as she faced Felix and wanted to ask him if he thought so as well, her mouth refused to let out the words. Fucking bastard. I curse you and that stupid privacy option. She turned around and continued to speak with Mr. Mania, not showing a single hint of embarrassment after her failure. She then began asking him the usual basic questions, such as the objective he planned to achieve in this game or his wish if he managed to ace it. Master Mania responded to each of her questions eloquently, trying his best to rebuild his image. If it was not for fear to get beat up by the players, he wouldn't mind hogging the mic for the entire duration of interviews. Sadly, Madame Zoe quickly got bored with his genetic answers and coughed to interrupt him from his constant fans' ass-kissing. Mind telling us how confident are you in winning the open wager? She asked. Without a single hesitation, Master Mania answered confidently, if I wasn't sure that this bet was in the bag, I wouldn't have joined in the first place. He smiled handsomely towards the camera and added, I promise you, my dear fans, that I will show you a new version of me. He glared at Felix, who had his hand on his face, probably scratching his cheek in boredom, and said lastly, you will love it. The spectators didn't know if he was speaking to them or Landlord, as they clearly saw the weird way he was eyeing Landlord. But they didn't bother to think deeply about it, as no matter what he meant by it, they were still looking forward to his promise. After so, he gave back the mic to Madame Zoe and went to socialize with other players. Zoe didn't even bother to catch up to him, as this was exactly what she wanted. For him to bounce and let her interview the darling of the Maganda tribe chief, Princess Bird. However, before she left to seek her, she didn't forget to show her displeasure to Felix over ruining such a fine piece of drama by his inactivity. Felix didn't even look at her, as he was currently busy chatting with Asna about a new way to help him perform better during the game. Zoe humphed and left him alone, promising herself to give him a small duration of camera exposure inside the maze. You can only blame yourself for disregarding me like this. The spectators immediately began chanting Little Princess to encourage her after they saw that Zoe was struggling to keep the conversation afloat with the shy Princess Bird. Every time she asked a question, Princess Bird starts stuttering and fiddling with her fingers, not able to express what she wanted to say properly. The stupid spectators' chants made it even worse, as her brain completely short-circuited after hearing her name resounding in the stadium. Zoe sighed and stopped giving her a hard time, not daring to offend her. She moved to Charming Sky, who she believed would not be a disappointment like Landlord or Princess Bird, based on her extrovert personality. Unfortunately, Charming Sky turned to be an extreme extrovert, as she instantly turned the conversation into an erotic one, sending wolves' howls and ear-piercing whistles in the stadium. Depressed and crestfallen, Zoe decided to end the interviews and announce the beginning of the game. She truly ended up with the short stick after choosing those four as her main targets to interview. One rejected her interview even after using her secret weapon. The second stole her mic and tried his best to hijack the conversation. The third couldn't even speak one sentence in public without stuttering 100 times. The last turned into a complete perv, who was natural in her sex life unlike her. I hope you at least show me a good performance inside the maze. She wished silently while watching the players randomly teleport above the foggy maze that was hidden to block everyone from seeing its paths and content. Begin the countdown, she announced loudly the moment she saw that the players were standing in their position. Felix and the rest of the players hovered 500 meters above the maze, each in a different position. Felix squinted in focus, preparing for the moment Zoe removes the fog. They only had 10 seconds of free fall to examine the paths and positions of the open chests. A quite difficult task to achieve, as only a selected few would be able to memorize the complex paths of the maze leading to the exit using only 10 seconds. But Felix was not worried about this at all. He already had a way to overcome this issue. Clear the fog and drop. By the time the audience countdown hit 0, Zoe ordered with her hand raised above her head. Immediately after, the fog withdrew rapidly towards the middle of the maze, resembling a tub sink, sucking all the water inside in a swirling manner. The process took merely a few seconds before the maze magnificence was displayed in front of the players and spectators, who had yet to see it. Even though the players were exposed to it inside the game hall, this and that were totally different things. Seeing its towering smooth metallic walls, forming thousands of different paths, gave the players a sense of beauty. Plus, the complex formations, colorful images, and calligraphic words made it even appear even better. However, that sense of beauty was soon replaced with dread after they noticed that at least 99% of the paths were leading to dead ends, leaving only a few selected ways to reach the exit. Just as they wanted to trace a path from the exit to their assumed random drop spot, Zoe sent them down rapidly, not caring about breaking their focus. She already told them that they had 10 seconds during the drop, not before it. Felix's slits shimmered with red light as he scanned the entire area he was about to land in. He merely gave a glance at the exit and ignored it, as that was never his target, but the beasts and the open chests around him. 1, 2, 3, 4. He counted each beast he noticed, marking its position mentally and moving on to the next target. He spent the entire duration of the drop doing nothing but this. Whoosh! Bam! He smashed into the metallic floor, sending an explosive wave of wind around him. Although the collision sounded pretty serious, Felix neither got hurt nor the floor got damaged. One had invulnerability during the drop and the other was too solid to be harmed by anyone participating in this game. That was intense. Felix jumped a few times to check if his body was affected in one way or another from that landing. After a couple of attempts, he stopped and stretched his limbs while sizing up the towering walls surrounding him with a numb expression. He was already familiar with them to the point he dreamed about them during the past few days in his training. It was quite normal behavior after he spent a minimum of 14 hours each day practicing between those walls. He was already numb to their terrifying size that could leave anyone in a state of shock. Asna used my memories and construct two paths, one leading to the exit and the other leading to the strongest beast I found in this area. Felix laid down his instructions while squinting at one spot on the wall, focusing deeply on it, like he was trying to penetrate its thickness and see what's on the other side. All right, leave it to me. Excited and eager, Asna began reading his memories. She was extremely happy that she could join him and play as well. That's why the moment Felix requested her assistance before, she didn't hesitate to accept. She was already bored of watching him have all the fun, so she couldn't miss this chance of using her expertise to take a part in. This was one of Felix's hidden cards, Asna's memory reading. For Felix, who forgets what he ate in lunch constantly, Asna's assistance was heaven sent, as now he could focus on hunting the treasure chests and hidden compartments near him while leaving Asna to lead him in direction of the exit. Although he was not planning in using it to win the game, he didn't want to hunt beasts in the opposite direction of it. It was a much better option to focus on chests on the exitway, so if he met with any players during his journey, he could eliminate them, thus removing few variables that could affect his GP farming wager. Felix, the first done. The path to the exit, plus the one leading to the strongest beast are both at your first right. I will keep giving you directions on the way. As expected, Asna didn't even use a couple of seconds before she finished her layout. Felix didn't respond to her as he was sweating bullets while continuously staring at the wall with his red shimmering slits. Felix was currently using one of the passives that he unlocked after reaching 45% of integration. Ultima Infrared Vision. As the name suggests, the passive gave Felix an infrared vision just like a true serpent. However, since Felix was using the bloodline of the primogenitor, the infrared vision he unlocked was too strong for his eyes and brain to handle. For normal infrared visions unlocked by other bloodlines, one could keep them active as long as their mental strength could handle the pressure of seeing everything in black and white besides things that emit heat. On the other hand, Felix's passive allowed him to do the same with an unhindered vision that could penetrate anything blocking his sight. Walls, buildings, and even ground. Nothing that emits heat could escape his vision. Plus, the range was unlimited. He could see infrared objects even thousands of miles away. Unfortunately, that wasn't happening anytime soon or probably never will, as Felix's trashy mental energy wasn't enough to sustain such a heavy load. Heck, right now he was struggling to push the limits of his mental energy to see hundreds of meters in front of him. Don't even mention thousands. So far, he managed to remove 5 walls, letting him gaze at tens of red auras with all kinds of shapes. Some belonged to beasts while some belonged to humans. Just as he tried to push into the 6th wall and see beyond it, his head got assaulted by a nasty headache, warning him that his feeble mental strength was about to give in. Huff, huff. Felix closed his bloodshot eyes immediately after he began feeling his head aching. He breathed ruggedly as he took deep breaths in exhaustion. However, a satisfied smile was affixed on his face, clearly pleased with the results of his test. Though he did the same test in the training room, Felix had nothing to lose to repeat it in the real game. After ending the limit test, Felix planned on staying put for a minute until the aching goes away. He would rather waste a minute than walk forward, stepping on those lines and words that could be a trap keys waiting for a prey to step on. Asna didn't give him directions as she was waiting until he reactivates his infrared vision. It sounded quite weird that passive abilities could be activated as well. However, there was a quite big difference between active abilities and passives on the way they activate. As active abilities require only elemental energy for to work, simple as that. Meanwhile, passives were split into 2 types. 1. Passives that provide an instant buff to the host without needing anything in return, such as Felix's poison immunity and super strength. 2. Passives that need mental energy or brain power to handle their continuous activation load, like infrared vision, night vision, cloud surfing ext. Those passives shone only on stronger bloodliners who reached higher stages of replacement. As their mental strength got stronger to the point it could handle the continuous activation of those passives without repercussions, touring them into the first type of passives. Unfortunately, Felix was still far from that stage. He could keep his infrared vision on for 1 hour or 2 at best, and that's only if he focused on nearby areas. If he decided to push its potential to the limit, his head would start aching again. Alright, show the way. It's time to hunt. Felix inspected the ground ahead of him in black and white, not seeing any other color but the 2. He turned his head to the left and noticed an array of shimmering red rifles pointing at a spot a few meters ahead of him. He looked to his right side as well and found nothing to worry about. Although Felix could only see the hidden traps, but not the mechanism needed to activate them, he was not worried at all. The ability to see danger beforehand was enough for him to not get touched by a single trap. Traps were deadly only because they were hidden, but if they were exposed like this, at least 90% of their power gets taken away. Asna did not dilly-dally as she told him enthusiastically to head right first then left and keep going straight ahead until he meets 3 paths cross. Immediately after getting a clear direction, Felix bolted forward while keeping close attention to the trap at his right, preparing at any given moment to dodge. Phew! 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 As expected, the trap activated the moment he stepped on a beautiful image of a flower, lighting it up as well as the rifles pointing at him. With a bit of difficulty, Felix narrowly dodged the bullets by rolling forward 3 times until he got outside of the danger area. Though he saw them beforehand, dodging bullets wasn't an evade that any average Joe could pull off. His fans and Madame Zoe, who was low-key paying attention to him while commentating on other players, were left in disbelief at his inhuman reflexes. His fans were just arguing with each other if Felix would activate the trap or not, and if he did, would he be able to survive it unscathed. Yet, they didn't think that his reflexes were honed to such a degree that allowed him to pass through the danger zone unharmed. They bought omnipotent vision that allowed them to see all the traps and hidden compartments so they wouldn't miss any player downfall by traps. Based on what they saw so far, at least 15 players got heavily wounded or died by those traps. Not a single one of them managed to leave in one piece like Felix. Before long, their shock turned into amazement and finally to numbness as they continued to watch Felix evade trap by trap while sprinting towards the 3-path cross that Asna mentioned. Not a single one managed to touch Felix's clothes, from bullets, arrows, spears to elemental attacks such as fire snakes and lightning bolts. What's even funnier was the smirking yellow emoji on Felix's dark hoodie that kept that expression no matter how many dangers Felix went through to reach his destination. The spectators and Zoe felt like they were being looked down upon by that emoji over their lack of understanding of how Felix managed to pull that off. Do you think he was using X-ray vision passive to spot traps beforehand? Well, either that or he had future predicting ability. I would rather believe that he could see the future than accept that he had that kind of busted reflexes. You guys are just hating. Why didn't you say anything when other hardcore players dodged those traps as well? Are you really comparing the way they dodged with landlords? Some of them almost fucking died doing so, while landlord passed through them with his hands in his pockets. Open your dog eyes and look at the replay on the screen. Why is the MC not showing it? The spectator froze as he noticed that another player was being displayed on the large screen, and not Felix's highlight that was worth the exposure. He pointed his finger at the screen and yelled, "What the hell? Why are you showing us a player getting devoured by a beast? Fuck. We want to see landlord outplay." Incensed and enraged, the other spectators near him booed as well, with their thumbs down at Zoe's incompetence to not notice such a fine play. They assumed so, but the truth was that Zoe already saw what Felix did, but still refused to highlight it. She was truly holding a grudge at his earlier disregard. Too bad. She didn't think that the booing would get louder and louder. As news spread quickly between the spectators that they missed an amazing play, but the MC refused to show it to them. Boo! The spectators kept booing, using either gadgets or their hands on their mouths. The majority did so just because the rest were doing it. They didn't even care to see Felix's play. As long as they were following the herd, they were okay with anything. However, those sheep were the ones who brought the biggest trouble to Zoe. She knew that Felix's club would not love the way she was treating him, but she didn't expect others who had their own clubs to join in the fun. After seeing that things were going off the rail, she quickly highlighted Felix's previous play to appease them. She didn't want to fight against the wishes of the crowd for simply a tantrum she was throwing. Otherwise, she could forget about obtaining the promotion she was anticipating after this game. Please excuse me, my dears, for not noticing landlord's highlight. She pouted cutely while bowing slightly as an apology, showing her cleavage on the screen. The enraged spectators gradually contained their voices like a spell was cast on them. How could they not after seeing such a ravishing beauty acting this way to appease them? The female spectators all had jealous expressions clouding their faces after seeing the skillful way Zoe tamed those men. But they understood that the only reason why the men were so easily controllable by her was because she was using her real face and assets unlike them. In the SG, every female MC was required to be a stunning beauty in real life to be able to join the job interview. However, because of this term, the skill requirements were lowered in comparison to male MCs. This was the main reason why high-ranked players were constantly trying to woo her. It was already hard enough to find a real beauty that did not modify her face in the UVR. Don't even mention Zoe, who had a glorious career plus the looks. Sigh, I should stop messing around in this game. I can't ruin my ticket to promotion over that bastard. After making her decision, she started commentating on Felix's previous highlight animatedly, not caring anymore about her grudge. However, that's the only thing she did. As the moment she finished, she quickly replaced Felix's highlight with Mastermania ones, like she was shooing away a curse. But the spectators didn't complain much about it, since Mastermania was about to fight a three-headed alligator-like beast made out of cracked clay skin and dripping mud from its mouths. Can Mastermania overcome rare Tier 2 Soil Wraith to obtain the blue chest behind it? Zoe shouted. The audience held their breaths in excitement as they watched Mastermania confronting the beast. Mastermania kept pondering on ways to defeat the monstrosity that was glaring at him fiercely. He already spent 3 minutes now evading its attacks and analyzing its strengths and weaknesses. So far, he gained a clear understanding that this beast was one of the immortal types that could not be killed nor physically harmed. However, they had a massive weakness, and that was their core that held their soul. As long as he destroys it, the beast would crumble on itself. Mastermania knew so as well, but he couldn't do much about it, as the core kept coursing through the body of the beast, stopping only when it was about to attack. I need to time my counterattack perfectly with its attack to be able to kill it. He spoke out loud with narrowed eyes, even though he was the only one with the beast. But the spectators were already used to this, as the majority of idols used this method to speak with their fans akin to protagonists in movies. The fans were actually the ones who proposed this idea to their idols way before, and since the idols were slaves to their fans' wishes, they agreed numbly. They went through much worse requests than this before. However, it turned out that the idols who spoke out loud their attacks or couple of dramatic sentences were the ones who toppled up the popularity idol polls. From that moment on, every idol was forced to speak everything he planned to do as dramatically as possible. Just like Mastermania now, who kept taunting the beast out loud while pointing a finger at it. Roar. Finally not able to handle the prick's taunts, Soil Wraith dashed towards him while covering itself with a solid brown skin made of clay. Just as it wanted to open its jaw and spew mud as it did before, Mastermania smacked his palm at the metallic floor while calling out loud, "Shadow spikes!" Immediately after, an array of pointy sharp dark spikes sprung up from the beast's shadow, penetrating its clay skin from underneath and behind. Before the beast could even wail, Mastermania slapped his other palm and yelled the same attack again. He knew that the moment he stopped his pressure, the beast would begin his rejuvenation. So he must keep attacking until a spike luckily lands on the core. Crack. Fortunately for him, that didn't take long. After the third activation, the beast's clay skin shattered completely after the core was taken care of. The body of the beast disintegrated into light particles, leaving behind a number, hovering in the air. 300 GP. Mastermania gave a close-lipped smile at the fat reward he obtained. Although he consumed quite a few points of energy while doing so, it was worth it in his opinion. After all, 400 GP was still waiting for him inside the blue chest that was guarded before by the beast. This would bring the total amount to a whopping 700 GP from one battle. No wonder Felix had to turn this game into a farming competition and not exit-seeking. Mastermania approached the blue chest while massaging his red palms inside his pockets, not daring to show this action to his fans, who were cheering for him with their arms raised and flushed cheeks after his victory. He had to slap his palm on the ground on each activation to appear cool based on his fans' request. If he could choose, he would have simply snapped his fingers like a normal human being. Alas, slaves had no wishes. Fucking hell, those fans are going to be the death of me. Depressed, he thought while opening the chest as slow as possible for extra effects. As always, Mastermania's epic Tier 2 Phantom Cat bloodline never fails to deliver. Who can resist its elusive abilities? Zoe was clearly more animated in her commentary than before. She kept using gestures and controlling the tone of her voice professionally, switching from passionate to impassive. Soon after getting done with Mastermania, she took a sneak peek at Felix's situation without focusing the camera on him. The hell? Did he kill the rare rank beast ahead of him already? She couldn't believe her eyes, so she double-checked the replay, watching him bully the beast with his poison inducements. It wasn't even a fair fight, as Felix simply activated his paralyzed aura and dashed towards the beast, bringing it into his domain. Although the beast's poison resistance was exceedingly tougher than what Felix had to deal with before. Still, the inducement didn't disappoint, as it took only a few extra whiffs before it did the deed. Felix didn't have the habit of playing with his food, so he finished the paralyzed beast by using a finger to pierce its skull. He cleaned his finger with a handkerchief and went to the next prey he marked. Zoe tightened her lips at this sight. She knew that Felix was an opponent not to be messed with, not even by the hardcore players. If they kept that mentality that he was still in the purification realm, they would truly have a tough time dealing with him. Whatever, even though I hate this bastard, I got to admit, him being the underdog in the wager will make the game more entertaining. Zoe rubbed her eyebrows, not knowing whether to focus the camera on Felix or not. She understood that unless Felix made an amazing play like before, the spectators wouldn't boo her again besides Felix's fan club, of course. But what could they do? It's not like Felix was the only player in the game who was playing well. Rather, there were at least 30 or more players, making outplays and highlights each second within the maze. Too bad. There was only one screen for the live audience to focus on. This meant, if Felix didn't pull something off that would shock everyone, Zoe could literally not show his face throughout the entire game. As for killing rare ranked beasts, at least 7 of the hardcore players within the bet did so as well by now. Felix only made the kill appear cleaner and smoother than them, nothing more. Zoe was on the verge of pulling her hair out at this matter. Should she give up on her grudge entirely and focus on him or not? Arg! Fuck it. I will give him one chance to prove whether he deserves full coverage or not. She stopped thinking about it and just did it, putting Felix on the large screen, replacing Mastermania, who was still talking out loud alone like a retard, while touching here and there for traps. Surprised, the majority of the spectators raised an eyebrow after seeing Landlord on the screen again. They assumed that it was a replay of a highlight he did, which forced Zoe to play it. But soon, they realized that this was the real deal. They were watching Felix's current state live. Felix's club cheered and drummed deafeningly after their idol finally made an appearance. Although they were all watching Felix by using their enhancement vision, the feeling was not the same as having him on the large screen, being focused on by tens of millions of spectators empire-wide. They truly believed that Landlord provoked Zoe quite a bit by his antics during the interview segment. Zoe not showing his highlight further enhanced their belief. So they thought that Landlord wasn't going to have good exposure in this game. Who knew that Zoe would let bygones be bygones and surprise them like this? Sorry for calling you bitch before, Madam Zoe. Tisk. That's nothing, I cursed her mother to the grave. Both of you guys are a disappointment to this club. The orange-bearded #1 fan clutched both of their necks with narrowed eyes and said, if you didn't curse her aid ancestral, you are nothing but fake fans. Give them a break, Big Orange. You are scaring the newbies. The founder of the club latched into his thick forearm and tried to free those poor dudes. I apologized, Leader Emma. Big Orange released them instantly after feeling his club leader's chest pressed on his arm. He grinned widely as he enjoyed the feeling. Bastard. I knew that something was wrong when he ditched Hukami Club for this one. Big Orange little sister gritted her teeth as she glared at his foolish grin. It was clear that her perv brother's only reason for joining Felix's club was for the beautiful mature leader. As for those actions of berating the newbies, they were merely a ruse to make him steal a few quick touches here and there. For Felix to have his proclaimed #1 fan, to be a perv who only cheered for him due to Leader Emma, was truly an injustice to his primogenitor bloodline. Be quiet, guys. Landlord is about to confront an epic rank beast. The boy with glasses, who wrote Felix's biography on the website, shushed them so he could focus on the upcoming battle. He didn't know if Landlord was going to use any new inducements or abilities, but his squinted eyes were enough to show that he took everything that Felix did or about to very seriously. Leader Emma and Big O sat down in their seats. The only difference between them was that Emma gave orders to all the spread club members around the stadium to prepare themselves, while Big O wore his cheering gadget with precise movement like he was preparing for an upcoming war. However, no matter what task those fans had, one thing remained constant in all of them, and that was their torch-like eyes, as they watched Felix turn left and face a humongous beast that had an iron metallic skin, spiky long tail, 5 sharp claws in each of his 6 limbs, and finally, his shark-wide mouth, exposing a set of fierce razor teeth. How will Landlord handle the Iron Shark Titan with his inducement? The beast has total immunity to poisons. Zoe's eyes shone in delight as she yelled. Meanwhile, in the maze, Felix took a defensive stance in front of the Iron Titan. He knew that this battle was going to be an intense one. He already lost 70% of his strength before the battle even began, as metal elemental beasts were the true counter to poison elementalists. After all, how could a battle be fought when metal beasts treat poison the same as air? Not to mention their hard, solid metallic skins, which were known for taking a beating without an issue. This would lower Felix's strength even further. However, Felix didn't appear worried to the spectators and Zoe, who believed that this battle would be the worst matchup for him. The battle might be intense, but it wasn't doomed in his eyes. Confident, Felix smirked and cracked his knuckles while sizing up the humongous beast with his shimmering red slits. Might as well give my fans something to brag about. He leaned forward with hands in his large-sized hoodie pockets and dashed swiftly towards the beast, deciding to go on offense. Whoosh! What welcomed Felix's reckless dash was a sharp claw, coming from above, trying to slice him into 5 portions. Felix didn't even lift his head to glance at it. He simply hurled himself to the left wall, uncaring about the massive pressure above him. Boom! The claw smashed into the ground, sending a shock wave around the area. Yet, the ground wasn't even scratched by those deadly claws. Meanwhile, Felix's feet latched into the wall, defying gravity. Without wasting a split second, he bent his knees and threw himself towards the extended metallic limb. Poison immunity? He smirked as he created 2 brownish bombs in both of his hands, still midair. The spectators and the beast had no idea about them as Felix's hands were still in his pockets. However, they soon found out after Felix threw them swiftly towards the beast's eyes, right before he hugged its scaled metallic elbow. Poof poof. The bombs somehow affected the beast, as its eyes became red, with a hint of brownish rust on its eyelids. Before Zoe could even commentate about what had just happened, Felix gave an enigmatic smile and called softly, "Oxidation aura!" Without warning, a brownish mist emerged from all of his body pores until it engulfed him and the beast within. A woo! A delayed, pitiful cry echoed between the maze walls. The Iron Titan, who everyone assumed had a terrifying defense and immunity to poison, was threshing around, as its humongous body began showing clear marks of brownish rust, especially on its joints. Felix gripped its elbow tightly, so he wouldn't be thrown away. He knew that this was the perfect opportunity to eliminate the beast without losing a considerable amount of energy. If the Titan escaped, he would be wary of Felix, not daring to enter the poisonous aura's diameter anymore. Felix understood that his bombs were quite inefficient in this battle, as the beast's humongous size counters them effectively. To actually finish the job using only poison bombs, his energy consumption would take a toll on his tank. Thus, his only option was to stick to the beast akin to chewing gum, unmoving even if he was being smacked around. Ha ha ha. Felix, are you enjoying your time? Asna held her stomach as she laughed at Felix's pathetic sight. How could she not, when Felix was being smashed from one wall to another until he began to get dizzy? However, the frenzied Titan actions soon began to get clunky, as each time it tried to move its limbs, the joints made creaking noises. Felix sighed in relief after he heard those sounds. He raised his head and noticed that the elbow he was glued to was showing signs of decay. He smirked and suddenly punched the rustiest area. Bam! His punch easily shattered the metallic bone into small pieces, raising a cloud of rusty dust in the process. He coughed, but he didn't stop his barrage. He kept shattering bone after bone, until the Titan's elbow was snapped into half, leaving its arm dangling by a strand of metallic skin. Felix didn't wait to see the result of his strikes, as he climbed the humongous body, heading towards the head. Yet, the Titan didn't sit still and wait for him to reach. It was already in agony after its limb got ripped apart. It knew based on instinct that it would be doomed if Felix brought a higher potency of that poison, closer to its head. So it aimed its long spiky tail at that bug on its body, planning to pierce it. However, Felix swiftly dodged those attempts, as he expected that the beast was going to make a few last attempts before he checkmates it. Whoosh! Whoosh! The tail kept missing its target each time, as Felix was too elusive to be hit. He jumped from one body part to another like a monkey on a tree, uncaring about his image in each jump. Jump, monkey! Jump! Asna was having the best time of her life as she kept laughing at his silly appearance. But Felix ignored her jeers entirely. He was already performing better than expected in his eyes. This melee fighting style was totally a new field for him. In his previous life, he always kept his distance from his enemies and used his ranged elemental abilities. However, now he was getting dirty and close with a beast 20 times his size, a notion he never thought was possible before. So, no matter how much that hater laughed at his unsightly dodging techniques, he didn't take it to heart. Before long, the beast's speedy tail gradually slowed down, as the rust began to eat its joint as well. Earlier, it was the healthiest part of the Titan, as it was outside of Felix's oxidation aura, but after those constant piercing attempts, It was exposed to it continuously. Felix was waiting for only this to happen, so he could begin his real offense. All right, no need to waste more energy on it. Felix withdrew his aura, leaving him exposed to the spectators and Zoe, who were watching everything that happened inside the brownish mist with gobsmacked expressions. The knowledgeable VIP viewers were shocked about the fact that Felix was able to use 6 inducements, surpassing the known limit of having only 5, while the regular spectators were dumbfounded about the inducement effect itself. Oxidation poison. You must be pulling my leg with such a sick joke, they thought to themselves. The fact he was using 6 inducements wasn't as shocking as seeing with their own eyes. A poison elementalist uses oxidation reaction as an inducement. They knew that rust wasn't actually that poisonous to humans if absorbed in small quantities. So why was it being used to poison? This question was eating the VIP viewers' minds, not letting them focus on the rest of the battle. What they may not know was that Felix's primogenitor bloodline allowed him to use poisons that affected every being and race in the universe. Not just the human race. This meant Felix could use some inducements that were totally beneficial to humans, meanwhile deadly as an acid to other races. The Iron Titan's current situation just further proved so, as it kept lying on the ground, having difficulty standing up after its limbs' joints turned rusty. However, not standing up was one thing, and not defending its vital points was another. Felix tried to take advantage of its weakness to target its head and get it over it. However, the bastard was too tenacious to let him focus on it. Its 6 limbs were constantly harassing him whenever he climbed over its head. So he could only cripple those limbs first before he gives him a deadly blow. After minutes of constant bashing each limb individually, Felix finally delivered the last 2 punches on the beast's brain. Bam! Bam! Exhausted, Felix wiped his sweaty forehead while jumping from the corpse. He cracked his neck 2 times in irritation over the massive effort he had to put for this beast to die. He truly struggled against it no matter how easy it looked to the spectators. After all, it was an epic Tier 2 beast and Metal 1 nonetheless. Even with his oxidation aura, he had to strike a joint at least tens of times to rip it apart as the one before. If it was another elemental beast with Felix's super strength, it wouldn't be a problem to pierce its skull with a finger. However, the defenses of Iron Titan were no joke. He doubted that any player in this game could have killed it except Princess Bird. Her bloodline was enough to kill it as well, with few struggles here and there. He dusted himself and pulled his sleeves up his elbow like before. He smiled as he saw the total points that he earned from the rare beast he killed earlier and this one. 1000 GP. Not bad, 700 GP for an epic rank beast. I wonder how many GP legendary beast would give. He scratched his chin as he advanced towards the shimmering large purple chest. Smash! He kicked it open, not bothering to take his hands out of his pockets. His barbaric way sent a wave of curses and pitiful cries over the stadium. They were expecting him to open it gently, creating a dramatic moment for them to appreciate. But now only spits were showering him for ruining it. But still they held their breaths, focusing on the content of the chest. They wondered how many points he would be rewarded. Phew! A firework streaked from the chest, heading upward speedily under everyone's eyes. Before they questioned what the hell was that all about, it exploded, creating the shape of a number and a name. The players who were busy either fighting beasts, opening chests, exploring hidden compartments, or just running randomly in the maze, stopped what they were doing and lifted their heads, eyeing the colorful number and the name next to it. Landlord has obtained 1500 from an epic chest. For God's sake, what kind of beast did he kill to obtain that much? Mastermania, who was just a moment ago explaining to his fans the difference between 2 images on a wall, exclaimed in his mind with raised eyebrows. However, it didn't take even a second before his expression returned to its previous state, as he continued his explanation aloofly. He was not the only one who was surprised and shocked by Felix's over-the-top earning. As every hardcore player all began to speed up their chest hunt after knowing that the prey they were underestimating before was currently above them in point score. Their guess was completely right, as Zoe switched Felix's image from the screen to the current ranking of the wager. This list was created specifically for the bet, showcasing only the points of its participants. Rank 1, Landlord. GP. 2500. Rank 2. Bird's Call. GP. 1300. Rank 3. Sprite Visage. GP. 1200. Rank 4. Charming Sky. GP. 1150. Rank 5 Solar Mist. GP 1000. Rank 6 Hound Stench. GP 950. Rank 7 Mastermania. GP 950. Rank 9 Feeling Better. GP 450. Rank 10 Blades Hail. GP 350. Felix's fans immediately began creating noises in each area of the stadium, trying to make their presence heard. For their idol to be number 1 on the ranks was a gratifying thing to see. As for Mastermania's fan club, they were not bothered by the fact that their idol was not even in the top 5. Happy yet somewhat irritated, Felix kicked the chest one more time and followed Asna's direction towards the next prey. He didn't want his points to be exposed like this. Nothing good came out of it besides bragging, something he would rather not do. But now he could only suck it up and increase his hunting speed, as others were going to do the same after his display. Left, right, straight, left, left, left. Ops, I meant right. Stop messing around. Don't tell me what to do. Otherwise, I will leave you to it. Heh. Who are you trying to fool? You are clearly enjoying your TI. Suddenly, Felix stopped moving and focused on 3 human-shaped red auras behind the wall to his right. After a couple of minutes of running around, he finally met a player. Not even 1 but 3 at the same time nevertheless. Asna, are they on the way? Yep. That was all Felix wanted to hear. He grinned and dashed in their direction under the guidance of Asna's. He didn't know if they were part of the wager or not. Nonetheless, Felix never planned to miss such a juicy free 600 GP. It wasn't like only hunting beasts and opening chest rewards with GP. One should never forget that the most efficient and straightforward way to do so was always by eliminating players. After a while, Felix gradually slowed his speed, as the 3 players were about to reach an open cross, leading towards 3 new directions. As he approached them, Felix's ears began to pick up some of their chatter. They were loud enough their voices overtopped the beasts' howls in the area. The bastards' only reason for being this careless was their absolute confidence in their strength, which was honestly quite understandable. After all, they were a 3-man alliance at the first minutes of the game. No one was that lucky to meet 2 same-minded players who were looking for a partnership and not a fight. Should we take the left one? I think I heard a roar coming from there. A good-looking teenager, wearing a white headband, said while examining the 3 paths before them. You deaf? It was clearly coming from the path on our right. Enough, lazy rat. We have no time for another round of bickering. You are about to bleed my ears with your squeals. The same tough-looking man, who was carrying 2 axes on his shoulders during the game hall, smashed the butt of the axe on the floor, hoping to avoid another argument. Unfortunately, his attempt backfired, as Lazy Rat snapped at him while pointing a thin bony finger in his direction. Mind your own business, Battalion. You are not my boss to order me around. The teenager scrambled forward and held Battalion, trying to pull him away from Lazy Rat. He knew from the small time they spent together that Battalion had the shortest fuse of them all. Just ignore him, Battalion. He is clearly just looking for a fight. Fuck this shit. It's not worth it anymore to partner up with this rat. Battalion shrugged the teenager's grasp and suggested while walking towards the straight path. Let's split up here. I am done with this partnership. Baby Oil, come with me if you want. Vexed at the nickname he received, the teenager frowned his eyebrows. However, he still decided to chase after him. He had no plans to stay with that troublemaker. Well, screw you both. I don't need your help. Lazy Rat pointed 2 middle fingers in their direction and trod inside the path on his right. His name might have a rat in his name, but he had his own pride and principles. Too bad. He should have acted like a rat and followed after them. As a serpent was gazing at him while licking its lips. How should I play with you? Felix didn't think they would split just as he reached them. Honestly, he preferred if they were still together to not waste his time. But it is what it is. He could only start with the lazy rat first and chase after the other two. Felix created one acid bomb in his pocket and left it there. The distance between him and his prey was quite wide for him to just throw his bomb and hope for the best. It was better to use this ambush opportunity to close up the gap first. That was exactly what he did, as he leaned forward with bent knees and sprinted at his top speed. Lazy Rat's sensitive ears twitched the moment Felix's foot landed on the ground. Startled, he turned around and got instantly horrified after seeing Felix approaching him in such an aggressive manner. His senses kept tingling that this was a lost fight. Rat limbs. Scared shitless, he activated a morphing ability, transferring his legs and arms into rat-like limbs. He landed on all four and immediately bolted ahead. However, before he reached his peak sprinting speed, an acid bomb wheezed by his head, almost touching his ears. Explode! Poof! Felix didn't care that his bomb missed its target, as he still could explode it manually. This, in turn, caused the bomb to leave a cloud of greenish mist exactly in front of the desperate lazy rat. Fuck me! He tried to slow his speed down to avoid it. Alas, it was a futile attempt. He could only brace himself and enter the cloud of mist while holding his breath. He was not a retard to not understand that poison should not be absorbed. The only reason he was worried about the cloud of mist was the fact it could be one of Felix's body-affecting inducements. It was clear that Lazy Rat did his homework on Felix's bloodline in the game hall. Sadly, having knowledge of his abilities was one thing, and defending against them was another. Arg! After bolting through the greenish mist, he couldn't help but yelp in pain at his flesh getting eaten by the inducement. However, since he wasn't paralyzed but actually running, he wasn't affected that badly by it, as only a few particles stayed on his body while the rest was left behind. Elated at getting out of it in one piece, Lazy Rat turned his head and sneered at Felix. Too bad. His sneer froze instantly after seeing that Felix was merely 8 meters behind him, and still closing in rapidly. Heh! Thank you for slowing down. It turned out that Felix's true aim by throwing that bomb was merely to stop the rat acceleration. He understood clearly that even with his topmost speed, catching up to Lazy Rat was wishful thinking. After all, 2 legs could never outrun 4 legs. However, now that he was in peak sprinting speed while the rat was just about to accelerate, he was confident in catching up. The poor rat could only struggle to put some distance between them without taking a single breath. The revolving bombs on Felix's hands denied him from doing so. Fuck this shitty maze. And his bloodline. Desperate and despairing, Lazy Rat could only blame the maze for countering his underground digging ability. As for the other peak ability, he couldn't use it even if he wanted since it required him to open his mouth to spew a rain of sharp rocks. If it wasn't for those limitations, this situation would play in a different scenario. 8 meters, 7, 5, 2 meters. Felix's grin got wider and wider as his eyes landed on the despairing look of Lazy Rat. He extended his hand and suddenly lunged at him, catching him from the hind leg. Thud! Thud! Lazy Rat tripped as he couldn't balance himself with only 3 legs. He and Felix both rolled a few times forward. Yet still, Felix's hand never let go of his leg. The moment Felix managed to balance himself, he stood up and lifted Lazy Rat by his leg. Weigh it! Without using any poison inducement or bothering to hear the cries of Lazy Rat, Felix smashed his body with the metallic ground as hard as he could. Lazy Rat's despairing face was the first to make contact with the floor. Boom! The sound produced from the collision was beyond comprehension. For some, it sounded the same as a grenade going off, while for some it was more like a balloon exploding. The only thing that was agreed upon was that no one would wish the fate of Lazy Rat to their worst enemies. That was fun. True. Satisfied, Felix and Asna. The 2 psychos stared at remnants of what's left from Lazy Rat's head, splintering around the area, creating a horrifying, gory scene. Blood, pieces of flesh, and brain matter dyed the smooth silver color of the floor. Queen, please clean me up. Felix's outfit that was covered in blood and some pieces of flesh was returned to its brand new appearance. Thanks. He nodded his head with a smile and sprinted in direction of his two other prey like he never killed Lazy Rat in such a fiendish fashion. In his previous life, he killed hundreds upon hundreds of players in the games he played. However, only a few were as inhuman as this one. One could only wonder if Asna's sadistic personality started to rub off on him after their souls merged. Damn. Even though seeing such a brutal death felt good, I still preferred seeing a new inducement. Just from that smash alone, I turned into an avid fan for Landlord. Add me to the club. Zoe closed the chat section after seeing that the spectators' interest was still on Felix, and no one was annoying her to switch the camera focus to another player. The audience was satisfied as well with having Felix on the big screen. This problem was always a pain in the ass to her and probably every MC in the SG. There were at least tens of millions of spectators in each game, no matter its rank or ELO. Some were avid fans of players and some were just trying to enjoy their time. Yet, there was only one screen displaying one player at a time. The MCs were always having difficulty trying to balance the interest of everyone without getting booed. Just like what happened before to Zoe. Some may think that it was easy to solve this problem. One just had to increase the number of screens, right? Wrong. This was already been tested before and it ended horribly. The sheer deafening noises those screens added were beyond expectation. After all, there were millions of fans live, and if just 1 million cheered for one player while 1 million booed for one player and continuously so, the never-ending noise would ruin the atmosphere of the stadium. Usually, the MCs would rather have a noisy stadium for hype. But, if it was going to be a constant symphony of random cheers, boos, yells, and weeps all happening at the same time, they would rather have a silent stadium to focus on. So the SG Rule Committee had to scrap that plan and go back to using only one screen, projecting one player for the audience to focus on, whether they like it or not. At least by then, the noise would be coherent. Landlord is about to reach Battalion and Disgraced Face. How is going to deal with them? Zoe said. What's up with them? Confused, Felix propped his chin on his hand, as he observed his prey staying frozen in front of a wall. It seems they found something inside a wall? He figured so easily, as there was no other reason than this. Besides hidden compartments, only traps were within the walls as well. Well, there is only one way to find out. He leaned closer to the wall until only 2 inches were separating them. He then squinted hard, causing the red shimmering light in his eyes to brighten up. Lucky bastards, to actually find a teleportation circle plus a chest. Not bad at all. At this point, Zoe and the spectators were already convinced that Felix had an X-ray vision or ability as such. They could excuse the way he dodged traps, found beasts, and even the way he met with the Alliance. But to stand still exactly in direction of Battalion and Disgraced behind a wall that had 10 meters width, they could not excuse it anymore. The only thing they were wondering about was how detailed his vision was, because it seemed that Felix probably had the same omnipotent vision as them. After all, he managed to easily locate those two even after they put a quite substantial distance between each other. In their eyes, his bloodline was getting stronger and also creepier. Felix decided to ambush them while they still had their focus fixed on the hidden compartment. He knew that the best method to play this was to actually wait for them until they activate the traps in the hidden compartment. But he was worried that they would flat out die due to them. That's a hard no for him. He must deal the last finishing blow to get the points. Let's open up with a combo, 1 paralyze bomb and 1 dizziness bomb. He loomed closer to his preys, who were in a heated argument for a couple of minutes now. The closer he was getting, the easier he was able to pick up what they were saying. It's the yellow vase. Trust me on this one. I was even close to a puzzle game before. Baby oil. It's not like I don't trust your opinion, but it is clear that the riddle is talking about the red vase. We already went through this for 100 times. We are just wasting time by now. If you listened to me, we wouldn't be still here. For fuck's sake. Let's each handle a vase and get it over with. Fine. Idiots. At least talk with your backs to each other. Felix scoffed at their wide-open backs and hurled the newly created bombs akin a baseball pitcher. Whoosh! Alerted by the projectile sound, They reflexively turned around with their hands raised in front of their heads. Alas, they should have held their breaths as well. Poof, poof. The bombs exploded near their faces, forcing them to inhale the light yellow and the sky blue inducements obediently. Startled and spooked, they attempted to take a step back away from the cloud mist. Yet, before their leg even landed on the floor, it froze with few twitches here and there, just like the rest of their body. Yet, what made them truly horrified was the sudden vertigo feeling that assaulted them. They couldn't think straight for even a second as their wide-eye eyes were feeding them an image of a person looming closer to them while spinning continuously. "Hello, boys." With hands in his pocket, Felix approached the immobilized duo with quick footsteps. He wasn't worried about them escaping his inducement's effect. If any random could just do so, the primogenitor should just hand his poison lord position to another. Agitated at hearing that familiar damned voice, Battalion and Disgraced were on the verge of insanity. They could neither move nor think straight to activate a single ability. They were completely crippled both physically and mentally by Felix's inducement combo. If only they were able to close their eyes, the vertigo feeling would have lessened and let them activate their abilities. Unfortunately, even their eyelids were paralyzed. Next time, don't enter a partnership if you don't know how it works. That was the last advice they heard before their skulls got penetrated with Felix's index fingers at exactly 5 seconds. Felix had it all calculated in his mind. He was absolutely certain that only 2 bombs were enough for him to finish them off. If he wasn't, he would have thrown 2 more as a precaution. Thud thud. Their bodies immediately hit the ground after Felix retrieved his fingers which were supporting their weight. Their agitated expressions remained affixed in their faces even after turning into corpses. Felix cleaned his bloodied fingers with a handkerchief and pulled those 2 away from the wall. They were lying exactly in front of the hidden compartment. After dealing with the corpses, he stood a few meters away from the wall and squinted at it, trying to see the exact shapes of the things inside. He wasn't a retard like those 2, who stood merely a meter away from the compartment. But he could excuse their behavior as they didn't have the same vision as him. If they did, they would have been scared shitless at how close they were to hell. His eyes reflected a red circle pulsing with heat waves, a medium-sized chest, and an array of deadly traps pointing at the entrance. He figured out easily that the circle was a teleportation device. As for the chest, he couldn't see its real color and rank, as it was shining with a red light. "What do you think, Asna? Should we go for it or keep hunting?" "Well, I think you should go for it since your judge mentioned that there might be scrolls taking you to open chests. Indeed, the only issue I am worried about is the rank of the chest. I don't want to get baited. Just do it. It's fun, cough. I mean, it's important for your victory." Felix didn't bother replying to her anymore. He was stupid in the first place to even ask for her opinion. She clearly just wanted to have fun, not caring about the results of the game or wager. He knew for a fact that she might even propose to activate the teleportation circle just to fulfill her curiosity. Screw it, I can afford to take risks with my points. Focused, he narrowed his eyes at the area in front of the hidden compartment. He advanced step by step with heightened senses, not daring to underestimate the traps in front of him. He didn't know which one of those images and words ahead of him was the key to the compartment or the traps. He stopped before 2 calligraphic sentences, emitting an aura of mystery and beauty. He believed that the current key was one of them or both, as they were exactly in the middle of the compartment door. Delighted, his eyes brightened up as he noticed that they were riddles. It was time for him to work his long-lost magic. What you seek is within a peak, but peek underneath your feet to obtain what you seek. His eyes focused on the second riddle. A broken vase, especially its base, must be displaced to reach another space. Felix rested his chin on his hand and chuckled after reading the 2 riddles. Without burning too many brain cells, Felix knew what those riddles meant easily. After all, he was looking at the hidden compartment right behind those riddles. That facilitated the mystery of the riddles to null. If it was another one, they would take a few minutes to comprehend its meaning. After all, those 2 riddles were not the only ones on the walls, but just one of the millions of inscriptions on the walls and the floor. Their sheer amount would render anyone helpless in connecting the riddles to each other. If it wasn't for so, Battalion and Disgraced wouldn't have spent so much time staring at it. With an amused expression, he inspected under his feet, expecting to find the real key to the door. Just as he assumed, 3 broken vases into random pieces, each with their own color, greeted his eyes. Yellow, red, and milky white. He crouched next to them and examined each one thoroughly. So this was the reason for their argument before. He didn't know whether to laugh or cry at their low IQ. Wasn't the true answer as clear as day? Felix didn't even take a second before he figured out that the milky white vase was the true key to the compartment. He easily concluded so from the second riddle. Felix interpreted it as such. To use the teleportation circle, one first must piece together one of the jigsaws. This was the first and also the easiest interpretation. Battalion and Disgraced probably figured as much. However, the real hidden interpretation was on the last phrase. To reach another space. This clearly implied that a teleportation circle was within the wall. If Battalion and Disgraced dug deeper into this phrase, they would have figured out eventually that there was a connection between one of the jigsaw vases and the teleportation circle. The color. The teleportation circle was famously known for having a milky white color, just like the only vase that had this color. Yet, those buffoons kept arguing about the other two, totally ignoring the real key. Yes, jigsaw puzzle. Let me solve it for you. Eager, Asna stood up on her bed, not caring about her exposed, enchanting body. She squinted in focus at the jigsaw and memorized each piece's position. She then closed her eyes and sat back in the bed. She wanted to solve it in her mind first, before retelling it to Felix. She wasn't worried about her memory failing her. A being with high status in the universe like her enjoyed a lot of perks, and absolute memory was just one of them. Few minutes passed in utter silence, as Felix kept switching positions of pieces with his fingers. Some were big and easily noticeable, while some had the size of a coin. Plus, with the milky white color of the vase, the puzzle wasn't getting any easier. Regardless of its difficulty, Felix always had a nostalgic smile on his face as he kept trying to solve it. He heard what Asna had said, and understood that he could just chill and let her do it for him. But why would he do so? He wasn't brain-dead not to try his best to solve it solo. In this life, he might hate puzzle-type games due to their many variables affecting his victory. But it wasn't like he hated the puzzles themselves. In fact, he loved them dearly. No one could understand his relationship with puzzles and riddles. In his previous life, puzzles and external additions in games were his two favorites, as even him, a trash player with a garbage bloodline, could topple over veterans and clinch the championship if he played his cards right. That's what he feared would happen in this life now, for total trash to secure the win under his nose. It was fun when he did it, but it was not cute anymore when the affected was him. Done. 6 minutes? It seems like I got rusty. Satisfied yet somewhat unhappy, he pieced the last one inside a tight-fit part of the vase's base. Immediately after it got attached, the vase shone with a milky white light and suddenly projected a beam of it on the two riddles. Lighten them up. Felix took 5 steps back and raised his guard up, expecting traps inside the wall to propel everything into his previous spot. This was the second hurdle. If one believed that by solving the jigsaw, the door would open to riches, then he could only get turned into a porcupine by the salvo of arrows, bullets, spears, kathump. Felix heightened his senses even further after seeing the traps heating up, preparing to strike behind the wide-open entrance. Praise me, Felix, or else I won't tell you how to sew LV. Asna's smugness died down gradually as her eyes widened at the barrage of traps, landing on the jigsaw, yet what shocked her was not that, but the fact that it was shining with a white luster, displaying its beauty in a complete one piece. Oh, you were still on that? Good job, Asna, you did well. Nonchalant, Felix advanced forward, unworried anymore about the traps. The heat they were emitting before died down. In other words, their energy core had run out of juice. Asna didn't respond to his praise. She simply laid on her bed with a deadpan expression and covered herself with bedsheets from top to bottom. His praise kept repeating in her mind, and each time it sounded more sarcastic and jeering. She couldn't understand how Felix outed her in a puzzle. He never showed before a single interest in puzzles or riddles. In fact, the only time he spoke about them was when he found out he lucked out on this game. Her mind began to get confused and messy about this messed up situation. I can't take it anymore. I need to find out. She disconnected their connection and dove deep within his memories, trying to see what caused this abnormality. Not here, not this year, you. How can he touch himself like that? Disgusted, she bypassed those teenager days and jumped straight into his childhood years. As she stopped and submerged herself into those memories, she heard a stern voice scolding young Felix. You little shit. You will be the death of me. I told you to pee on Benjamin's shoes, not his mouth during his nap. Fuck. Now he ratted on me in the pub. How could I face everyone in it? But I wanted to try my best and please you. Young Felix sulked while giving Robert puppy eyes. Stop giving that angelic face. You won't escape from punishment, no matter what. Sniffle, sniffle. Sigh. All right, stop crying. It was my fault in the first place. I am not punished anymore? Heh, nice try. Robert ruffled his hair and ordered. You are grounded for 15 days in your room. Go. Just as young Felix tried to cry again, Robert shooed him away. He knew his heart would turn soft if he saw it again. TSK. It's getting harder and harder to appease Grandpa. Annoyed, young Felix wiped his fake tears and went to his room, locking himself inside, all alone. He trod towards a door that had a sign written on it, Games Room. At least I still have my babies to accompany me. Gratified, he opened the room with a smile, exposing the content to Asna. What the hell am I seeing? Asna instantly gaped at its interior, not knowing how to express her disbelief. A mountain of jigsaw boxes, crossword puzzles toys, colorful cubes, and more of such games, all piled up in the corner of the room. Some were brand new, while the majority had tear marks on them. Let's see if I can break my record. She switched her vision from that mountain to Felix, who was sitting in front of two cartoonist jigsaw boxes. He put a timer next to him and unlocked the boxes at the same time. He then did the unexpected, as he emptied them all in one spot and mixed their pieces together. Let's begin. I need to finish before lunch. He let out a childlike laugh and began piecing the two puzzles, each in one space. Asna didn't stay to watch the rest, as she already saw enough to understand Felix's abnormal familiarity with puzzles. If she stayed another second, she might begin reevaluating his stupid image in her mind to an intelligent one. She would rather die before that happened. So, she could only exit the memory and reconnect her connection with Felix. Asna? It's weird that you are not begging me to use the teleportation circle. Befuddled, Felix crouched near the circle while scratching his cheek. He expected that Asna would squeal at him for using it, but she went silent for a while now. No need. You won't listen to me anyway. True. Bastard. She gritted her teeth and stopped bickering with him. As for mentioning what happened earlier, she wouldn't mention it even if the fate of the universe was based on it. She knew that Felix was merely waiting for her to ask, so he would reply smugly about his childhood. There was nowhere in hell she would put herself in that situation. Let's hope we find something worth our time. Felix decided to focus on the chest after realizing that his chance to brag was not coming. Annoyed, he approached the chest aggressively. Don't kick it. Don't kick. Don't kick. The spectators yelled with desperation written all over their faces after seeing his hands were in his pockets as he approached the chest. Smash! Zero fucks given by Felix, as he kicked the lid of the chest wide open. The audience instantly spat and cursed at him. Before long, boos rained on him again. His fans didn't even make a squeak this time, as they were also low-key hating what he did. Two epic chests were just ruined by his thuggish personality. What's sad was the fact those chests were the only ones found in the game currently. For both of them to end up on Felix's hands was truly an unfortunate day for the audience. Felix sighed in relief after seeing no fireworks leaving the chest. Well, it was only natural, as he was currently inside a wall, and with the SGA taking realism dead serious, they wouldn't do so even if they could. He waited for a moment, but it seemed that the chest wasn't going to display its content like the one before. So, he put his hand inside and brought everything outside. Oh, not bad at all. Delighted, his eyes gleamed as he evaluated the 3 items in his hands. The first one appeared the same as a chicken leg. If it wasn't for its lustrous azure color, everyone would mistake it as such. Hee Malin chicken fish leg. This one is going to net a good sum. How could it not? This leg was one of the few possible ways for non-marine races to be able to breathe underwater freely without side effects. Though for a limited time. Never mind, I should probably use it. His thoughts of selling it were extinguished after recalling games, which had marine-based maps. If he had it in his previous life, he wouldn't have struggled to just survive against the environment. Satisfied with the first item, he retrieved it inside his bracelet. As for the other 2 items, one was a small book and the other was an orange shimmering scroll. Interesting. Exit navigation ability? He opened the book and found out after reading the first page that it was an ability, which uses an arrow to point in the right direction of the exit. His palms couldn't help but get sweaty after reading that. However, his tense muscles relaxed after finding out that it had only 2 minutes duration. No one could run from their spot to the exit in 2 minutes unless they were already quite close to it. At that point, this ability was going to be a ticket to the championship. He wiped his sweaty hands and focused on the scroll. He unsealed it with an eager expression, hoping to be surprised. The hell? Well, he was surprised all right after seeing a path drawn from his current spot to a red X at the top rightmost corner of the maze. Written above it, legendary chest. Yet his happiness didn't even take root before it got quenched by the long distance between him and the mark. Based on the scroll, he figured out that his position was near the bottom leftmost of the maze. This meant to reach the chest, he would need to travel the entire map from corner to corner on foot while dealing with beasts, chests, and players on the way. He knew that was impossible to do, especially now that there was a bet ongoing. Irritated yet again, he kicked the damn chest for giving him such a treasure without the ability to use it. If only he was given the first 2 items alone, his mood wouldn't be ruined like this. Felix, there is another way to solve it. Asna decided to rejoin the chat after believing that this problem should have offset his focus from the puzzle. Don't you dare propose using the circle. Felix easily figured out her purpose based on her appeasing sweet tone. Every time she required something for him, she used the same tone. Come on, just use it, what are you going to lose? You are already at the worst possible position to get the chest. He glanced at the white circle and at the scroll in his hand. He kept switching sight between the 2, not knowing if it was a worthy venture or not. Asna had a good point. He understood it clearly as well. But, if he decided to teleport, it meant that he would need to give up on the beasts he marked in this area and start hunting randomly in whichever zone he got teleported at. It's a big gamble to take. If he succeeds, he would be close to the legendary chest, making the venture worth it. But if he failed, which was actually highly likely to happen, he would end up hunting leftovers of the players in the zone he got teleported into. If he got lucky, he might find epic rank beasts that no one dared to fight against. Whatever. Helpless, he rubbed his eyelids and entered the circle under the cheers of both Asna and his fans. Both of those bastards only wanted to get entertained, uncaring about the stress of the player. However, Felix didn't do it for either of them. He only believed that regret awaits him if he missed this chance to open a legendary chest, especially when he needed a massive amount of GP. If he failed, so be it, he could just frenzy hunt anything he meets. But if he succeeds, those hardcore players should just give up on the wager. If Epic Chest gave 1500 GP, how many more a legendary chest would give Felix? 30 seconds later, Felix's body reassembled from light particles into becoming whole again. A moment after, he opened his eyes and raised his vigilance to the peak. He began surveying the area with his infrared vision activated to its full potential. Wall after a wall was being removed from his sight, exposing a 100-meter diameter around him without a single hindrance. Immediately after, Two red lights were laid bare in his predatory eyes. One was at the very tip of his vision, showcasing a weak shape of a quadruped beast, while the other was 70 meters away to his right, displaying a shape of a human. Not bad. A beast and a human. Satisfied, he smiled and lowered the intensity of his vision to the minimum again. The walls began to reappear until he was sandwiched between two, creating a path that led to a 90-degree two-ways cross. Felix pulled his right sleeve up and clicked on his bracelet, planning to bring out the scroll to check on his position. Hopeful, he unrolled the scroll wholly, showcasing a new drawn path between him and the chest. The path was the only thing shown on the map. As for the rest of the maze, it appeared foggy, blocking his vision from seeing the paths around his position. See, you should always listen to my advice. Felix didn't even get the chance to feel elated about the new path before Asna's proud voice ruined it for him. It's just all right. I will still need 1 hour and a half at least to reach the chest. Annoyed, he snorted and closed the scroll, not wanting to give her the satisfaction of being right. Although he didn't enter the circle due to her advice, Asna would still see it as such and take the credit since she was the first to propose it. Hee. I can taste your salt from this misty popcorn. Felix clicked his tongue and stopped bickering with her. There were more pressing issues to take care of now. Which one of those two are on the way to the treasure? He asked. He didn't want to move until he got a clear objective of what he should do. As for the chest, that was for later. Felix never planned to just run to it straight, ignoring all the praise in his path. He was not stupid to miss free guarantee GP. After all, he had no idea which beast was guarding that chest. Hell, it could be a mental-type legendary beast, and Felix understood clearly that if it was, the only option he had was to give up on it. This meant that he would have wasted 1 hour and a half running for nothing. His contenders on the bet were definitely going to surpass him. Forget about Princess Bird. Mastermania, who wasn't even in the top 5, could reach him. Thus, any prey he met on the way must be killed no matter what. Asna closed her eyes as she examined the map of the scroll in her mind. If it wasn't for this cheat, Felix wouldn't have closed the scroll so quickly. It seems like the human is the closest one to the path. The beast is way off. She answered. All right, the human it is. Felix cracked his knuckles while bending his knees forward. The spectators knew that he was going to sprint through the paths again. Something only he was doing so far. The rest of the players walked on the ground like they were stepping on eggshells, boring them to death, especially when they had an omnipotent vision. No one could understand their vexation of knowing that the path was free of traps, yet they had to watch a player calculating each step he takes. This was one of the reasons why Felix was still the preferred main target of the camera, even though he gave no heed to their wishes. However, that was only if there was nothing interesting going on with the rest of the players. Zoe wasn't unprofessional to focus the camera on Felix, who was doing nothing but sprinting while ignoring other juicy dramatic fights. Just like in this case. Who would have known that Charming Sky was the first to find an epic beast after Landlord? Zoe dragged her finger on the small screen belonging to Charming Sky and put it on the large screen. As an MC on the verge of promotion to middle ELO, Zoe's eyes were of course top-notch, not missing a thing on those 100 invisible small screens. After seeing Charming Sky on the screen, the men cheered and whistled, creating a symphony of catcalls. It was about time for beauty to grace the stage. In the very center of a wide-open cross where 5 paths met, sat a serpent-like beast while coiled around itself, displaying its bestial beauty to all. It had golden sandy scales gleaming under the sunlight, 3 white slitless eyes, and a long purple tongue, making hissing sounds each time it came out of its fangless mouth. Although the beast was coiled, Charming Sky was not fooled by its 2 meters length. She discerned that its real length was probably 6 meters or more. She was quite close, as the beast statics which was shown on the screen clearly mentioned that its length was 7.5 meters sharp. My little bunnies, I have a mission for you. She smiled alluringly with her eyes shimmering a pinkish color and said to the 6 men surrounding her. I need you to slay that beast for me. It's blocking my path. Irritated, Charming Sky saw that the small pink hearts on their eyes dimmed a bit at her request. She knew that her ability was giving in to their struggles. Fucking scumbags. Why do you force me to waste more energy? Although her thoughts were toxic, her entire visage was a completely different story. She folded her arms under her chest, lifting her breasts slightly upward, exposing a deep creamy white cleavage. She then bent her head slightly with a cute pout on her glossy lips. This alluring combination of cuteness and sexiness caused the small pink hearts on those men's eyes to brighten up again, as they ogled her chest with a lustful expression. No one but her was able to see pink particles getting absorbed from her body into those men's eyes. Bastards, you better kill it. I lost 40% energy all at once. Her pink shimmering eyes dimmed a bit in the process. It was like the small pink hearts were batteries, and she must constantly recharge them with energy if she wanted her requests to be fulfilled. As expected from Feathertail Fox bloodline, Zoe brought the mic closer to her lips and explained it to those who never heard of it. This is one of the few remaining Tier 2 charm elemental beasts. Plus, it is an epic rank. Sadly, the only known method to obtain it is to join the six-tailed Dream Fox clan. She covered her mouth and giggled. Sorry boys, they only accept females. Charming Sky had her hands resting on her hips as she kept watching her 6 admirers approach the serpent. Their tensed shoulders and sweaty foreheads were an obvious sign of being terrified by the golden serpent. Charming Sky neither joined them nor ordered them on how to fight. She simply kept her distance, preparing to bolt the moment shit hit the fan. She understood clearly that her active ability unrefusable request didn't allow her to control men like puppets, but merely turn them into her admirers, who would fulfill her requests. As for how they planned to do so, she had absolutely no clue. The ability itself just installed a notion in their minds that Charming Sky's requests were the same as heaven decrees, irrefutable and unquestionable. However, such a busted ability of course came with a massive price. That was the energy needed to fulfill a request was a proponent to its danger. If she asked for their death, the price would sap all of her energy, leaving her drained. Even then, the energy wouldn't be enough to force just one into committing suicide. That's it. Surrounded it like that, good job. Her eyes shone with delight at their smart strategy. She wanted to clap her hands to cheer them on, but she was afraid about attracting the serpent's attention. Based on its slitless white eyes, she easily figured out that it was blind, and those blind beasts were the hardest to deal with, as their other senses were enhanced over the top. Not a single whisper, smell, and even an air vibration could bypass them. Good, they were not total morons to rush it from one side as I assumed. I might have a chance to kill it. Thrilled at that thought, she clenched her hands tightly. She had no idea if Felix was still rank 1 or not, but she was certain that by killing this beast, her rank would jump straight to rank 1. SSSS. However, before she went too deep in her imagination, an ear-piercing sound brought her to reality. She crouched down and pressed her palms tightly on her ears, trying her best to alleviate the ringing noise that was playing on her brain over and over again. What the hell is this? Is it an ability or normal hissing sound? Frightened, she stood up and distanced herself even further, totally abandoning her minions behind. She truly made a grave mistake by sticking next to battle with her trashy defenses. After seeing that she was quite far enough, she stopped and leaned next to the wall's corner, peeking at the unfolding battle with one eye. Zoe and the spectators didn't know whether to laugh or cry at this sight. How could she be this scaredy cat? The serpent merely hissed as a warning for overstepping its territory. It wasn't even an attacking attempt. The 6 players surrounding the serpent with unbothered expressions was the perfect proof. Cough, Charming Sky made the right decision. Zoe tried her best to keep a serious expression as she defended her. As a mental-type fighter, one should always keep a safe distance from the battle, although not as much as hers. But who are we to judge? The spectators guffaw at her claim for a bit before quietening down at the sight of the serpent uncoiling itself, standing on its tail proudly and towering over the 6 men, akin to rats in its presence. Calamity Windstorm, Blizzard Vortex, Claws of the Fury, Bronze Wall, Barrier of Renewal, Hellfire Salvo. They didn't wait for it to make a move. as each one of them activated their abilities, wanting to strike first. Those with morphing abilities rushed forward, unbothered by the massive pressure the serpent kept emitting. As melee fighters, they were already used to this kind of pressure. Meanwhile, the elemental rangers used all of their attacks at once, creating a messy battlefield, filled with wind storms, icy vortex, and flames raging all around the serpent. The melee fighters were not worried about getting affected by their allies' abilities, as they had defensive barriers on them created by supportive type players. This kind of basic synergy between them was only working because they were using a foundation formation everyone had an idea of. Melee fighters at the forefront, offensive rangers at the middle, and supportive players at the back end. This division of labor allowed even random players like them to fight as a team without stepping on each other's toes. Thrilled and entertained, the audience cheered at this spectacular sight with their hands waving in the air. Individual games might be fun, but it would never surpass the popularity of planetary-type games, just because of those abilities combination and teamwork, especially when humans had a limited number of abilities in their arsenal. Only in planetary games where bloodline abilities truly shone, as synergy between teammates was well endorsed. SSS. The serpent raised its head and hissed in agony and fury as its being was assaulted by a rain of never-ending projectiles. The rangers didn't plan to stop their attacks until the serpent either dropped dead or they dropped drained. Excited, Charming Sky thumped her fist in the air as she cheered them on. SSSSSSSS. However, after hearing that ear-piercing sound again, she closed her eyes and obediently retrieved her fists. Then she covered her ears with an aggrieved expression. Bastard! You only know how to bully me. I dare you to fight my me. Neo-NS. Suddenly, her tongue was tied as she saw a horrifying sight of an infinite amount of golden sand, oozing from the cracks of the serpent's scales. It didn't even take 30 seconds before the area got turned into a deep-knee desert. Yet, the serpent didn't stop releasing sand but actually increased its speed, trying to bury everyone alive. Glacial land, heat furnace, skin of bronze, floating sphere. The players used whatever in their pocket to get them out of this raging tsunami of sand. Even though the easiest method was to simply retreat to the paths behind them, they couldn't do so. The request forbade them from having any thoughts of escape. Thus, they could only try and defend themselves from the sand, using any means possible. One of them floated in a see-through sphere while another hardened his skin as bronze. Each to their own. The blind terror serpent is finally making its move. Stirred, Zoe slammed her palm on the commentary table as she watched the serpent dive deep within the self-created desert, hiding out of sight. She knew that an upcoming massacre was about to occur. The first attack of the serpent was merely the beginning of those players' nightmare. It was time for the predator to make everyone realize why epic beasts should not be messed with by any average Joe. Scared shitless, the players stood above the sand with heartbeats racing and tense limbs. Their eyes kept shifting from a sand dun to another, trying to catch a glimpse at the predator underneath them. Unfortunately, only rolling waves of sand covered their vision. There was absolutely no sign of the serpent's whereabouts. This feeling of knowing that they were being watched without the ability to discern from where caused their already tense limbs to stiffen even further. They would rather have the beast towering over them as before than hide underneath their feet like this. Seconds went by and the only thing that was still making its presence heard was the sound of the desert getting larger and spreading wider. The serpent was acting the same as a chef, preparing the ingredients meticulously before cooking them off. However, its way of doing things was putting a dent in those players' mentality. Their gut feeling screamed at them to leave this death trap. Yet, their bodies were as unresponsive as a log. Zoe and the spectators all went quiet as well. No one made a single sound, as their eyes were fixated on the serpent that was swimming within the sand, unhindered like a fish in the ocean. Few whispers were thrown here and there about who was the lucky player to get picked up first. Suddenly, their eyes brightened up, as they noticed the serpent slithering towards a player that had a frozen area of sand around him. The player was putting his entire focus on freezing the sand underneath him, so the serpent wouldn't pop out straight under his feet. Too bad, His proactive defensive attempt made the serpent put its focus on him first. It sensed that it shouldn't let him continue building his defenses around him. Otherwise, it would affect its final attack. Thus, the poor lad just shot himself in the foot, as the serpent used its long golden tail like a whip, sending it towards his feet. Boom! Crack! The frozen sand broke into small pieces, as the tail kept penetrating it without a single ounce of resistance. Frightened, the player tried to jump in the air after sensing that his defenses were getting ruptured within moments. However, before he reached even 1 meter mid-air, the tail latched into his waist and dragged him down, burying him out of sight in an instant. It happened so fast, the others in the area didn't even catch a glimpse at the serpent. The only thing their eyes kept feeding them was a 2-meter hole left behind after that deadly and hidden ambush. The open cross was engulfed in an ever creepier silence. Gulping sounds were heard here and there, as the players were on the verge of a mental breakdown. Their mind and instinct kept clashing for control over their bodies. Their instinct kept sending signals to retreat as fast as possible. Meanwhile, their minds refused to disobey Charming's request. This constant war was taking a toll on their bodies, leaving them unfocused and weakened. They already had a null chance of slaying the serpent with their basic synergy, but now it was simply a fat joke. They were just sitting ducklings in the eyes of the spectators, waiting for their turn to get dragged deep within the sand. Worried, Charming Sky kept biting her nails while observing this trashy display of skills. In her eyes, there were plenty of ways they could rely on to counterattack the serpent ambushing techniques. The easiest and fastest way was of course to use a bait to drag the serpent out and bombard it with a barrage of elemental abilities. They could simply make their frontliner taunt the beast underneath while having every defensive ability on him or ready to activate. The serpent with its top-notch hearing would not miss his voice, and after constant provocative attempts, the serpent was definitely not going to spare him. If that happened, the Rangers with all of their strongest defensive abilities would have an easy time barraging it after it exposes itself. This was merely one of the many ways this battle could have played out. But those strategies only worked for well-trained teams. As for those randoms who weren't even able to control their own decisions properly, forget about having synergy with each other. They didn't even have a proper synergy between their bodies and instinct. This was one of the many weaknesses of Charming Sky's bloodline. The player's gut feeling always gets in the way of her request, thus lowering their strength by at least 60%. This issue only crops up during those kinds of difficult battles. Charming Sky knew so as well but didn't want to admit it. She would rather blame the stupidity of her minions than to accept that her bloodline was flawed. Unfortunately for her, the Terror Serpent wasn't in the mood to entertain her ego, as its preparation for her final attack was finally over. The desert that was enlarging within eyesight abruptly stopped, leaving the players worried about this unknown action and the spectators holding their breath in anticipation. "It is coming!" Thrilled, Zoe pointed with a slender finger at the serpent, which buried deep down start to coil around itself until it was squeezed into merely 1.5 meters. The cracks on its scales opened up yet again, but this time instead of releasing sand, it withdrew it. Whoosh! Whoosh! If before, the sand oozing speed was fast, then its withdrawal was at least 10 times that. Yet, the scary part wasn't even this, but the fact that the sand was whirling in the process, creating a horrifying sandstorm. The players' defenses meant jack shit in front of this raging storm that was traveling 750 kilometers per hour. Their bodies were all flung in the air and revolved around the center of the serpent's position. The weaker ones defensive-wise had their bodies' limbs all ripped apart in a cruel fashion, spraying blood and pieces of flesh in the air just to be obliterated by the storm. As for the rest of the players, their skin was being peeled slowly by the sand particles, which were battering them in a consistent manner. Ah! The moment one of them opened his mouth, trying to scream over this torturous way of dying, sand assaulted the inside of his body through his mouth. If only swallowing sand was the end, it wouldn't have mattered that much. Sadly, it wasn't even close, as the sand inside his stomach kept trying to withdraw to the serpent's scales as well. This resulted in having a mini-storm inside the body too, destroying every organ in sight. Ooh! Mortified, the audience's heads all drew back while hissing at the sight of that player's guts, exploding akin to eating a hand grenade. He died instantly, but he shouldn't feel too sad, as the rest accompanied him within a few seconds in between, leaving the sandstorm raging all by itself. On the other hand, Charming Sky was already 1 km away from them and was still running barefoot while holding her high heels under her armpit. She stood true to her word and escaped the moment shit hit the fan. After seeing the desert stopped enlarging, her gut feeling told her that it was time to bolt. And bolt she did without questions asked. She didn't care in the slightest about stepping on traps, as the only thought in her mind was to be as far as possible from that damned serpent. She truly overestimated her strength and her bloodline in thinking that it was enough to handle an epic Tier 2 beast. Who can win against this monster? Screw you, landlord. You baited me. Riled up and displeased, she gritted her teeth while checking from time to time behind her back. Her displeasure was understandable, as she believed that since Felix could beat an epic beast solo, wasn't even easier for her team to do the same? After all, she had 6 bloodliners under her thumb and all of them weren't too shabby. Unfortunately, that thought was utterly extinguished from her mind after her team got played by the serpent without even wounding it that heavily. Right now, she wanted nothing but to beat up Felix for baiting her into that death trap. She already placed all the blame on poor Felix, who had no idea about any of this. Charming Sky's personality was still as irresponsible and egoist as ever. She would rather blame innocence than take the blame on herself. That's too unfortunate for Charming Sky. Zoe shook her head and highlighted Charming statics on the screen. She pointed at the energy index and explained, "She consumed too much energy during that fight. Her energy now is not even 30%. If she won the battle, that would still be all right." She sighed. But now, she is definitely eliminated from the wager. There is nothing much she could do. Although the spectators were disappointed at her early disqualification from the bet, they still cheered for her since she gave them a terrific fight to watch. Though it was more like a one-sided slaughter, it was still pretty entertaining to watch. After a while, Charming Sky could be seen having a really tough time in the maze while acting frugal with her remaining energy. She kept her guard heightened to the peak, not daring to underestimate anything. Heck, even one bullet could straight out kill her. She had not a single defensive passive or active ability. The only thing that set her body apart from commoners was the physical enhancement after she reached the first stage of replacement. Nonetheless, that buff meant jack shit in front of those traps and other players' attacks. Before, she was acting cocky because she had her minions with her, protecting her on the journey. But now, she could only rely on herself. "I will use alluring perfume for a bit. I don't feel safe at all. I need meat shields." Desperate and quite terrified of the creepy silence around her, she leaned against a wall and activated the ability, which allowed her to gather that many men around her this early in the game. Whoosh! An invisible pinkish smoke began to exude from her body's pores like she was releasing her natural fragrance. This smoke, unlike Felix's aura, didn't stop within few meters but kept spreading wider and wider until none of it was near her. The bait was laid bare. The only thing left was for men to smell it and see if their mental defenses were enough to protect them from its enchantment. If not, their fates were known already. After a while of waiting, Charming began to lose hope. She understood that her ability was not foolproof, as it couldn't continue spreading to infinity. Rather, it had a limited range as well, just a quite wide one. Based on her cheapskate use of energy, this range shrunk even further. Thus she knew that her attempt was merely a shot in the dark. Pitter, patter. Suddenly, a clear set of footsteps echoed in Charming Sky's ears, akin to heavenly bells ringing to welcome her into its gate. She never thought in her life that the sound of walking would appear pleasing and lovable until this moment. Please be a frontliner player. Excited and somewhat hopeful, she rushed to the corner of the wall and peeked at her prey with one eye. "Hello there. Too bad." A simple, easygoing greeting sent her into the depth of despair. She knew that men controlled by her ability were not supposed to speak. This meant the player in front of her withstood her ability. Yet, what pushed her even deeper within the abyss was the fact that the damned voice belonged to the player she blamed her misfortune on him. Landlord! Her heart almost leaped out of her throat as she saw him raising his hand. She thought he would launch a surprise attack on her since they were quite close to each other. But he just waved his hand as a greeting. "What's up with you?" Felix approached her casually and said, "I thought you would have a bunch of men around you." Charming Sky wasn't fooled by his nonchalant attitude. She sensed that her life would immediately be snuffed out if he reached her side. So, she stepped back while having the most beautiful smile she could muster. "Stop jesting, Mr. Lord. I am not that kind of woman." She giggled with one hand covering her mouth, and the other low-key removing her high heels. She had to wear a provocative outfit in order for her abilities to take effect much faster without wasting too much of her energy. But now, she started to regret not just wearing sneakers or boots like the rest. Felix didn't know whether to laugh or cry at this sight. He could only speechlessly watch her loosen up her heel strings, clearly planning to bolt from his sight. "It seems like something happened to her to be this fearful." He smirked and created one milky white bomb in his pocket. Might as well enjoy this freebie. Felix never had the thought of sparing her. He was a true gentleman who respected women's rights of equality. Thus, she deserved to be treated the same way he treated men. "Mr. Lord, how about we create a partnership?" Charming Sky extended her hand forward, seeking a handshake, and said with a smile, "With my mental abilities and your legendary bloodline, our combination would dominate this game." She quickly added after seeing that he wasn't responding, "I don't care about the bet anymore. You can obtain all the GP we find." Unfortunately for her, Felix didn't forget the rules of the wager just because she was a beauty with a bit of her skin exposed. Creating alliances to hunt down beasts was forbidden. Felix had no plans to switch to hunting players to appease her. "No thank you." Indifferent, he dropped all facade and threw his bomb as suddenly as his response. Poof! Charming Sky pinched her nose and closed her mouth shut, not daring to breathe in the inducement. However, before she could even exit the white mist that was blocking her vision, a hand suddenly clutched her neck tightly and lifted her in the air like she weighed absolutely nothing. This was the fate of every mental-type player. A total submission under the hands of melee-type players. Just as Felix wanted to snap her neck, he saw her mouthed a word soundlessly as she was being chalked. A bit interested in what she said, he hurled her towards the wall, smashing her body against it. Thud! Arg! A pained groan escaped from her lips as she leaned against the wall with a drop of blood streaking down her chin, coming from her mouth. Felix crouched next to her with one acid bomb hovering near her face and asked, "What do you mean by epic?" That was the word she mouthed earlier. Felix decided to give her a shot and speak her piece since he had nothing to lose but a couple of seconds. However, if she lied to him to buy some time for her eventful death, he didn't mind ruining her pretty face with that acid bomb before killing her. Frightened out of her wits by his thuggishness, Charming Sky didn't even wipe the blood from her mouth as she began explaining with a bit of difficulty. "You were right. Cough. I had 6 men with me before, but they all died after they failed to slay an epic serpent." She increased her pace after seeing the bomb etching closer to her face. "Please let me go. I can lead you to it." Sob, sob. Finally not being able to handle the pressure, her tears started flooding down while sobbing out loud like she was being mistreated. Slap. Just as she wanted to wail to enhance her pitfall appearance, a sudden slap silenced her immediately. "My patience is thin. You better be quiet and lead the way if you don't want your face to melt." Felix knew that she was just trying to gain his sympathy by her appearing as such, but he didn't have time to waste on appeasing her gently. A slap was enough as a shortcut. "Show me the direction." Felix caught her hand and lifted her up. "Ouch!" She yelped at his rough way of doing it, but she could only hide her grievance in her heart and point at the path on their left. Felix nodded his head and ordered sternly, "If you don't want to die by the traps or my bomb, stick close to me." Without giving her a second to comprehend what he meant, Felix pointed his finger at her face, and the acid bomb started hovering slightly near it. Felix was using his energy to control it, just like the way Noah used his energy to carry that behemoth ice mace before. The moment an ability was released from the body, the bloodliner could control it by his energy. Not manipulate the ability itself, but only how it moved. Felix always had a connection with his bombs before they exploded. If it wasn't for so, how was he supposed to blow them up manually? Spooked, Charming Sky gulped a mouthful as she stared at this deadly threatening attempt. She understood clearly that the moment Felix turned his head and didn't see her behind him, he wouldn't hesitate to pop it off. But what did he mean by getting killed by traps? If we walked slowly, we don't have to worry about Tach. Before her mind could even process what he meant, she saw him sprint on the path, leaving her behind. Speechless and quite scared at the bomb exploding abruptly, she chased after him with one hand waving frantically. "Wait for me! Turn left." "No, wait, I think it's right." Charming Sky immediately apologized with her hands folded after seeing Landlord's fists clutched tight. She knew that he was livid at her direction mistakes she kept repeating over and over again. This was already the fifth one. Felix didn't mind the first time, but after it happened twice, thrice, and it kept going on, he began to feel cheated honestly. After all, he activated his heat vision to its full potential more than twice now. But still, not a single sign of the serpent she spoke about was in his vision. He couldn't help but doubt her a bit and think that all of this was just a farce to prolong her life. "Oh yes, we are near." Charming pointed her finger at an image on a wall and explained with relieved expression. "I remember that picture clearly, as I leaned on it to wear my high heels before." She moved past him and said with a confident smile, "Please follow me. The beast is only a few hundred meters ahead of us." Felix unclutched his fists and decided to trust her words one last time. If it turned that she lied to him again, he wouldn't hesitate to explode that acid bomb on her face. "Lead the way," he ordered with a frigid tone. Charming wasn't bothered by it, as this time she was certain about her direction. Without further ado, she walked with haste, unworried about stepping on the traps. She was certain that Landlord had an X-ray vision, as each time they were in front of a trap, he warned her before they bypassed it. Now, although she was leading the way, she was confident that Landlord wouldn't let her die by them. Otherwise, who would show him the path? If only she knew that Felix's ability allowed him to see everything within 100 meters diameter for a couple of seconds, she wouldn't be that cocky on her worth. He could simply ditch her and find the beast by himself, but Felix didn't want to go that far unless she fucked it up. His mental energy and time would be consumed if he decided to go solo from henceforth. So it was better to let her lead him on. "May I ask you something?" Charming Sky gathered her courage and laid out the confusion that was eating her up since the moment she met him. "Why weren't you affected by my perfume ability?" She tilted her head and added, "As a poison element user, I doubt you have any mental defensive abilities, right?" "Oh? You mean that disgusting scent I followed? Hell, I thought it was coming from a beast." He looked at her strangely and said, "I have no idea where did you get that confidence to call that smell a perfume." "Screw you. I asked you why you weren't affected by it, not to humiliate my ability." Charming Sky snapped at him, uncaring any more about his threatening acid bomb. For a woman like her who relied on beauty and charm in her daily life, to get her ability that was more like a body fragrance degraded like this was intolerable. "Huh, I was just being honest." Felix chuckled at her tantrum and answered her previous question. "As for how I bypassed your ability control, it was simple actually." He asked her first, "Does your ability need to be absorbed by the body to affect the host?" Confused at where he was getting at, she nodded her head in agreement. "It must be smelled to be specific. That's why it is called perfume." "That's your answer." He shrugged his shoulders and didn't add anything extra to it. It wasn't his problem if she understood what he meant or not. He already entertained her inquiry for quite enough. After seeing that he wasn't planning to explain himself, she didn't bother to continue her questioning. However, her mind was at full capacity trying to figure out his meaning. For a shrewd fox like her, who relied on intelligence and beauty to battle, she easily figured out his meaning by connecting the dots together. First, She recalled that Felix had an advanced or even peak resistance to poison based on what she had seen in the first game. This meant that her perfume ability was resisted by his body after it got labeled as poison, even though it was a mind-affecting ability. After all, her ability needed to be smelled in order to take effect. In other words, absorption was a must. Displeased, she frowned her eyebrows at this conclusion. She knew that her bloodline was full of limitations since it was a low-tiered for such a good element. The beast she merged with might appear strong and unique in the eyes of commoners, but only she knew that wasn't even true. The high-tiered bloodlines she saw in her clan had mental abilities stronger than hers by far. Lucky bastard, if I had epic rank tier 3 bloodline, my controlling abilities would straight out target your brain without this absorption bullshit. Irritated, she increased her speed, wanting to get rid of his smug face as fast as possible. In her mind, that was how she pictured his face. Indifferent, Felix chased after her, disinterested in finding out the reason for her weird behavior. After a couple of minutes, the same massive intersection, which was connected to multiple paths, appeared in their point of view. Oh! Surprised by the looks of the serpent, Felix raised an eyebrow. It turned out he fought this beast before in his previous life, though he was more like a spectator while his clanmates were the ones fighting it. Am I allowed to leave now? Charming Sky asked with a hushed tone while hiding behind a wall a couple of meters away from him. The serpent truly scared her shitless to act like this even though they were quite distant away from it. Felix didn't even turn his head and glance at the scaredy cat. He just waved his hand dismissively, shooing her away. However, she didn't move an inch. Cough. Can you remove the bomb, please? Oh, I forgot, my bad. Felix chuckled at her displeased expression and snapped his finger. His sudden action made her heart skip a beat. She reflexively closed her eyes with her hands raised in front of her face, expecting the bomb to explode. Yet, the only sound she heard was Felix's footsteps as he approached the serpent with his hands in his pockets. She opened her eyes to this sight and stood stunned in her place. She thought before that he would ask her about how the battle went, and decide whether to fight the serpent or not after hearing her minions' tragic fates. But it turned out he wasn't even interested in gaining an understanding of the serpent. Cocky moron, she sneered. Just because you have a legendary bloodline, you thought this battle will be easy? She sat down with her back glued to the wall and gloated. I can't wait to see your arrogance shatter to pieces. Her plan to bolt after he released her was totally ignored, as she raised her fist in the air while cheering out loud. Fuck him up for me, blindy. Her fear of the serpent was instantly replaced by kinship to the point she even gave him a pet name. She truly wanted Felix to die as horrible as her minions did. Just as Felix tried turning his head to glance at that troublemaker, an ear-piercing alert resounded throughout the entire maze. Peep! Peep! Without a second wasted, Felix retreated away from the serpent. He knew that his body would freeze immediately after the alert finishes. He was not a fool to stay in close proximity to the serpent when that happens. After all, Zoe explained before that beasts were completely free to move during the shuffle duration. Before long, Felix stood in the middle of the path away from the walls. He didn't know if the walls were going to shuffle by moving around, or they would all disappear and reposition randomly. Regardless, the safest place to stand was away from them. If it wasn't for the serpent sitting on the open intersection, he would have chosen that spot. Charming Sky rushed to his side and stood next to him. Her thought process was completely different than Felix's. She believed that others would be able to spot them after the walls reshuffled. This meant bad news for her if they saw her all alone. So, it was in her best interest to stick next to Felix and give them a false sense of partnership. Even though she didn't want to admit it, she understood that his name was enough to deter 80% of the players. If Felix had his attention on her, those pathetic attempts to take advantage of him would not be missed by him. However, his focus was entirely on the walls around him. How could he miss this chance to mark new prey without wasting his mental energy? You focus on that direction. He pointed a finger at his back without turning his head. Charming Sky understood what he meant and fixed her head in that direction. Their heads might be frozen in the shuffle, but their eyes were free to roam. Peep! The moment that last alert was heard, the maze rumbled akin to a 7.5 magnitude earthquake struck its core. The walls which were towering over them kept shaking as they split up into multiple parts. Each one moved in a different direction and got affixed with other parts, creating a new wall that led to a totally new direction. Felix and Charming Sky stood like ants between those behemoths moving around in a specific order. Suddenly their eyes widened in horror, as two parts of the wall were heading towards them without any plans to change direction. They were going to get sandwiched by them. Felix the First never thought you would die like this. Even in this messed up situation, Asna didn't forget to take jabs at him. Felix, uncaring about her mocking tone, kept staring at the wall that was closing in with his heart about to leap out of his throat. Fuck me! Just as the wall was about to make contact with his face, his body turned illusionary, bypassing the wall in one piece unharmed. The audience and Zoe laughed at this sight that was happening all over the maze. Felix shouldn't feel that bad, as some players teared up or even pissed their pants in fear of being squashed to paste by two walls. Not a bad prank, honesty. Instead of being furious at being played like this, Felix just chuckled in his mind. For Felix, who pranked his cousins at least hundreds of times in his childhood, this meant that he was more tolerant to others pranking him as well. He wasn't a cry-baby to throw a tantrum over such a harmless prank, especially when he did the same to others. That being said, Felix's reaction was an exception, as those players, who were publicly humiliated, did not see Zoe's prank in a favorable manner. Each one of them had their own way of getting their revenge. The first and most straightforward method was to deny her interview after the game ends. Zoe had no idea that her prank had just resulted in creating mass enmity. She didn't inform them about their bodies turning illusionary, so she could display the sign to the spectators. In her mind, it was simply a harmless prank to bring some laughs. Too bad, she underestimated the reaction of the players. It was beyond her wildest dreams that some players would actually piss themselves due to horror. But who could blame them? To see yourself getting turned into a paste without the ability to move or the luxury to scream was a fate far worse than falling off a cliff. Haha! Felix, you should have seen that man in front of us. He was really crying his eyes out. Asna guffawed as she rolled on the bed. Being reminded of so, Felix turned off his infrared vision to be able to see the faces of players within his line of sight. After all, his passive showed him only black and white colors. It wasn't optimal in this scenario. 12 players, 3 partnerships, and 2 alliances. He swiftly figured out the composition of those 12 players in front of him. Every 2 players marked a partnership and 3 players or above marked an alliance. Not a single one of them was going solo. At this point in the game, meeting up with at least one player was normal. Since this game supported alliances, there was no reason not to group up and kill beasts together. As long as the exit was not found, the partnerships were as solid as a rock. Just like Felix sizing them up, they were also doing the same. The only difference was that Felix had absolutely no clue about their names, while they had instantly recognized him. His hoodie with that smirky emoji gave him away. Regardless of being close to him, no one had the thought of meeting up or challenging him. They would be glad if he treated their existence like dirt and ignored them. They just wanted to hunt rare beasts peacefully. But one of them had a totally different approach, as she fixated her delighted eyes on Felix. Hee hee, let's see if you are going to reject me again, Mastermania. A beautiful lady with shoulder-length silky smooth black hair and wearing a tight purple leather outfit smirked in her mind. She tried to look behind her back to gaze at Mastermania, who stood with focused eyes at those in front of him. Turned out he was this near to Felix. Yet he didn't even know about it, as Felix was in the direction his partner was responsible for. Felix also had no idea that Mastermania was in front of him due to the same reason. But honestly, even if he knew, he was completely disinterested in fighting it out with that phony. His ears were too precious for him to expose them to that cringy drama queen. If before, he planned to kill him to bump up his popularity, now it wasn't even worth the effort of listening to him reciting rehearsed catchphrases for his fans' enjoyment. Fighting with idols was always a pain in the ass, not to just Felix but to every player. But some sacrifices were required to obtain that fast popularity bump. After 10 seconds exactly, the entire maze's walls were all pieced up together, reshuffling everything: paths, puzzles, riddles, traps, positions, beast positions, and more. It was like they just dropped in it without any idea where to go and where to step. Felix massaged his neck after gaining mobility again. He turned around and saw that Charming was stretching her sexy, exposed legs in front of him with a playful smile. Yet, Felix's indifferent expression didn't change a bit, as Asna's legs were by far the sexiest and prettiest legs he saw in his life. In comparison to Asna's ones, Charming's legs truly appeared like wooden sticks. She must step up her game if she wanted to tempt him. "Remove your sticks from my face and tell me how many players you saw." "Stoic," he ordered her while tapping on his bracelet, trying to create his own alarm on the shuffle's alarm. Dumbfounded, Charming Sky froze in her position, not knowing how to react to him, resembling her most prized asset to sticks. "Sticks, sticks, sticks," he kept repeating in her mind, and each time it sounded more humiliating than before. Abruptly, a finger snap near her face brought her back to reality. She looked at Felix standing before her with a bomb in his hand. "Don't make me repeat myself. Tell me the number, and get out of my sight." His frigid voice made her realize that he was not joking around. Irked at his rough way of speaking to her, she threw her hair behind arrogantly and told him the number while walking away from him. "I saw 6 players grouped up in front of a rare beast and 2 others with wounds on them." The moment she put a significant distance between them, she gave him the middle finger and bolted away, not planning to stay near to see his reaction. "That girl is truly a piece of art," Asna sneered sarcastically. "Whatever, let's go search for that serpent." Unbothered, Felix reactivated his infrared vision and pushed it to the limit to survey 100 meters around him. Although the maze shuffle hid the serpent's whereabouts, Felix was confident in finding it again faster than before. After all, no matter how large the displacement was, it would never go beyond 100 meters. As he assumed, the serpent was lying in the same position, coiled around itself 70 meters away from him. If his infrared vision didn't belong to a primogenitor, a supreme being, Felix would have found it difficult to spot the serpent, as it had cold blood instead of hot one like the rest. The waves of energy the serpent kept releasing were more than enough to give itself away. He licked his lips in anticipation and sprinted towards his prey. It was time to make the terror serpent realize that Felix was the alpha serpent in this maze. A couple of 100 meters away from Felix. "Guess who I just saw?" Curious, Mastermania turned his head and glanced at his partner. "Who?" She moved around him with her hands folded behind her back. But she didn't say anything. She simply kept smiling mischievously, trying to get him more curious. Too bad. Her attempt backfired as Mastermania turned his head away and continued walking forward with a disinterested expression. He already had his fans on his back to entertain, and he wasn't in the mood to entertain another one. So his curiosity dies as fast as it appeared. "Come on. Don't be like this." The girl chased after him and said with a smug smile, "Hee, I saw landlord." She lifted her chin, waiting to get praised over her effort. But the only thing she received was a frigid look she never expected would appear on Mastermania's handsome face. Shaken, she gulped and narrated everything she saw without having him say anything. He was standing with a girl, probably his partner. I didn't see her face as she was looking in another direction. Distance. He approached her with an ever-growing chilling aura. Meanwhile, his face was as aloof as ever, not showing a single hint of emotion. Even that frigid look was a slip that he quickly hid. Now his face appeared the same as always. Yet she found that his entire demeanor was completely different. He resembled a suppressed volcano that was about to erupt at any moment. She backed away from him and leaned against the wall. She avoided eye contact and answered with an uncertain voice. "I think between 200 meters to 300 meters? Slightly irked at this distance, he tightened his fists for a second, then released them with a long exhale from his nose. He understood that to reach Felix, the distance would widen from what she said to 600 meters or even a km. The twisted and complex paths were no joke, as they need through multiple ones to reach the position she saw him at before. However, would Felix stay in his place and wait for them? Not a fat chance. This meant the task of finding him would only get harder and more troublesome, since Felix could be at this point anywhere in a 1 km radius in front of them. My dear fans, I think it's time to pay a visit to Landlord. He moved away from his partner and put his hand on his shadow. He still owes me a handshake after all. He smiled and called out loud, "Emerge and hunt down my enemy." Shadowlings. 20 centimeters human-shaped shadows started to arise from Mastermania's shadow, creating ripples each time one of them appeared. The sight resembled baby turtles coming out of a shallow pond. Mastermania's fans cheered at this sight with flushed cheeks in excitement. They recognized this ability, as he used it before to locate the beasts around him. Although before, the number of shadowlings he created was few in comparison to this army that he kept creating nonstop. They knew if he released them all, Felix's position should be found effortlessly. Simply because those little things could sense shadows and travel through them unhindered. If Mastermania released only tens of them, the entire area around him would be under his surveillance. Don't even mention the hundreds that he just created. I think this should be enough. Mastermania lifted his hand from his shadow and eyed with a hint of elation at the little things bouncing and colliding with each other. Despite wasting 45% of his energy to create this staggering amount, it was all worth it in his eyes if he managed to locate Felix. He might not have said anything when Felix humiliated him, but his heart was never settled about the treatment he received in public. He was dying to pay him back in the most humiliating way possible. This opportunity couldn't be missed no matter what. "Go!" he ordered. The shadowlings collided and stomped on each other while they moved towards the shadows in the walls. Mastermania displayed a small smirk as he saw his babies submerge themselves in those shadows until not one of them remained near him. "Let's follow them, Miss Sassy." He brushed his palms together and walked step by step towards the previous position Felix was at. Miss Sassy nodded her head and followed him with a blush, moved by his handsome visage and charisma of dealing with his injustice first before focusing on the wager. Meanwhile, the fan club of Felix and Mastermania all held their breaths in eagerness and anticipation for their idols to clash. The only downside about the epic fight that was about to happen was that Zoe had the camera focused on Princess Bird. But they couldn't boo her about it, as the princess was about to fight an epic beast solo. A fight worth watching more so than Felix's battle against the serpent and the upcoming idol clash. Simply because she was a legendary bloodliner as well. And every player with a legendary bloodline was a primary focal point for the camera. The only reason Zoe wasn't paying attention to Princess Bird before was due to her slaying rare beasts with one ability. Nothing more, nothing less. The fights were boring and quite lackluster. But now, the spectators would fray her alive if she switched the camera to anyone. Not even for Felix. They already saw his bloodline and understood everything about it. The only things that were still piquing their interest were his last ability and new inducements. However, they would rather watch the infamous Princess Bird in action than to watch him terrorize the blind serpent. They did not doubt that Felix would bully the serpent even though they saw how strong it was. After all, the Iron Titan was by far the strongest epic beast in the maze, yet he still demolished it solo. Their memory was still fresh on how it went. 10 meters left and Princess will come face to face with the glacial bane tree. Zoe brought the camera closer to the beast to highlight its strange features for all to see. The beast had a body completely made of crystal see-through ice. But the strange thing about it was the fact that its shape was based on a maple tree. Roots, branches, stems, and even leaves were made of ice. If anyone saw it without knowing that it was a beast, they were going to definitely assume it as a tree sculpture. What you are seeing right now is the famously known dual elemental beast, Zoe said. Whoa, it can use ice and plant elements. That's so nutty. I understand the ice element, but how is it going to use plant element as well with those features? The spectators couldn't help but let out gasps of exclamation and wonder at Zoe's declaration. It was clear to them that the beast was an ice elementalist. However, they just couldn't figure out how the plant element was going to be used by it. After all, there was not a hint of greenish color on its body. Everything was ice-based, even its interior. Interior. They gaped with bulging eyes at the interior of the beast that was in full display, trying to see if he had any organs. Nonetheless, they couldn't see a single one, not even its heart. I wanted to explain why the glacial tree had no organs. But Princess Bird is about to make a move. Zoe brought the camera to Princess and said, "Everything will be clear after this fight. You just need to pay attention, and don't forget to cheer." The spectators stopped bothering about the tree and laid their eyes on Princess Bird, waiting and hoping to be amazed. Princess Bird didn't disappoint their expectation, as, by the time she made eye contact with the tree, she called softly, "Wings of the apex eagle, grace me with your presence." Sapphire apex wings. Her exposed back suddenly began to morph and warp, as flesh was torn and blood streamed down. Whoosh! Sapphire feather-like wings protruded from her back, extending for at least 1 meter on each side. If it wasn't for the blood staining its breathtaking outlook, the sight would appear more pleasing to the spectators. Blood? The spectators quickly focused on her facial expression, trying to see if she was in pain from the process of morphing. Yet, her lips and nose, which were in the open, didn't even quiver. She simply flapped her wings once and all the blood on it was hurled in every direction. However, this was not what amazed the viewers, but actually how the feathers of the wings got hardened like sapphire gems before she flapped her wings. No wonder they were named as such. It turned out that her wings might appear feather-like, but they were actually made out of sapphire gems. And what's even more shocking was her free control over its transformation from feather to gems, and vice versa. Before, they didn't see her use any of this, as she simply threw sharp feathers from her hands, like throwing daggers at the rare beasts, killing them in an instant. Even when she met with a player, they simply bowed their heads and left her alone, not daring to attack and offend her. Heck, she even met with a 4-players alliance before, and still, they let her go peacefully without raising a fart in her presence. Her background was too large for commoners like them to mess around with. It was better to treat her as air in this game and play with each other. Their understandable cowardly behavior made it harder for Princess to show anything else besides feather spray. Thankfully, she finally met with a beast on her league, forcing her to pop out one of her hidden cards at the start. How is this fair? The spectators shouted at the sight of Princess Bird, soaring 80 meters above the tree. If it wasn't for the blue barrier blocking the sky, she could have gone further up. Regardless, just 80 meters was enough to brutalize the stationary tree without any way of retaliation. Princess could literally just keep hovering like this and spray her feathers at the tree until it dies. Damn it! If the fight is going to be like this, I should have focused on Landlord. Regrets began to wash over Zoe, as she saw Princess Bird began to flap her wings in direction of the tree, sending a shower of hardened sapphire feathers at each flap. Phew! Phew! Just as she assumed, the tree did nothing but defend by creating an ice wall in front of it. Yet, the wall cracked after 2 volleys, and the third did the finishing blow, leaving the tree exposed to Princess. Sigh, whatever. It's better if she wrapped this out fast, so we can catch Landlord and Mastermania battle at Lo. Just as she tried to switch her vision to Felix, so she could check up on his ongoing battle with the Terror Serpent. Her mouth parted at the horrifying sight of the tree's icy leaves all pointing at Princess Bird akin to sharp daggers going for the kill. The tree revolved its body twice, from the base of its stem until it couldn't add any more pressure. The tightness of its action caused cracks to appear on its crystal-like body. Yet, the tree didn't seem to mind, as its focus was clearly on the princess. The pointy leaves were the perfect proof. Whoosh! Then out of nowhere, it relaxed its body, causing the branches to spun once, releasing hundreds to thousands of leaves in every direction. Left, right, ground, and especially the air. The leaves blackened the entire area with their numerous numbers. Phew! 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 Princess Bird didn't even attempt to dodge, as it was simply an impossible endeavor. Thus, she hardened her feathers and hugged herself, not exposing a single inch of her petite body. Her defensive maneuver helped her resist the barrage of the leaves easily, as they didn't manage to leave even a scratch on the wings. However, she was still affected negatively by them in another form. The spectators watched her body nosedive towards the ground under the rain of leaves. After all, it was only common sense for her to drop immediately after she stopped flapping her wings. Smash! Her wings took most of the fall damage, leaving her unscathed. But nothing saved her from feeling dizzy after this hard collision. Ouch! My head is about to split. Pained from the sudden headache, she hugged her head with her eyes closed shut. She wasn't worried about the tree making a move on her, as she was confident in her wings' defenses. Too bad. The hundreds of sharp branches extending towards her said otherwise. Princess Bird kept massaging her temples, unbeknownst to the great danger fast approaching her. Zoe and the spectators kept shouting for her to be careful. Knowingly, their voices weren't going to make a difference. I will make you pay for messing up my bangs. Displeased, Princess Bird touched her long bangs that were now completely in disarray, a vast difference from their previous silkiness. One could only wonder if it was her confidence in her defenses that let her have this laid-back attitude or simply her arrogance and stupidity. Regardless of both reasons, the branches already reached her and entangled the wings by rolling around it continuously until it was under a secure grip. Before Princess Bird could even comprehend what happened, the glacial tree recalled its branches rapidly, bringing her with them akin to a spider pulling a cocooned prey to its grasps. Oh! Princess Bird could only let out a delayed yelp after the deed was already done. Zoe and the spectators were honestly quite embarrassed for her father. After all, for him to get her a legendary bloodline and all the resources needed for her integration. Yet, the result was this trashy performance. They didn't know whether she lacked experience in death and life battles or she simply was that careless to underestimate an epic dual elementalist beast. If she thought that her father would save her from its clutches if things went horribly wrong, then she was truly in for a treat. The SG rules were absolute. No one could interfere from the outside and save her if she was about to die, even if her background was terrifying. In front of the Queen and the entity of the SGA, every background could only bow their heads in submissiveness if they wanted to continue their legacy. Princess Bird is truly in a pinch. Zoe wasn't exaggerating even a bit, as the glacial tree kept creating new icy branches and used them to tighten its grip even further. Although the wings weren't broken or scratched by the continuous assault of the leaves, Princess Bird wasn't having the best of her time by getting strangled like this. What do I do? What do I do? Her brain was working on its full capacity to get her out of this miserable situation. However, nothing concrete was found yet, as every other ability she possessed was not equipped to handle this kind of attack. A while passed by, and the scene was still the same, Princess Bird getting absolutely owned by the glacial tree without any way to retaliate. If it wasn't for the wing's overpowered defenses, she would have turned into a corpse by now. Nonetheless, that wasn't far off, as Princess Bird began to have difficulty breathing. The tightness of the branches, plus her hardened wings, didn't allow a single oxygen molecule to bypass their heavy lockdown. The spectators couldn't help but worry about her well-being at this point. Never in their wildest dreams would they have thought that a legendary bloodliner could be dominated like this. As far as they saw in the majority of the games, a legendary bloodliner either dominate his opponent or retreat to safety when shit gets worse. Just like Felix's battle against the Titan. It was clean and neat. Thus, their confusion and worry were understandable. They honestly didn't know anymore whether to believe that her Sapphire Apex Eagle bloodline was terrible or her lackluster battle experience was the cause of this situation. Whatever it was, Princess Bird must think of a solution swiftly if she doesn't want to die in such a humiliating way. Damn it! Papa and sisters must be watching the stream now. I can't let them see such a disgraceful battle. Otherwise, I won't escape getting extra practice drills added. Princess Bird felt a shiver on her back as she recalled those drills. She shook her head firmly. I would rather feel the pain of morphing twice than practice those drills. She took a deep breath and said softly, "Retract wings." Suddenly, under the eyes of everyone, The wings which were being entrapped by the branches disappeared into light particles, leaving the branches in a fixed position. If they were made of rubber, they might have instantly snapped on Princess Bird after the wings' disappearance. Alas, ice couldn't stretch or retract. Thus, Princess Bird immediately fell downwards, escaping the damned tree clutches. However, the glacial tree proved that it was worthy of being an epic beast, as it reflexively sent the rest of its free branches at her prey that was nosediving. Sapphire apex wings. Princess Bird called out loud without even turning her head to check on the fast-approaching branches. This time she winced in pain, as the wings came out of the same wounded spot on her back. Blood and flesh were hurled everywhere yet again. No wonder she didn't want to use this strategy until she was at end of the rope. Who would want to torture himself twice by this messed-up ability? However, desperate times called for desperate measures. Princess Bird should feel blessed that her ability allowed her to remove the morphing. If those wings were based on mutation, then her fate could be far worse than wincing. The glacial tree didn't stop its attempts of trying to recapture Princess Bird, as it kept sending branch after branch. However, Princess Bird wasn't a fool to put herself in the same position. Her wings kept flapping rapidly, like a graceful butterfly moving from one place to another unpredictably. Not a single branch managed to touch her clothes in the process. The spectators had to admit that her dodging techniques and style were by far one of the best they saw. A total opposite of Landlord's monkey-like dodging techniques he showed before. She is finally out of the tree attacking zone. Zoe was the first to celebrate with her arms raised in the air at the sight of Princess Bird whizzing away from the range of the branches. The spectators followed after and cheered as well. Is she going to turn back and take her revenge or retreat? Zoe's eyes lightened up and said, "She is turning back. No one dares humiliate the royal family of the Maganda tribe and live to tell the tale." Princess Bird hovered at the same height as before, but this time she kept a quite large distance between the tree and herself. "Let's see how you deal with this." She raised her hands in the air and called softly, "Furious tornado." Whoosh, whoosh. Her wings' flapping speed increased, and with each flap, a gale of wind could be seen heading towards the glacial tree. The gales kept adding up on each other and whirling around the tree, creating a furious tornado enclosing it in the center. Even so, Princess Bird didn't stop adding gales at the already behemoth tornado. She wanted to make sure that every branch, root, and leaf snaps into pieces, so she could have an easy time dealing with the stem. Cracks. The noise of ice cracking and shattering kept resounding in the ears of the spectators. Yet, they didn't cheer at all, as the sight that greeted them was more shocking than Princess summoning a towering tornado. The glacial tree was rejuvenating every broken part of its body at the speed of light. The glacial tree's broken body parts kept healing at plain sight. Shattered leaves were renewed, broken branches recovered into becoming a whole, and the cracks on the stem withdrew rapidly, leaving a smooth-looking surface. The spectators drew a deep breath at such a busted rejuvenation speed. They knew this battle was going to be a long one unless Princess Bird found out the weakness of the glacial tree. Although the tree seemed like it was part of the immortal-type beasts, the spectators couldn't help but doubt its truthfulness. After all, those kinds of beasts were famously known for having a moving core inside their bodies that held their souls. However, in the case of the glacial tree, the interior was fully exposed to them, and so far not a single hint of a core was seen inside. Thus, the beast definitely belonged to another type. They just didn't know which one. Thankfully, they had Zoe, whose eyes never stopped scanning the battle, the stream, and the audience's facial expressions all at once. She had to, otherwise, she might miss the best opportunity to sound her explanation without appearing out of the picture. This is the reason why the beast had no organs. She paused for a bit to heighten their curiosity and said, smiling, "Because it belongs to the parasite-type beasts." The spectators immediately recoiled from their seats at her mentioning that damned type of beasts. Some of them were even about to spew fire from their eyes. Who could blame them, though? The parasite-type beasts were infamous for causing the biggest and most impactful damages during the historical humans' war against beasts. It was common knowledge in the human race like 1 + 1 = 2. Billions of lives lost single-handedly due to those parasites that could enter the brain of humans and consume their memories, obtaining full control over their personality, bloodline abilities, and even their element, fully disguising as the real thing without a single flaw. One could only imagine the fate of the human army when one of those parasites took control over a high-ranking personal. This was the reason they were hated to the core by everyone. Because just one of those parasites had caused a mass genocide of 100 million at once. Such a dreadful history should not be visited again. Irked and livid, the audience began booing out loud with bloodshot eyes at surprisingly the glacial tree. Although they knew that it was simply a digital version of the real thing, their suppressed rage was uncaring about it. They just wanted to vent, and vent they did. The stadium rumbled and shook under their harmonious booing. Meanwhile, the spectators in the chat kept spamming only one word. Kill! Pleased, Zoe sat in her chair with one leg above the other with a slight smirk. She had predicted this outcome, but she was glad about it happening. In her eyes, as long as those were not boos directed at her, she would gladly listen to them all day long. After all, the MCs were getting paid commissions based on how hype and active the spectators were. She would be a fool to miss such a juicy commission. However, Princess Bird's fight was still a priority. Thus she stood up and lifted the mic close to her lips. I understand your rage and fury, but instead of booing for a digital being, she suggested with a smile, why not cheer for Princess Bird? Who knows, your cheers might actually be the fuse that allows her to win the fight. The spectators, just like puppeteers, did exactly as she said without second thoughts. The boos were replaced by cheers and chants, rocking the stadium even further than before. Hee hee, another bonus. I might actually get paid double than my previous game. Zoe's smile widened until it became a satisfied grin. She then stopped bothering about them and refocused on the ongoing fight. It seems like our princess still didn't realize that she is battling a parasite-type beast. Zoe shook her head at the sight of Princess Bird continuous spamming of furious tornadoes and feather sprays. She understood that as long as the parasite wasn't killed, the tree would keep healing itself back up without effort. The parasite's ability to steal its host element and abilities was not a joke. It was clear that the tree was a plant elemental-based beast, and the parasite was an ice elemental beast. Thus, after it consumed everything about the tree, it became a dual elementalist with that kind of shape. Princess Bird soon began huffing with drops of sweat dripping down her chin. Her reckless use of energy began to take a toll on her body. It appeared like she consumed more than 70% all at once for her to sweat and huff like that. What's the deal with this thing? Why can't it just dies already? She stopped throwing abilities randomly and simply hovered in the air, eyeing the tree waving its branches in the air, like it was mocking her pitiful attempts. It does not have a core, either vital areas to target. So what the hell is it? She scratched her hair in irritation. I should have paid more attention to the bestial terminology in class. There was one way to find out, I guess. I hope 2 seconds is enough. She pursed her lips and removed her bangs to the side, exposing sapphire-like hexagon eyes. They were shaped exactly like gems, breathtaking, and unique. The spectators were shocked at her eyes, and more so at the reason for her hiding them. Who was in his right mind to not display such beautiful eyes to fish for appreciation? However, those thoughts dashed as soon as they appeared after seeing tiny drops of blood began to stream from them. Found you, little thing. Princess Bird returned the bangs in their position immediately after getting what wanted. Her wide smile plus the blood streaking down her cheek drew a creepy sight. But she was unbothered by it, as every time she used her passive predator sight her eyes bled due to not being able to handle all the tiny minuscule details it kept providing the brain. Her passive was exactly like Eagle's long-distance eyesight, but more advanced as it showed everything like it was mega-zoomed. Not a single strand of hair could miss her sight even if it was hundreds of meters away. Don't even mention the parasite that was hiding at the bottom center of the tree. As for the bangs, they honestly had no meaning besides stopping others from seeing her eyes. She was sick and tired of everyone's flattery every time they laid their eyes on them. It's time to end this. She spread her wings wide, displaying their enchanting beauty, and pointed her finger at the tree. Dazzle! A sudden beam of bluish light was projected at the tree, hiding its existence from everyone. The spectators stared in disbelief at that beam of light. They couldn't comprehend how was she able to use such ability when her element was clearly wind-based. After all, she kept spamming tornadoes. However, before they could even break out of their shock, they heard Princess Bird proclaim out loud, "Sapphire Tornado Technique." The beam of light was replaced with gales of wind, followed by sapphire sharp feathers. Their combination created a towering blue tornado that had hundreds of feathers revolving around its center, and especially the tree. Slice, slice. The tree's most prized rejuvenation ability wasn't actually used. Its body parts kept being slashed and sliced into halves by the speeding feathers akin to knife-slicing batter. Yet, the parasite was as unresponsive as ever. The spectators couldn't understand what the hell was going on, but they just watched with excited expressions and cheered on Princess Bird to destroy the beast once and for all. The blue tornado answered their wishes, as it ripped the glacial tree from its roots, bringing it along in its whirling journey. The parasite that was hiding at the very bottom of the tree within thousands of icy roots was exposed in the open to the horrifying array of feathers. It kept squirming like a worm trying to activate its rejuvenation ability, but to no avail. Slash. Its fate was decided the moment it was exposed, as it got sliced into half by one passing feather. Its defenses were truly garbage. But it was understandable, as the universe didn't give this type of beast such hateful characteristic without such a massive weakness. Shatter. The tree broke into small pieces, then into light particles after the controller was dead. Princess Bird stopped the tornado from raging, as it kept consuming her energy every second it was active. Without further ado, she dove down and removed the damned wings as well and sat down on the ground, taking large breaths each time. She really spent everything she had to win the fight. Not to mention she used all of her abilities plus even her technique. My papa is definitely going to punish me. Saddened, she sulked while wiping the bloodstains from her cheeks. She knew that her performance was beyond trash, and there was nothing much she could say to explain herself. However, the spectators didn't share the same view, as they were astounded by her fascinating abilities and techniques. To this point, they still had no idea what was her true element. They assumed it was wind-based because she used tornadoes, but that beam of light raised some doubts. Zoe didn't keep them wondering for long, as she took a deep breath and explained what exactly happened during that battle. Before you understand her abilities, you must first know her elements. She swiped her finger at a small screen and displayed all of Princess Bird's known information in plain sight. There was no reason to hold back anymore. She then pointed at the two logos of elements. One had the shape of a wind gale, and the other had a hexagon shape. She is a dual elementalist, a user of wind and gems. The spectators either had shocked expressions or knowing smiles at her revelation. After all, not everyone was unfamiliar with Princess Bird, as some minority already were fans of her and followed her through those few games she played. Yet, they didn't have a club like Felix or Mastermania. They were too few to have one. Thus, they had no plans to further increase their fandom by exposing Princess Bird's abilities to all. The Sapphire Apex Eagle is one of the few dual elementalist beasts that use wind for offense and mobility, while gems for defense and beauty. She highlighted all of the abilities she used and explained only Dazzle. As for the other two Sapphire Apex Wings and Feather Spray, they were self-explanatory. Dazzle is the ultimate ability of her legendary bloodline. It blocks anyone who was exposed to the beam of light from using their abilities temporarily, whether passives or actives. She raised her voice higher after seeing their looks of understanding. That's right. The reason the parasite couldn't use her rejuvenation was due to it. A truly befitting ability of the gems element. After all, gems like diamonds, ruby, and sapphires were known for two things: dazzling beauty and hardness. This further explained why her wings had such overpowered defenses. The spectators figured as much from her clarification, and actually even more so, as they managed to understand that Furious Tornado was actually her permanent ability that she etched in her 1% after breaking through the first stage of replacement. Plus, it must be an ability from a legendary bloodline as well. It was pretty clear after she combined Furious Tornado and Feather Spray, creating Sapphire Feather's Tornado technique. It was common knowledge that the only way to create techniques was to combine two different abilities from different bloodlines. It didn't matter if it was a passive from Tier 1 bloodline, combined with Tier 7 active bloodline. Princess Bird obviously got this technique from her father instead of creating it by herself. The process of creating techniques was far more deadly than one could understand. If it wasn't so, bloodliners wouldn't bother competing to join strong clans. But that was another matter entirely. After a couple of minutes of sitting, Princess Bird finally stood up with hands on her knees as support. She was truly too tired to make any large movement. However, the epic chest was still in front of her, gleaming with a purplish light. Princess or not, nothing beats the feeling of obtaining a reward by one's own effort. Thus, she was pretty excited to open the chest. Not to mention the fact that she was probably going to be the first ranker after obtaining the points inside, surpassing Felix. She smiled cutely and walked towards it under the cheers of the audience. This was it, the moment they were waiting for. An actual normal opening for an epic chest. The way Felix kept opening them traumatized them greatly. At this point, they just wanted for Princess Bird to open it normally without any dramatic additions. Am I going to be rewarded with 1500 GP or more? Princess Bird extended her hand with anticipation clearly written on her face. Boom! However, a sudden explosion in the sky made her pause her action and glance at it. It wasn't only her who had their attention stolen by the explosion, but every player was affected by it and lifted their heads as well. Landlord has obtained 1400 GP from an epic chest. The moment their eyes landed on those streaking bright words, breath refused to come out of their parted lips. They didn't believe their eyes, neither dared to. The implication was too horrifying for them, especially the hardcore players who were in the wager with Felix. 1400 GP. Their minds did a quick calculation and realized that he had a whopping 2900 GP. This was just from those highlighted ones. God knows how many he actually had. What a monster. Thank God I left his side. Charming Sky's eyelids closed, trying to hide that hint of dread in her eyes. She knew that he must have slain the terror serpent to get that many points. She just didn't think it would be this fast. Heck, it wasn't even 20 minutes before she left him alone, to actually murder the serpent that brutalized her minions in that small window of time. She honestly had no idea what to think of him anymore. It seems that the wager ended pretty early. TSK, it wasn't even a competition, but just one-sided bullying. Her thought was exactly what coursed through everyone's minds. The players who didn't participate in the wager with that monster rejoiced and laughed out loud at the misfortune of those stuck-up hardcore players. They truly wanted to see their facial expressions right now. They were certain that it must be a screensaver-worthy picture. They were definitely correct in their guess, as the majority of the wager participants either crouched down with their heads lowered or screamed and punched anything in plain sight. Their faces were clouded with despair at the thought of losing all the points they worked hard to obtain. It turned out, Miss Figure wasn't the only one who was acting as a GP farmer for Felix. But even them. Ha 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 ha. Serves you right. Miss Figure wiped her tears of joy at the miserable fate of those bastards who laughed at her before. The rest of her party didn't interrupt her good mood and left her to laugh to her heart content. After a while, she left a few chuckles and kept on moving forward, avoiding any beast she met like they were plagues. She wasn't a retard to fight them just to end up giving everything to Felix. In fact, she never touched a single beast or chest since the moment she dropped in the maze. That was the real reason why her party was pleased with her. She never contended with GP for them. The only thing she asked for was the right for a single item from the chests of the hidden compartment, which was honestly pretty unlikely to happen. Hidden compartments weren't like cabbages in a market after all. Heh, GP farmer? In your dreams. She smirked. Meanwhile, Princess Bird kept standing in front of the chest with her head lowered, hiding her expression from everyone. Her clutched fists were the only indication that she was extremely displeased. Honestly, it was quite understandable. After all, she struggled and used everything to slay the beast. In the end, the joy of bragging to the rest of the players was robbed from her by Felix. Now, even if she opened the chest, it wouldn't have the same flavor and effect. The players were already shocked by the fireworks twice. It wouldn't matter much if she added the third one. "Landlord, you hateful prick." She lifted her head and eyed the chest in front of her with her small fangs baring slightly. The spectators felt a sudden chill after seeing that look. Their gut feeling screamed at them that the next view wasn't going to please them. Too bad. Their instinct wasn't gaslighting them. As Princess Bird lifted her petite leg and struck the chest wide open in such a forceful manner, the lid bounced 2 times before getting fixed. "No! Kill me already. Is it too much to ask for a normal opening? Landlord, you demon, I curse you." The spectators were truly about to lose their shit at Landlord's constant meddling in their entertainment. Although Princess Bird was the one who kicked the chest open, they didn't blame her nor get mad at her. They understood that she wanted to vent her rage of being robbed, and the poor chest was simply the only target that was on her sight. What truly caused this farce was Felix's long-distance meddling. The bastard didn't let them enjoy their time even though the camera wasn't on him. He was truly like a ghost haunting them down. Phew! Boom! Bird's Call has obtained 1450 GP from Epic Chest. Just as the players regained their wits and wanted to continue their journey, a second explosion in the air stopped their footsteps. They gulped and raised their heads with stiff expressions, scared that Felix did it again. But after seeing the owner of the third fireworks, their tense shoulders eased up a bit. They knew that Princess Bird had a legendary bloodline just like Landlord. Thus, if there was anyone in the maze who was capable of repeating his feat, it got to be her. As Princess Bird expected, their reaction was quite lackluster, as they soon ignored the bright lights and continued moving forward, hoping to luck out on the exit. At that point, none of this bullshit points competition would matter anymore, as the championship was always the best reward in every game. That concluded Princess Bird's camera time. Zoe smiled and suggested, "How about we watch Landlord's replay on his fight with the serpent?" Felix's fans screamed their lung out in approval, while the rest murmured and mumbled like a bunch of tsundere. Indifferent to their opinions, Zoe tapped on Felix's small screen and dragged her finger left. A few seconds later, she paused the replay and sent it to a large screen with her finger. The audience chatter immediately shushed down after landing their eyes on Felix sprinting with a clear destination on his mind. They couldn't help but be amazed again at his all-knowing eyesight. They clearly noticed that the serpent was 70 meters away from him in a straight line, but with the complex path added, the distance should be doubled or even tripled. Yet, he still managed to easily figure out the correct path. They wondered that if the bet wasn't holding him back, would the game end in 30 minutes if he used this busted ability to spot the exit? Soon, they removed those meaningless thoughts and focused on the upcoming battle. Felix and the serpent had only a wall separating them. However, they waited and waited, yet Felix still didn't move from his position. He was probably planning on how to slay the serpent. Zoe drummed her fingers on the commentary desk and added, "Let's skip it." Good thing she did, as Felix moved from his position exactly 4 minutes later, holding sky-blue bombs in his hands. Delighted and excited, the spectators began their guessing game on what kind of inducement was the blue one. The majority believed that it was a dehydration inducement due to its color. But the rest argued that it didn't make sense, as the serpent was a desert-based beast. Thus, its body was equipped with dehydration countermeasures. If not, surviving in the desert was wishful thinking. Soon, they stopped bothering with guessing and just focused on Felix, who was approaching the serpent on his tiptoes, trying his best to make his presence hidden. A smart move, but would it actually work? Zoe smirked and explained, "The terror serpent ears can spot the tiniest vibration in the air. This meant the moment he entered its range, he would be noticed." She chuckled. Unless he stopped breathing, he could forget about ambushing the terror serpent. Her words proved to be right, as, by the time Felix's foot landed on the territory of the serpent, It turned its head instantly and gazed at his direction with its creepy whitish eyes. He truly got spotted red-handed, akin to a thief. But Felix just shrugged his shoulders and threw one blue bomb first. Phew! It whizzed in the air, like an unstoppable bullet. However, that was just in the eyes of the audience. As for the serpent, it simply waved its long tail from left to right, creating a screen of sand in the process. The bomb landed on it and never made a sound again. Felix snapped his finger, trying to manually explode it, but still no reaction was shown inside the sand screen. Indifferent to his attack getting blocked easily, Felix kept creating bombs and throwing them periodically. He didn't care about wasting energy, as he had to make sure that the serpent stayed in a defensive position, so it wouldn't create a desert and burrow underneath his feet. At that point, the fight's difficulty would truly increase by tenfolds. Therefore, he had to be on offense all the time while making sure to try his best and enter the 8-meter diameter as quickly as possible. His poisonous aura and super strength were the keys to winning the battle. It seemed that Landlord was pulling all stops to approach the serpent. Zoe zoomed the camera on the serpent's scales that were opening up one by one and smiled wickedly. But life isn't that easy. Felix's bombs did create some trouble for the serpent, as it had to constantly create sand screens to protect itself from them. Its senses kept sending warnings to avoid the bombs at all costs. Nevertheless, it still could open its scales one by one and create a desert again. It might not be as fast as before, but at least the environment would be on its side. Beasts that relied on elements as their source of power were at their strongest inside the same elemental environment. Felix knew so as well. Thus he had to end this battle before the desert fills up the open intersection again. Landlord was truly struggling to get closer. He knew that his inducement aura was the only way to inflict damages to the serpent. The spectators thought so as well. They were not blind to not see that Felix's bombs were absolutely useless against the serpent-tight defenses. As, no matter how fast he threw his bombs or how random and unpredictable his throw was, the serpent easily spotted and blocked them with sand screens. The loud air vibration those bombs were making as they coursed through the air was deafening in the serpent's ears. What made the situation even worse for Felix was the continuously increasing sand under his feet, akin to a ticking time bomb. He knew that time wasn't on his side. As the more he delayed the battle, the further his chances got reduced to land a deadly blow on the serpent. However, the serpent's never-ending slithering wasn't making it any easier for him. As the harder Felix tried to approach the serpent, the faster the serpent slithered away. Just because it was a beast, it didn't mean it was a fool to not understand that the bug in front of it was trying his best to close the distance between them. Therefore, it did the complete opposite and made sure that his presence was kept at least 20 meters away from it. The spectators couldn't help but appreciate the serpent's intelligence. It might not be the same as higher-tiered beasts that had intelligence comparable to humans or even surpassing it. But still, it was enough to put Felix at his wit's end, not knowing how to continue this battle forward. It was as clear as daylight that his fighting style was completely countered by it. The only reason this battle was still in this statement was due to his never-ending chase and smart way of utilizing the limited number of bombs. If he stopped his offense for even a bit or dropped his guard, the serpent wouldn't hesitate to launch a deadly counterattack. Not to mention pulling all stops and opening up every scale on its golden body to fasten the desert creation. Hence, his only option was to either retreat from this battle and fight another time or rely on a miracle. The spectators believed that Felix was definitely not going to escape since he clearly opened up the epic chest that was guarded by the serpent. This meant he killed it using his ultimate ability. That was the only plausible reason in this scenario. Excited, their eyes shone with anticipation, waiting for him to unveil the strongest ability of his unique bloodline. It was finally time for their patience to be rewarded. Guesses and small bets, as always, were hurled around the stadium, trying to figure out the ability nature. Was it a morphing type like Princess Bird? Or elemental type? Heck, it could even be a mental type. It all depended on the abilities pool of the beast. The possibilities were limitless. Unfortunately, they waited and waited, and still nothing broke those two's stalemate. The only thing that was continuously changing was the desert on the floor that was about to reach Felix's kneecaps. Why was he still not using his hidden card? Zoe pressed a finger on the upper lip, confused by his stinginess to save up his strongest ability even on this unfavorable condition. Doubts were slowly sneaking up her mind that Felix wasn't actually an origin purity bloodliner, but was still on the greater purity. Her doubts were thoroughly understandable, as there was simply no other reason besides so. After all, Felix Literary spent the last 6 minutes doing nothing but wasting his energy by useless bomb throws. If he had any hidden card, he should have used it by now and not hide it like this. Since he was doing nothing but harm his chances of obtaining more GP from other beasts for absolutely no reason. The energy was a precious resource in every game that shouldn't be wasted wantonly. Just like in Princess Bird's moronic fight. She wasted at least an extra 40% energy, simply due to her lacking battle experience. If she used her brain for even a second, she wouldn't have showered the glacial tree with feathers and tornadoes recklessly, without understanding the reason for its rejuvenation. But Zoe knew that Landlord wasn't dumb like Princess Bird to not see this issue as well. After all, he won his first game and was crushing this one as well. Something only a few hardcore players were able to do. This made her even more confused. Is he really still on greater purity? She shook her head and reasoned. That can't be right. After all, he did kill the serpent. There must be something that we are missing. The spectators shared the same view as her. They didn't want to believe that Felix was actually still on greater purity, yet outperforming peak stage 1 bloodliners. The implication was too shocking, as it meant that he was not just a prodigy but a monster. Although his unique legendary bloodline took some of his credit, that didn't change the fact that he was outshining everyone on the game. Wasn't Princess Bird the perfect proof? She had a legendary bloodline as well. Plus, she was a peak first stage bloodliner with a technique. Nonetheless, she had to spend every drop of her energy just to take down an epic beast that was weaker by an inch in comparison to the Iron Titan. Zoe fought the urge to fast-forward this meaningless wild goose chase and jump straight to the climax of the battle, where Felix slew the serpent. Curiosity on how he did it was constantly eating her up. But she resisted it and continued watching the fight with the spectators, commentating on every outstanding play by him or the serpent. The fight might be stale, but it wasn't lacking in aesthetics, as colorful bombs were hurled everywhere, sometimes exploding before they reached the serpent, rising colorful clouds of mist. Suddenly, the serpent that was slithering in circles around the open space stopped and turned its head in direction of a shadow on a wall. It sensed a shallow air vibration coming from that place. However, its worst mistake was focusing on something else in front of Felix. Poof! A blue bomb exploded immediately on its head, marking a clear strike. The spectators stared at this sight with eyes wide open, not knowing what the fuck had just happened. How could the stalemate be broken like this? The terror serpent wasn't supposed to make such a rookie mistake. Their minds couldn't fathom the reason it paused its movement and stared at the wall like a retard. However, the moment Felix spoke out loud, everything clicked on their minds. A chill couldn't help but course through their backs at the thought of Felix's cunning scheme and bold foresight. Took you long enough to make a move, Mr. Mania. Felix turned his head and gazed with a shimmering red light in his eyes at the same spot the serpent was focusing on before. My patience was truly running dry. He smirked and said, however, I have to thank you for creating this opening. I was waiting eagerly just for it. Immediately after, he leaned forward and sprinted towards the serpent that was coiled around itself inside a sphere of sand that kept flickering from time to time, like it wasn't made properly. One could only wonder what kind of inducement Felix used to force the serpent into this defensive position. However, Zoe paused the replay, freezing Felix on a sprinting position, and zoomed at the shadow on the wall, trying to find Master Mania. If this wasn't a replay, she and the spectators could have easily noticed him by using their omnipotent vision before Felix or the serpent found him. But that was only possible when spectating the games live. Nevertheless, there was still a bonus from watching replays, and that was the ability to pause whenever the MC liked and take his sweet time commentating on the battle. Found him! Zoe tapped a spot on the leftmost of the wall, highlighting a human-shaped shadow with a white line. Startled, the spectators gasped at the close distance that was between Mastermania and Felix. There were only 10 meters separating them, a distance close enough to land a deadly ambush on Felix. Who would have thought that Mr. Mania already found Landlord and was sneaking up on him like this? Zoe exclaimed out loud with a hint of astonishment. She truly forgot about Mastermania and his partner who were chasing after Felix before. Who could blame her, though? Mastermania's fans were as silent as a corpse in the chat and the stadium, like they had no plans of speaking about what they saw live. Meanwhile, Landlord's fans were trying their best to not spoil the events that transpired when she and the rest were spectating Princess Bird live. The club leader Emma threatened to kick anyone who went and did so. Those two clubs' muteness caused this current situation of Zoe and the spectators, having no idea that Mastermania, Felix, and the serpent were about to entangle in a three-way fight. Too bad. He must have appeared as clear as crystal in Landlord's X-ray vision. She chuckled and added. He was probably approaching him slowly in the shadows, planning to strike the moment Landlord dropped his guard. She shook her head. Pity. He was simply moving based on Landlord's wishes. Downcast, Mastermania's fans lowered their heads at her words. They knew that her analysis was far worse than what she thought, as they saw with their own eyes how Mastermania was found by Felix before he even fought the serpent. Their omnipotent vision allowed them to track their idle movement constantly, even when he was submerged in the shadows by using his active ability Shadow's Cloak. Thus, they realized easily that when Felix was frozen in front of the wall for a couple of minutes, it wasn't because he was planning how to slay the serpent as everyone assumed. No, sir. The fucker was staring straight at Mastermania, who was 2 walls away from him. They didn't know if his X-ray vision gave him a clear image of Mastermania or just some fuzzy dots. The only thing they knew was that Felix waited a full 6 minutes until Mastermania closed the distance between them, before making his move on the terror serpent. Even a fool would realize that Felix planned beforehand for Mastermania to help him create that slight opening. That thought scared the shit out of them, as they couldn't believe that Felix recognized that his abilities were going to struggle against the serpent, but still went for it, trusting in his guts that Mastermania was going to try and ambush him during his battle. There was no other alternative reason than this. After all, the moment Mastermania stepped inside the territory of the serpent, Felix threw the bomb before the serpent even turned its head. He predicted that it would pause after hearing the air vibration of Mastermania's breaths, and took advantage of that slight chance to finally poison the serpent successfully. Thus, I believe that Landlord didn't want to use his ultimate ability, due to the constant pressure of knowing that he might be ambushed any moment. Zoe raised her nose up slightly and continued her moronic analysis with a smirk. I bet that his ability takes time to activate, leaving him exposed to Mastermania's aggression. The audience nodded their heads in agreement, as this was far more reasonable than Felix not being at origin purity. Let's carry on watching. Zoe sat back on her commentary chair and unpaused the replay. Her eyes brightened up immediately after seeing Felix surround himself in a sky-bluish mist while rushing towards the serpent, which kept moving its head randomly like it was hit by a hammer. A guess already formed on her mind about Felix's new inducement after seeing that sight and the flickering sand barrier between tangible and intangible. Dizziness inducement. It was one of the few plausible causes, since it was a known fact that beasts or bloodliners weren't able to activate their abilities to their full potential if their focus was constantly being broken. However, her guess was completely off the mark, as she heard Felix say out loud, I dare you to use your ears after absorbing my senses disorientation inducement. It turned out, Felix actually straightway used senses disorientation as his first choice instead of paralyzing, sleepiness, and even dizziness. As the owner of the bloodline, he was constantly practicing and understanding the strengths and weaknesses of his inducements. So far, he found that paralyzed bombs were ineffective against large-sized beasts. As for their bodies to be paralyzed, a heavy dose was a must, and the only way to do so was by either relying on his aura or merging inducements. Using his aura in that situation was impossible due to the distance separating them, while merging inducements took a significant toll on his energy. As for sleepiness, he found that it could be resisted, or even broken through if the enemy's mentality was heightened to the peak. The reason why so was that the inducement simply allured the absorber that he was extremely tired and desperately needed sleep. In this sense, the feeling could be resisted, making the inducement fail to take effect. Felix wasn't stupid to risk using this unreliable inducement on the terror serpent. Last but not least, his so-called dizziness inducement that Zoe guessed. Although Felix could have used it, he knew that its effect wasn't good versus the serpent itself. Since it was blind, it was a known fact that dizziness created a false sense that you or your surroundings were spinning or moving constantly and randomly. This feeling was called vertigo. It worked like a charm against Disgraced Face and Battalion, but against the serpent that was blind in the first place, this effect was absolutely useless on it. It was just common sense. In the end, Sense's disorientation inducement was the best possible choice against the terror serpent. The astonishing scene in front of Zoe and the spectators further emphasized this point. As, the moment Felix brought the serpent inside the blue mist, the fight turned into a one-man show. The serpent's biggest reason why it was able to resist Felix's abilities in the first place was its extreme hearing sense. However, after absorbing his inducement, it wasn't able to tell where his punches and kicks were coming from, due to its ears failing to pinpoint the exact position of his attacks. Sometimes the air vibration painted out a clear vision that his attack was coming from the left, just to end up being smacked from the right. The worst part about this was that even its smell sense was failing it tragically, leaving it confused about where Felix's smell was coming from. The terror serpent was now blind, confused, and misled. Plus, with Felix's constant bashing, its mentality couldn't get any worse, making it unable to use its sand element to its full potential. If it wasn't for the desert that it created before, helping it surround its body with barriers of sand reflexively, Felix would have already ripped its head off with his hands. This inducement was truly the terror serpent's worst ban. Despite so, the serpent didn't give up on the fight yet, as it kept whipping its tail aimlessly, hoping to land a lucky strike on Felix. However, he was too elusive to be caught. He knew when to approach and when to retreat. Plus, he continued to confuse the already muddled serpent by mouthing noises and taunts. The serpent knew that its condition was dire. The bug was constantly smashing its sand barriers like they were made of glass, and before long the desert that was facilitating its barrier creation would run dry, and its body would be exposed to his aggression. This might take an hour or two, but it would happen eventually. Thus, it decided to go all out and use its strongest ability, seeking to overpower him at once. Whoosh! The golden sand underneath them started to withdraw rapidly towards its scales. The serpent was trying to recreate the same sandstorm as before, although it wouldn't be as potent as the one it created versus Charming Sky's minions due to the low content of sand in the area. Still, it was enough to rip Felix to shreds. At last! Thank you in advance. Instead of feeling worried, Felix grinned and switched his blue aura to light yellow, making the serpent regain its senses back. But in turn, its body got immobilized. Although the serpent laid on the ground motionless, the sandstorm didn't stop from building up. The cracks on the scales were paralyzed while they were open, so the sand kept on withdrawing without stopping, recreating the same horrifying scene as before. The spectators and Zoe were both confused at this scene. They had no idea why he paralyzed the serpent if its attack wasn't going to be stopped. They didn't know if he forgot that bloodliners and beasts only needed a thought to activate or stop their abilities. So, even if he paralyzed its body, the serpent wouldn't have trouble controlling the element of sand. Heck, it was much better if he kept the blue inducement active. At least, the beast mentality would affect it from bringing the full potential of the sandstorm. Doubts about Landlord misplaying were coursing through their mind. They truly believed that he screwed up big time on this one. However, the moment they saw the hardened sand barriers falling apart rapidly, and Felix's leg that was lifted straight above its head akin to an executioner planning to behead a sinner, dots were connected in their mind, bringing them to one conclusion. The serpent was now completely defenseless against Felix's behemoth strength. Only now did they understand that it was a huge mistake for the serpent to give up on its defenses and switch to offense near Felix. After all, the only reason it was surviving his onslaught was due to its barriers, which were being created by the desert. But after commanding its withdrawal, every sand particle would focus only on entering its scales, completely leaving it naked to Felix's aggression. No wonder he said thank you. It truly did him a favor of not wasting his time and energy. But honestly, what other choice did it have? Its defenses were bound to be destroyed sooner or later. It was just a matter of time. Would it take minutes? Or hours? The serpent was indignant about remaining passive and waiting for damned fate to arrive. Thus, it decided to risk it all in one attack. Unfortunately, it didn't know that the entire reason why Felix chose the blue aura instead of the paralyzed aura was to give it this sense of hope that its final attack could turn things around. Not to mention that he didn't use his full strength in his punches and kicks before, so it would underestimate his behemoth strength. Everything was just a big fat bait to loot it outside of its turtle shells, so Felix could land one single deadly attack to end this battle. He understood that if he didn't bait it out, he would have to fight for at least a couple of hours before destroying its sand barriers. Felix saw it live in his previous life. How of impossible endeavor to kill the terror serpent on its own desert. His clanmates struggled for 6 hours straight before slaying it, and the only reason that happened was that the desert dried out, leaving the serpent naked to their attacks. Felix wasn't stupid to repeat the same mistake. Thus he had to give it a false sense of hope, and the paralyzed debuff wasn't going to achieve so, since the serpent's strongest attack relied on its scales. But when it gets paralyzed, it wouldn't be able to open them anymore, which meant the sandstorm would be countered successfully. The serpent's bestial instincts weren't enough to account for all of this hidden scheming. Unfortunately, it had to pay the price of its decision by facing Felix's 2800 BF leg that could explode its head like a watermelon. Boom! Crack! The golden scales that were protecting the serpent head didn't last for a split second before shattering into small pieces after Felix brought his heel from above, slamming its head into the floor. But he didn't pause even a second to catch his breath, as he continued to land fist after fist on the ruined serpent's head, uncaring about the sandstorm, which was ripping his clothes and leaving long scratches on every inch of his body. Bam! 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 The sound of his fist making contact with the serpent's skull kept resounding thunderously even inside the raging sandstorm. Creeped out, the spectators flinched each time they heard that sound. They had no idea how the serpent's face would be like after he finishes his brutal onslaught. The damned storm and his back were blocking their vision from seeing it. The only thing they managed to glimpse at was the golden blood that was being sprayed and splashed around the area, painting Felix's body with gold and red glimmer after both of their drops of blood mixed up together. Thankfully, they didn't need to wait long as the sandstorm finally broke into light particles, marking the death of the terror serpent. However, before they could cheer for this spectacular replay, they saw that his fists never stopped striking down, even though the serpent's body already disintegrated. It seemed that Landlord was in frenzy trance. Zoe could only suggest that after seeing his strange behavior. She was quite positive about her guess, as she had seen it happen many times before. Players entering a trance after losing the majority of their energy, both mental and elemental. So Felix's actions were excusable in her eyes. He should break out of it after a couple of minutes. Zoe pressed on the small screen planning to skip it. However, her finger froze in a sweeping animation after her top-notch eyes glimpsed at the forgotten shadow on the wall squirm slightly, sending unnoticeable ripples. No one else besides Zoe saw those tiny ripples. The spectators were busy arguing whether the terror serpent was stronger than the Iron Titan based on what they just witnessed. Excited and thrilled, she retracted her finger, not wanting to skip the replay anymore. It was finally time for the idols battle to begin. Although, based on Felix's appearance, Zoe believed that it wouldn't be called a battle, but just a single ambush, turning Felix into a porcupine after shadow spikes land on him. You were a good sport, Landlord, but it's time for you to grace down the stage. Her eyes had a hint of sympathy, as she stared at Felix, who was still punching the floor with bloodied knuckles like a madman, uncaring about his surrounding. Thank you for the chest, Mr. Landlord. Bewildered, the spectators who were in a heated argument suddenly lifted their heads and gazed at the screen after hearing that sarcastic comment. The only ones who didn't bother lifting their heads were Mastermania's fan club. Heck, their eyes were roaming everywhere except landing on the screen to watch their idol. One could only wonder what the hell happened before for them to react like this. Meanwhile, Felix's fans were guffawing and chortling at the sight of Mastermania exiting from the shadows with arms behind his back in an aloof manner. The others near them kept giving them weird glances, not knowing if they were really Landlord's fans. After all, it was clear for everyone that Mastermania wasn't coming in peace. So, why the hell weren't they worried? Mastermania truly struck at the worst possible timing for Landlord. Zoe zoomed the replay on Mastermania's facial features, showcasing a few throbbing veins on his forehead. No matter how much he tried to act aloof and remain calm, his body was giving him away. However, this time it appeared like he didn't plan to control his emotions anymore. He was going for the kill, and he wanted to make sure that it was streamed and captured properly, so no other moron dared to humiliate him in public again. "Nothing personal," he said. It would have sounded more believable if he wasn't smirking slightly as he approached Felix, who was still on a frenzy trance, bashing the floor with blood dripping from every inch of his body. The sound of his punches was loud enough it was heard on the other side of the wall. Spooked out from this horrifying sight, Mastermania stopped advancing after putting 10 meters between them. The image of Felix soloing the Terror Serpent was still playing on his mind vividly. Thus, he wasn't planning to underestimate him. Although it was clear that Felix was a free target to his shadow spikes, he still planned to think this out before committing. After all, his ability maximum range was 5 meters. This meant he had to enter Felix's aura zone if he wanted to attack. I should use Shadowling's cloak as an escape route. As an idol, survival was everything to him. So, before he made a move, he always had to leave a way out, and the Shadowling's cloak was the best technique he bought from his clan for this scenario. Without delay, he created 50 small Shadowlings and ordered them to hold hands, forming a long chain connected with the shadow in the wall and his shadow. No wonder it was named as such. It turned out, the basic idea of the technique was to keep the user always connected with a shadow away from him. So, when things get ugly, he could just submerge in his shadow and reach the wall within a blink of an eye. This technique was clearly a combination of his passive ability Shadow Cloak and active ability Shadowlings. Despite its sophistication, the spectators who never saw this technique before didn't know whether to laugh or cry, as the chain somewhat resembled a safety rope in their eyes. What made the sight even funnier was the fact that Mastermania was taking such an extreme measurement against a mindless player. He is finally making a move. He must be quick. Landlord would wake up from his trance in just a few more seconds. Zoe wasn't kidding around, as Felix was truly showing signs of regaining consciousness. His punching speed slowing down made it quite obvious. Mastermania also didn't miss those signs and decided to stop worrying and just go for it. He narrowed his eyes and held his breath as a precaution. Then he suddenly dashed forward with his palm extended towards Felix. He reached 5 meters instantly. Tisk! However, before he could activate his shadow spikes, he saw Felix pause his madness in a calm manner and snap his finger. Whoosh! An acid-colored aura erupted out of Felix's pores and engulfed both of them in a split second. Oh! Mastermania face couldn't help but twist, as he screamed out loud from having his entire skin being melted. Too bad, he shouldn't have opened his mouth, as Felix threw a light yellow bomb next to his face, forcing him to breathe in the inducement. His face froze in an even uglier look than the time he got humiliated by Felix during the interviews. This time, his mouth was wide open with his facial skin melting down, resembling the mask worn in the movie Scream. Dumbstruck, Zoe, and the spectators' eyes widened at how fast things derailed from their expectations. They honestly didn't know if Felix faked his trance to bait Mastermania or simply he was lucky to wake up right before he got ambushed. Let him go! Felix couldn't help but jump backward after seeing an incoming large-sized fireball. His forceful dodge helped Mastermania leave the range of his acidic aura, as he was merely 3 meters away from its limits. Withdrew. Mortified and anguished, Mastermania submerged himself in his shadow, reaching the wall in an instant after traveling through his shadowling's chain. Although he was paralyzed, he only needed a clear thought to activate his escape ability, and the immense pain he was feeling before was ruining his focus and concentration constantly. Sigh. Why did you have to intervene? Felix dusted his ripped open outfit and stared coldly at Mississippi Sissy right in her eyes. You saved him, but who is going to save you? He created 2 acidic bombs and approached the petrified girl, who only realized that she shouldn't have provoked this humanoid walking beast after the deed was already done. Scared shitless, she kept creating firebombs and throwing them in Felix's direction, hoping to scare him off. Unfortunately for her, Felix easily dodged them by sidestepping continuously. Abilities like those that needed to be thrown were better accompanied by larger strength. Otherwise, no matter how strong the ability, if it couldn't hit the target, then it was as useless as a knitted condom. Mastermania, help me! She yelled out loud while heading towards the shadow in the wall, where Mastermania was last seen. However, not a single sound responded to her cry for help. Agitated, she kept touching the shadow, hoping that Mastermania was merely acting dead to ambush Landlord. You can stop. Felix cracked his bloodied knuckles and said, I saw him leave the moment you saved him. He chuckled mockingly. He didn't even turn his head while doing so. No. You lying. She leaned against the wall with her legs shaking and murmured, We agreed to combine our strengths if he couldn't win against you alone. Nonchalant, Felix cleaned his ear with a finger and said, I don't care about your plan with your lover. The only thing I care about now is to compensate myself for losing 200 GP. Please don't kill me. I can partner up with you. Mississippi Sassy immediately chose Plan C after seeing that her situation was getting dire. She didn't want to believe what he said about Mastermania, but the fact that her crush and partner didn't even bother to make his presence heard was clear proof that he truly ditched her to die. Heck, she even had to give up on Plan B, as she understood clearly that escape against Felix was impossible after she saw his inhuman speed during his battle with the serpent. She truly regretted saving Mastermania in the first place. If only she kept acting invisible like before, Felix would have probably not targeted her. But now, she could only hope that her pitiful look touches Felix's heart and spare her. Too bad. One acidic bomb exploding next to her face removed those wishful thoughts from her mind. Org! She shrieked as she held her face between her palms. Yet, even her hand's skin was corroding as well. The acid bomb was truly the deadliest inducement Felix had shown so far. But Felix could only rely on it against targets who saw his bloodline, since they could easily counter his other inducements by holding their breaths. Meanwhile, acid inducement affected the skin, uncaring about getting absorbed directly into the body system. Plus, it gave another bonus, which was forcing the affected to stop holding his breath due to the pain. Just like what happened against Mastermania. Felix knew that Mastermania was 100% going to hold his breath, even if he saw him with his guards down. Thus, any other inducement would have been ineffective in his ambush. The only downside about it was the unnecessary pain caused for the affected. Felix wasn't that psycho to torture any player he met without a bone to pick with him. Thus, he sprinted towards Mississippi Sassy and immediately penetrated her brain with his index finger, getting her out of that misery. You could only blame yourself for trusting a full-fledged idol. He shook his head while closing her eyelids, hiding her dull eyes. Felix wasn't trying to offset the guilt of killing her by switching the blame or anything. He killed so many times in his previous life, he was already past the stage of feeling guilty after killing strangers in the games. He truly meant what he said to Mississippi Sissy, and for a good reason as well. It was a known fact that idols were split into 2 types. Idols like Felix, who simply play to the best of their abilities, and fans embrace it. Those fans create a fan club on their own and take everything related to their idols on their own shoulders without getting a single cent in the process. On the other hand, there were idols like Mastermania who had their own public agencies. Those agencies were responsible for creating fan clubs, taking care of their social media accounts, helping them gain popularity by spreading their previous highlights, and more of such marketing gimmicks. All of this just to increase the streaming revenue percentage on each game. So for agencies like those, it was impossible for them to invest in a player that had zero sense of safety, or in other words, a reckless, honorable player who wouldn't hesitate to put himself in harm's way for his partner. No, sir. What they want was simply a cowardly player who would do anything to survive without a hint of hesitation, and Mastermania fit the bill perfectly. He was handsome, charming, had cool-looking abilities that allow him to kill, track, and even escape, not to mention his serious take on his safety that was on borders of utter cowardness. All of this made him the perfect example of how a full-fledged idol should be and behave. The only downside about this was the fact that it was nigh impossible for those idols to find strong partners to ally with them inside the games. After all, there were absolutely no benefits in doing so for them. First, the idols always had a big fat target on their head in every single game, making it hell for anyone who desired to lay low when partnering with them. Second, if the MC decided to focus the camera on them, the spectator's interest target would always be the idol. The last, and most important reason, the idols were fucking untrustworthy. If partnering with other players had a 50-50 chance of getting betrayed and stabbed in the back, then partnering with idols literary had 100%, no questions asked. The moment shit gets real, they would be the first to bail without bothering to hide their intentions. So who in his right mind would want to put himself in that position? Mississippi Sassy might have been charmed by Mastermania into forgetting all of this, or she was simply disinterested in researching tips and tricks on supremacy games. Whatever it was, she paid for that mistake with her life. That concluded Landlord's replay. Zoe wiped some drops of sweat on her forehead at this replay that was full of ups and downs. She truly regretted focusing on Princess Bird instead of her gold-laying goose Felix, who never failed to deliver outstanding performance. Let's see how Mastermania is doing after he escaped. She quickly removed the replay and swiped her finger on Mastermania's small screen. Look and behold. Mastermania was wearing a pitch-black outfit that had a hoodie covering his hair. As for his face, he got it hidden behind a pitch-black mask, showing only his bloodshot eyes. He is probably hiding this look. Zoe giggled with a hidden sadistic glint on her eyes, as she displayed Mastermania's face after it got melted by Felix's acid inducement. Ouch! Creeped out and somewhat sympathetic, the spectators drew in a deep breath at the sight of that hideous face on the screen. They knew that Mastermania's agency was going to have trouble recovering from this. Who were they kidding? Their idol face, his most prized possession, was disfigured beyond recognition, leaving him inside the game to roam wearing a mask and a hoodie to hide his burnt-off marks on his head. There was absolutely no coming back from this. The stream chat already spread the image in every corner of the network, making Mastermania a laughingstock to anyone who missed this game. Heck, there were even some who tuned in the stream just because of it. No wonder Mastermania's fans were embarrassed. They already foresaw this happening before Zoe played the replay. The majority of them already ditched the club the moment they saw Mastermania's face melt in front of their eyes. The image was too much for them to handle, while the rest were somewhat hesitant about doing the same, as they knew that Mastermania's appearance would return to its original state after the game was over. However, after seeing the great fanfare his hideous face caused on the network, their hesitation drifted in the air, as they immediately ditched the club as well. Their decision was completely understandable, as, by the time the game ends, Mastermania's face would be planted on every media platform, and there was no way in hell they would stay to associate themselves with him. There was plenty of handsome fish in the sea to support. Meanwhile, Landlord's fans' reason for laughing their asses off before was because Mastermania taunted Felix during the interview segment, saying that he was going to show him a new version of himself. The spectators might have forgotten, but for them, it was always on their mind, waiting to see what he meant by a new version. In the end, the only thing they saw was his face getting melted like that, showcasing a truly new version. It might not be what he meant, but he stayed true to his promise, and that's what mattered. Landlord didn't kill him, but he made sure to destroy everything about him. Zoe sighed and said, I doubt that his agency would keep him around after this clusterfuck. She coughed. Excuse my language. Her prediction was completely right. At this moment, the agent responsible for Mastermania's management was sitting in a half-destroyed VIP room with veins throbbing on his neck and forehead constantly. You fucking retard. Why did you even have to go out of your way and fight that monster? He covered his eyes with his hands, not wanting to see Mastermania's hideous face on the screen anymore. Although he was Mastermania's manager, he wasn't biased towards his own people. After all, they only shared a business relationship between them, and he was definitely not going to get emotionally invested in something that was business-related. The only reason he raged in the first place was because of Mastermania's foolishness of not sticking with the protocol, which clearly stated that he had to avoid fighting with strong players like Felix at all costs. The protocol helped him survive through the games in one piece every time. But he had to act on his own this time and ruin everything they built within an instant. I should probably apply for a newbie player this time, he sighed. At least they would be easier to control. Somewhat calm, he stood up and began fixing his messed-up tie in front of a holographic mirror, displaying his entire body in peak quality. A few moments later, he teleported outside of the stadium. There was nothing much to see anymore for him. The one who he was here for was being showered by mocking laughs and sympathetic sighs. I will make you regret the day you were born. Just wait, you bastard. Mastermania lowered his hoodie even further, hiding his narrowed, bloodshot eyes, and thought, you might have ruined my future, but my agency will make sure to put a bounty on your head if I said so. Although Mastermania knew that his future was doomed inside the agency, and probably even as an idol after what happened to him. But he was still pretty confident that his agency would put a bounty on Felix's head based on his request. It wasn't because he had a high standing in the agency or to help him out of their goodwill. They would do so because Mastermania planned to leave them no choice. If Felix defeated Mastermania and left him be, or even killed him, the agency wouldn't give a crap about it at all. They had hundreds of idols and upcoming ones desperate to replace the older generation. Mastermania was merely one of them. However, when Felix ruined his face, or in other words, his future as an idol without killing him, he created a massive headache for them. As of now, Mastermania's market value was absolute garbage without any way to salvage it. Yet, they still needed to waste resources on marketing and helping him get more exposure just like before. Simply because they were bound by a contract that could be terminated only if he died or broke its terms. Mastermania neither was he dead nor did he break his end of the contract. This meant he was within his rights to benefit fully from their assistance without care if he brought them more percentage revenue during the games or none. He was literally the real meaning of a freeloader, getting all benefits without doing anything. Yet, Mastermania planned to give up on all of this, only if his agency put a heavy bounty on Felix's head. He was confident about them agreeing, as it was much better to lose a couple of $100 million on a bounty than to waste almost $1 billion or more on his marketing. After all, with his cockroach playstyle, he was probably going to survive even the deadliest games. Let's see how you are going to deal with tens of players, aiming at your head in every game you join. He smiled diabolically with half of his mouth exposing his black teeth inside. Good thing the mask hid it pretty well. Otherwise, even the sympathetic sighs he was receiving would turn into disgusting spits. But honestly, if those spectators knew that he was planning to put a bounty on Felix's head, forget about spitting on him, they would throw their shoes, uncaring if they hit him or the ones sitting in front of them. The term bounty was forbidden in the SG platform, and for a good reason as well. Personal bounties on players ruined the gameplay for everyone. The players, the MCs, and especially the spectators. After all, if a player had a 500 million SC bounty on his head, it meant that he was a moving cash pig on the battleground. Any player who killed him would turn rich instantly. Plus, he was not even breaking the rules or anything. He was simply playing naturally. It would be all fine and dandy if those bounties were on top of most hated players' heads. But if the opposite was true, no one would be able to handle the spectators' outrage. There were cases before when players, who had almost billions of fans galaxy-wide, getting targeted by hundreds of players in one game due to having a couple of billions SC bounty on their heads. What else could they do besides dying? No matter how strong their bloodline abilities were, No one could contest against hundreds of players who had the same level of strength as him. So, getting a bounty that big was the same as putting a death sentence on a beloved player for everyone. One could only imagine the outrage those cases caused. If their player died fair and square within the games, they would simply mourn for him a bit and move on. But when his cause of death was a bounty, something that was clearly based on a personal vendetta that had nothing to do with the games, it was unforgivable action. The SG Rules Committee was on the same page with the spectators on this one, as they had officially banned the use of bounties and put strict rules forbidding anyone from doing so. For anyone caught in the act, death would be the least of his worry, as in some serious cases, the punishment could spread to the family members and even the future generations of the offender. The Supremacy Game's integrity must not be dirted by the filth outside of its walls. Unfortunately, regardless of the ban and those heavy punishments, bounties were still being used secretly to this day. Hell, there was even a website created in the dark network to collect those bounties and display them to the players who planned to earn quick coins inside their games. They just had to ask the Queen to find a match from the endless bounties list on the website with the list in the game they were about to participate in. They had nothing to lose at all. They were planning to fight and kill anyway. Better know if they had a bounty head on their game to not miss such a juicy free target. The reason Felix never bothered to check the bounty website in the darknet, although he knew of its existence, was because the first game had only bronze players and newbies that no one would bother to target. As for this game, the wager was his top priority, exceeding even the championship priority. Don't even mention chasing after bounties. Although, it might seem like those rules and punishments changed absolutely nothing. But in reality, they affected only the high-profile players who could cause a massive outrage solo. As for a pleb like Felix who played only 2 games, he wasn't that hot yet for him to cause outrage and force the SG committee to take his upcoming bounty seriously. Thus, he was on his own, dealing with the repercussions of not straightaway killing Mastermania. Just because he wore a mask and had his identity hidden, it didn't mean that he could offend whoever he wished without being dealt with properly inside the UVR. There were plenty of ways to take care of him besides getting a bounty. It just depended if the offended knew about them or not. The UVR and SG were oceans that even Felix with 2 lives was still without a single clue about their infinite secrets. Let's see what Landlord is up to now. After Zoe saw that Mastermania wasn't making any moves, but merely walking towards a specific direction inside the maze, she removed the camera on him, planning to check on Landlord's position and condition after that battle. Peep! Peep! However, just as she tried to swipe her finger, the maze's shuffle alarm resounded in her ears, forcing her to lift her chin and gaze at the automatic reverse countdown on the large screen. 30 minutes had already gone by since the first shuffle. It seems that I lost track of time. She smiled sheepishly at such a rookie mistake and highlighted the current ranking of the wager to attract their attention away, so she could avoid getting bad-mouthed. Rank 1, Landlord, GP, 5300. Rank 2, Bird's Call, GP, 3400. Rank 3, Sprite Visage, GP, 2100. Rank 4, Solar Mist, GP 2000. Rank 5, Hound Stench, GP 1900. Rank 6, Pure Muscle, GP 1850. Rank 7, Charming Sky, GP 1450. Rank 8, Mastermania, GP 1300. Rank 9, Feeling Good, GP 950. Rank 10, Blades Hail, GP 950. As expected, Charming Sky fell straight to the bottom after her attempt to slay the serpent failed miserably, as she used the majority of her energy without any returns. Thus, her disqualification from the wager was normal. Meanwhile, Mastermania fell from rank 7 to 8 and probably would continue falling just like Charming Sky. After all, he had many things on his mind currently than focusing on a lost wager. He knew, and probably everyone else knew as well, that there was simply no way to catch up to Felix after he bypassed the 5K GP mark. Even Princess Bird, who had the highest hope of doing so, was currently sitting on the chest she opened and watching a recorded movie in her bracelet. What else could she do? If Charming Sky had 20% energy remaining, Then Princess Bird was literally broke with only 2% or 3% in her tank. Thus, she decided to chill in her position until the game end. Peep. Immediately after hearing the last alert's warning, Zoe removed the ranking list and switched the camera to Felix, hoping that he was entangled in something worthy to be viewed. Too bad her hopes were dashed after seeing him standing all alone within a 500-meter diameter. There was absolutely no one near him, not even a beast. She wasn't the only one disappointed at this, as even Felix was sighing at the desolate view he was seeing after the walls opened up in order to shuffle. Whatever, might as well sprint towards the chest. There is not much time before the game ends. That was indeed the best current decision to make at this moment. As to reach the chest, Felix needed to run at least for half an hour continuously without pausing to engage in side fights. However, this was an esteemed based on the current path he was on. After the wall reshuffle again, the path might get longer or shorter. It depends on his luck. Plus, his energy was probably not going to support him having side fights anyway after he wasted 40% just to deal with that troublemaker serpent. Thus, Felix had to ignore everything in his path and focus only on reaching the legendary chest. After a while, the walls finished rearranging themselves, leaving the players who were in close proximity to the exit scratch their heads in confusion about where to go. If it wasn't for those shuffles, the game would have ended in the first 30 minutes, leaving Felix and the rest in the wager no tears to cry after throwing the championship for no benefits at all. Thankfully, after this shuffle, the game should last for a while, but only if a player didn't luck out on an ability as Felix found inside the hidden compartment, or teleport near the exit. Who knows, this game might end just in a couple of minutes after this shuffle. Everything was possible in a puzzle-type game. I hope the path shortened or at least remained the same. Felix withdrew the scroll from his bracelet and unrolled it before him. Lucky bastard. Thank God. Totally ignoring Asna's remark, he sighed in relief after seeing that the path towards the chest shortened substantially, removing a quite large amount of twists to make it in a somewhat straight line. He didn't know how long it would take now to reach the chest, but he was pretty sure that it wouldn't exceed 20 minutes. I memorized it, you can go now. Without further delay, he retrieved the scroll after hearing Asna's confirmation. He then stretched his legs a bit and sprinted forward like there was no tomorrow. 15 to 20 minutes of running was quite a hefty duration to sprint in it, but Felix was quite confident in his stamina to pull it off. After Zoe saw that he planned to run directly towards the chest, she switched the camera to a more interesting happening near the exit of the maze. Confused and muddled, her head couldn't help but tilt a bit at the weird ongoing situation that she was watching. The spectators also had no idea what the hell was wrong with the players to act in that strange manner. However, after hearing what one of them said, they couldn't help but drew a deep gasp at such a terrifying scheme, aiming at Felix. Suddenly, a barrage of boos and insults were thrown towards the players responsible for that scheme. The spectators all had flushed cheeks from anger, as they kept cursing at the top of their voice. They clearly didn't like what they saw or heard one bit. Meanwhile, Felix, uncaring about anything, continued his sprint with ragged breaths and somewhat of a shaky form. He was paying attention to only one thing, and that was Asna's voice, as she kept guiding him through the paths. "Are we close yet?" he asked while wiping his sweaty forehead. He already bypassed the 15 minutes mark, and the chest was still nowhere to be seen. Nonetheless, he did meet with a few beasts on the way. For the common and uncommon beasts, he completely ignored them, while for the rare beasts, he only targeted them if he found that he could slay them without being a drag. On the other hand, he never bothered with the players he met on the way. He simply bypassed them without giving a single glance in their direction. The players were quite cooperative with him, as they didn't dare to let a fart in his presence. They merely buried their heads in their chest and submerged themselves with the walls akin to chameleons. They were not acting cowardly or anything, but merely showing Felix his due respect after establishing his dominance inside the maze. The two fireworks were still fresh in their mind. Thus, it was better to not provoke him and continue playing their own game peacefully. "Yep, just a couple few turns and we will reach the X mark." Asna nodded her head and said, "Turn left, right and continue in a straight line." The X mark is at the very end of that line. All right, thank you. After receiving a positive confirmation, Felix slowed his pace gradually until he began jogging in a relaxed manner. His pace switch was a smart move to do since his body desperately needed recovery after his continuous sprint. Felix wasn't stupid to fight a legendary beast while being dead tired. He wasn't even confident in his ability to slay the beast when he was at his peak. Don't even mention doing it in this condition. Legendary beasts were on an entirely different league than epic beasts. If it wasn't for so, the bloodlines of legendary beasts would not have a 10 times market price than epic bloodlines. Felix, who struggled to win against even an epic tier 2 beast, was expecting the upcoming fight to only increase in difficulty, and by a quite large margin. Thus, he was taking his preparation in a serious manner. To the point, he was planning to give up battling the beast if its type was unfavorable against his abilities, such as the mental type. If mental abilities users gave him trouble, then a mental legendary beast could flat out turn his brain into mush instantly. It wasn't even a fair fight. Felix understood that clearly as well. One should always fight based on his strengths and weaknesses, and Felix's bloodline still wasn't strong enough to cover everything, even though it belonged to a primogenitor. The last thing he wanted was to be cocky due to his overpowered bloodline and get himself killed. After a while, Felix reached the end of the path, where the beast was supposed to be. However, his infrared vision only fed him an image of a medium-sized chest, glowing brightly like a mini-sun. As for the beast that was supposed to guard it, it was nowhere to be seen. A bit spooked, he took a step back and pushed his vision to the limit, hoping to spot the beast. He looked to his left and right. Nothing. He looked underneath the ground. Still nothing. He raised his head and glanced above him. Holy shit! Awestruck and somewhat excited, Felix gaped at the monstrous sight above him. He turned off his infrared vision as it was merely showing a red halo around the beast, and not its true shape. Immediately after turning it off, he couldn't help but laugh at the sight before him. Zoe, who learned her lesson of keeping Felix's movement in her plain sight at all times, heard his out-of-place laugh from his small screen. However, before she could even lay her eyes on him, that laugh turned into a joyful, out-loud laugh, then a deranged laugh accompanied by coughs. Now she was truly bewildered and curious about what was going on for him to react like that. She never assumed before that Felix, who never showed an ounce of mercy to anyone, would have such a human-like laugh. Zoe, stop bothering about the happening near the exit and put her entire focus on Felix. What the hell? Speechless, she saw him laughing while pointing his finger at a gigantic pitch-black spider with hundreds of red shimmering eyes all over its body, 20 long hairy legs, and spherical, oversized abdomen. She had no idea what he saw funny about the Tripo Mother Spider, a legendary Tier 2 beast that was known for its fluid control over silk, all-seeing eyes, and especially its deadly venom that could kill second-stage bloodliners with a single whiff. The only plausible reason that came up in her mind was that Felix thought it was funny for silver-ranked game to have such a monstrosity within it. After all, she understood pretty clearly that no one was going to slay this beast or any other legendary beasts inside the maze. Not even Felix, an Origin Purity bloodliner slaying a legendary Tier 2 beast? Anyone who had such a foolish idea in his mind must visit a therapist to check on his mental health. What a joke! The Tripo Spider needed at least a team of 10 peak first-stage bloodliners with abilities that counter its element, just to have a fair chance to slay it. Thus, for Felix, who was all by himself against it, Zoe never entertained the idea that he would fight it. She always believed that he was going to retreat the moment his eyes laid on the mother spider. That's why she never bothered to speak or mention the scroll he found, even though she knew of its content. There was no need to expose him or embarrass him in public, as there was nothing to be ashamed of in his situation. The beast simply surpassed the strength bar in this game by a mile. Too bad for her. Things just got weirder after she heard him say, "So fucking lucky. What the hell is he thinking about?" She murmured under her breath while swiping her finger on his small screen, planning to switch the camera focus from the ongoing happening near the exit to him. "How could you be so lucky?" Surprised, Asna raised an eyebrow slightly at the sight of the mother spider hung upside down with its legs attached to a silky string, coming from its rear. Hee hee. Must be good karma for sparing those players on the way. Felix wiped his tears from laughing that hard and smiled smugly. How could a good-natured person like me not be favored by the goddess of luck? Tsk. She clicked her tongue irritatedly and said, I bet you still will lose this fight even with your poison immunity. Felix stopped joking around after hearing what she said, as he also figured just as much. He might feel that he was pretty lucky to end up with a beast that he was able to counter properly with his passive poison immunity, but it didn't mean it would an easy fight. Not even close. As a veteran poison user in his previous life, Felix had to read and learn about the majority of poison beasts in the known universe. Of course, he wasn't able to learn everything, but still, he managed to enhance his library to include the majority of beasts, which were easily recognizable and infamous, like the Tripo Mother Spider. Thus, he understood quite a few details about it. One of them was the real reason it was named as such after it was discovered. As based on what he read in his clan's bestial library, the mother spider was originally named the Hundred-Eyed Mother Spider. But after it kept causing revulsion, nausea, panic attacks, and more symptoms of trypophobia to the hunters, due to its clustered red eyes, the name was changed to its currently known one. It was a much better term to associate the spider with. Good thing Felix wasn't suffering from trypophobia as well, otherwise, the moment he approached the spider and saw those disgusting clustered eyes, he would probably have a panic attack straightway. How am I supposed to bring it down, though? He scratched his chin and asked Asna, Do you have any ideas? Nope. Useless. Not as much as you, she scoffed. Not wanting to enter another bickering round with her, Felix leaned on the wall, away from the territory of the spider to not attract its aggro this early. He then rested his chin under his hand, pondering on the most efficient method that would help him bring the fight to the ground. He understood that his bombs were totally useless against this beast, due to its high poison resistance. It might not be a total immunity as his, but it was enough to lower his inducement effect duration from 5 seconds to merely 2 or even 1 second. That duration was definitely not enough to land a deadly attack on it while having more than 60 meters separating them. Thus, he had to somehow bring the fight within 8 meters in order to use his aura. After all, it wouldn't matter if the beast had a peak poison resistance. As long as it entered his aura and kept staying in it, the inducement would continue affecting it constantly until it either dies or leaves its range. The only dilemma was how to do so without losing his entire energy in the process. Felix knew that he couldn't repeat the same reckless way of fighting with the serpent, as, just to slain it, he had wasted more than 35% energy. Heck, all the battles he went through since the moment he joined the game didn't even make him waste more than 15%, including the battle with the Titan Iron Beast. But what else could he have done? The serpent wasn't like the Titan, who had such a glaring weakness. Felix had to keep delaying the serpent from creating the desert somehow before Mastermania decided to make his move, and being constantly on offense was the only way. However, the mother spider would never drop from the kingdom of silk it created between two walls and enter a melee battle with Felix. It didn't matter if he threw 1 bomb or 100, it would keep staying in its favorable environment for eternity, not worried at all about wasting its energy on sustaining its silky web, simply because her web wasn't relying on energy in the first place. After all, as a spider-type beast, silk manipulation was an evolutionary-based ability that all spiders had in the universe, whether common ranked or legendary. Thus, freely manipulating silk was natural behavior to the mother spider. It was just common sense. Anaconda strangling its prey was a normal occurrence, but anaconda spewing fire wasn't. However, the bloodliner was able to inherit both of those abilities whether they were evolutionary types or inherited from ancestral primogenitors. The perfect example was the terror serpent that had the sand element. If it was up to the serpent, it would have done the same as the mother spider and created a desert around it, before getting forced to by its enemies. However, it was clearly an impossible endeavor, as the desert consumed a hefty amount of energy each second it existed because it was a primogenitor ability. This was the reason the serpent always had to create it in every battle and also retrieve it, as an intelligent finishing blow. Low-tiered beasts might not be that smart, but they sure had a full understanding of their strengths and weaknesses, even more so than a bloodliner with the same element and abilities. And Felix, who had knowledge of all of this, always made sure to either target the beast's weakness or at least remove a part of its core strength. Thus, before he found a solid plan to drag the mother spider into the dirt with him, he would not move an inch from his spot. The only ones who were unsatisfied by his inactivity were the spectators and Zoe, who thought that Felix was going to show them a heated battle by challenging the spider, or at least make a fool of himself and walk away. But what the fuck was going on here? He was leaning on the wall with a hand rubbing his chin gently and the other in his pocket for over 3 minutes now. If the mother spider wasn't swinging from one place to another silently above his head, they would have honestly thought that Felix didn't notice it and was merely chilling just like Princess Bird. Unbeknownst to them, Felix's brain was working at full capacity, trying to create the perfect plan. In fact, during those 3 minutes, he already found a way to force the mother spider down. Yet, he still preferred taking more time to make his plan foolproof. "Can you just fight it already?" Asna wrapped a curl around her finger in utter boredom and said, "Your plan is good enough to slay it in 10 minutes. Well, it's never bad to think thoroughly about your actions." Felix pulled his hand from his pocket and created one acid bomb. "But you are right," he smirked. "My plan is beyond solid." The moment the spectators saw him creating that bomb, they knew that Felix wasn't planning to give up on the glittering legendary chest. Whoosh! Poof! Felix didn't disappoint their expectations. As he threw the acid bomb towards, unexpectedly the silky white strings glued on the wall. Immediately after the bomb made contact with its target, hissing sounds resounded in the area, like a piece of meat getting fried on a pan. The sound was glaring and loud, forcing the mother spider that was hopping around before to change direction and swing widely from the right side to the leftmost side within a moment. The instant she reached the area where the sound was coming from, she saw with its numerous eyes the silky strings that supported her web snap one by one inside a medium-sized cloud of acid green mist. However, before she could even investigate who caused this mess, the same glaring hissing sound resounded in her ears, coming from the right side. This time, her eyes were able to feed her a scene of a bug at the ground, constantly creating those bombs and using them as a way to ruin her magnificent web. Provoked, her bent pitch-black fangs snapped fiercely, sending sparks in the air, like two pieces of metal grinding against each other violently. Unbothered by her warning attempt, Felix kept throwing bombs at each spot on the wall that had strings attached to. Hissing sounds resonated all over the place, forcing the mother spider to swing around constantly, trying to alleviate the damages those bombs caused by weaving another string and linking it with her web against the wall. However, no matter how fast she weaved new strings and fixed a spot, Felix destroyed her efforts by focusing on the furthest position from her. But what truly made the mother spider livid was that the acid mist didn't evaporate after exploding, but spread apart, covering at least 3 meters around the area of contact, and remained for a few more seconds before disappearing. Those few seconds might not appear much to the spectators, but to the mother spider, they made it hell for her to remedy the web, as it was impossible to weave a string inside that acid cloud. Thus, the ideal positions on the walls kept on reducing one by one, leaving the mother spider, attaching her strings to unfavorable positions, sometimes above the web and oftentimes underneath it. This messed up way of fixing the web destroyed its artistic beauty, and made it resemble a deformed piece of garbage like the web was made by an amateur and not a proud legendary beast. The spectators couldn't help but pity the mother spider, that was seething in rage over having her magnificent creation trashed like this. Even beasts weren't spared from landlord's bullying. Zoe gave a bitter smile and clarified. For Tripo Mother Spider to have its web beauty ruined like this was the greatest humiliation for its species. Landlord truly provoked a beast he couldn't afford to face. She smirked slightly, clearly expecting Felix to suffer in this battle, if not flat out drop dead by one bite from those vicious-looking fangs. Unbeknownst to her, Felix's entire plan was based on enraging the mother spider by ruining her web design mercilessly. If it was another spider species, they wouldn't mind having their web ruined. Hell, they wouldn't care even if it got destroyed, as they could easily recreate another one without wasting a single ounce of energy in the process. However, just like humans, beasts also had a reverse scale that mustn't be touched or insulted no matter what. For the mother spider, it was definitely her web, and the incensed screeches she kept releasing while facing Felix were the best proof of so. Without warning, she jumped from her web and landed on the wall 10 meters above Felix's head. Just because her web was ruined beyond recognition, making her discard it like some sort of trash, it didn't mean that it would jump next to Felix and fight it out with him in melee form. TSK, you should have just saved me the effort. Somewhat annoyed, Felix clicked his tongue while creating inside his oversized pocket an azure blue bomb. He wasn't joking around when he said that his plan was foolproof, as he even prepared a way to negate the mother spider's reliability on sticking on walls. Felix wasn't stupid to not see it happening after he destroyed her web. But he still preferred if she just dropped near him without wasting his time and energy to force it into happening. Careful! Worried, Felix's fan club all yelled out loud at the sight of the mother spider, pointing her rear in Felix's direction, clearly preparing to launch an attack. However, their worry extinguished just as it lit up, after seeing Felix dodge sideways a pitch-black ball that was hurled from the spider abdomen rear. Yet, before they could sigh in relief, another ball was sent, then another and another. It just kept going and going non-stop like a machine gun firing away freely. Nonetheless, Felix dodged all of them easily, not getting affected in the slightest by her offense. The spectators got a bit skeptical at this weird sight. After all, the beast was supposed to be a legendary rank. Thus it was simply impossible for her attacks to be this trashy. Hell, her attack was even worse than some rare ranked beasts they saw during this game. It just didn't make sense. Suddenly, the majority of the spectators recoiled back in their seats with shocked expressions after seeing the pitch-black balls all around Felix, began to quiver silently, not making a single sound in the process. Then, unexpectedly, cracks slowly started to appear and spread on the surface of the balls, making them resemble birds' eggs on the verge of hatching. Too bad for Felix. That was exactly what happened, as the ball that was sent first broke apart, revealing a mini version of the mother spider. Everything was exactly the same, from her clustered red eyes to her bent, fierce-looking fangs. The only difference was the size, as the mini version only had the size of a human adult's head. If this small spiderling was the only one that hatched, the sight might actually appear cute. Alas, the rest of the eggs followed quickly after and began to hatch one by one, leaving the area around Felix surrounded with a sea of spiderlings, which were snapping their fangs continuously in a frenzy. If Landlord didn't escape their encirclement, he would certainly die. Zoe yelled with a hint of excitement and eagerness, wanting nothing more but to see him suffer. She was clearly confident in her prediction. The spectators might not understand why so, since she didn't explain herself, but Felix would totally see what she meant if he heard her, as he also understood that being inside those spiderlings' encirclement wasn't a good thing. Simply because they were not the mother spider children, brainless and plain stupid, but her own self copied with the same abilities and elements. This meant each spiderling could kill with a single venomous bite, just like it was done by the mother itself. With this kind of ability, she didn't need to approach Felix at all, but just keep her distance and send copies of herself to do the deed, as long as the number of copies did not exceed 100, since she could control them by linking each eye with one spiderling. Thus, the army wouldn't be disoriented and in a total mess, but attacking as one and retreating as one. Shrish! Immediately after dropping 100 eggs near Felix, the mother spider's clustered eyes all glowed with bright red light, sending dangerous vibes throughout the air. Simultaneously, the inactive spiderlings all began to make a move. 40% spread apart and surrounded Felix in an even wider circle, standing 10 meters away from him. 30% pointed their rear in his direction and started spewing silky white webs, trying to capture him. Finally, the last 30% jumped with their fangs tips glittering with dark green color, clearly planning to poison him. All of those orders were carried instantly and simultaneously without a single delay, and Felix, who was in the very middle of those attacks, just smirked and snapped his fingers casually like he wasn't in a life-or-death situation. Paralyze aura. Instantly, a light yellow mist emerged from his body's pores and engulfed all of the spiderlings, which were in its range. The ones who were jumping on him stiffened while mid-air. Meanwhile, the rest, who had their rear facing him, froze in their position as well, forcing them to pause spewing their webs. If their webs were an active ability base that relied on their energy, then Felix's paralyzed aura wouldn't have affected their web creation in the slightest, since abilities only need thoughts to be activated and elemental energy. However, the spider's webs relied on their spinneret glands located at the tip of their abdomen, which is part of their body, and paralyzed inducement affected the entire body. Nonetheless, Felix didn't escape unscathed from their offense, as he wasn't able to dodge the already spewed shower of webs. Landlord handled one attack but still got caught by the other. Zoe zoomed the camera on Felix, who was currently inside a tightly sealed cocoon, and shouted, "How would he escape this entropeme?" Before Zoe could even finish her sentence, a cloud of acid mist emerging from inside the cocoon interrupted her. She and the spectators understood immediately that Felix was planning to corrode the cocoon, just he did with the mother spider web. He didn't even turn off his paralyzed aura, as he relied on simply one acid bomb to free himself swiftly. Immediately after breaking out, Felix started to viciously stomp his legs on the spiderlings, blocking his way to the mother spider. Crunch! Crack! Bones were broken and skulls destroyed into a paste. Anything that met Felix's leg had a miserable ending. However, every dead spiderling he left behind him turned into a cloud of mist a few seconds later and drifted towards the mother spider, who absorbed it gladly. A moment later, she began to hurl those black balls again in his direction, forcing him to stop advancing and focus on dodging. He truly should have left them alone and just focused on dealing with the mother spider first. After all, no matter how many he killed, new ones would replace them swiftly, pushing the number to reach 100 again. If the spiderlings just disappeared immediately after dying, the mother spider wouldn't have been infamous for being one of the worst low-tiered poisonous beasts to hunt down effectively without losing too many hunters in the process. Sadly, that wasn't it. The number of the spiderlings never went beyond 100, and also beneath it. Felix knew so as well, thus he completely ignored the immobilized spiderlings near him and drew closer to his real target, trying to use the bomb that was hidden in his pocket as fast as possible. Shrish! However, the mother spider wasn't planning on letting him break outside of the encirclement that easily, as it gave orders to the remaining 40% of spiderlings, which were staying outside of his aura domain, to collect the venom on their mouths and spit it in his direction. This wasn't even an ability but just countermeasurement to Felix's aura that blocked her minions from reaching his side to bite him. Despite her out-of-the-box method of attack, Felix wasn't bothered by the incoming shower of spit. He simply put his arms in front of his face in disgust and dashed right through the salvo of spit, unworried about getting affected by the venom. "The hell is he doing?" Zoe's eyes widened a bit as she exclaimed. No matter how high his poison resistance, it wouldn't be able to fully nullify the effects. Too bad. Her prediction this time was completely off the mark, as Felix broke outside of the encirclement while under the salvo of venom without a pause or letting a single yelp. Speechless, the spectators watched him wipe the dark green spit on his sleeves while mumbling under his breath. "Were you trying to disgust me to the death, or what?" They honestly had no idea if the mother spider venom was overrated, or Felix was simply a monster to have such a high poison resistance that was completely able to negate a legendary beast poison. "Are my eyes playing a trick on me?" Zoe rubbed her eyes awestruck at this sight, not daring to believe it, neither wanting to. Unlike those spectators who had simple knowledge about the mother spider, she had a full understanding of it, just like Felix. It was her job, after all, to have as much information as possible about the universe to be able to commentate professionally, and not stutter like a total amateur. Thus, she was well aware that what Felix just did was beyond amazing and on the border of absurdity. The mother spider poison was able to kill from just a single whiff, don't even mention getting touched by it directly. Even if she added Felix's high poison resistance to the mix, it simply meant that he was able to survive getting killed by it, but not escape the excruciating pain it caused to one's nerves. She couldn't help but zoom on his face, hoping to see if his expression twisted, if just by a bit, to ease her tremulous emotions. Unfortunately, the darkness under Felix's haughty blocked her attempt, leaving gritting her teeth in anger. Bastard! You must have immunity to poison. It can only be so. Annoyed, she bit her lower lip and enlarged the camera again, displaying both Felix and the mother spider staring at each other in silence. It was clear that the mother spider was at her wits' end on dealing with Felix, which was quite understandable, honestly. After all, her greatest strength was based on her spiderling army, but Felix's abilities countered everything she used on him effortlessly, from her silk element that could be corroded easily by his acid inducement, to her infamous poison that was totally ignored by him like some sort of byproduct. If she was dealing with anyone else besides Felix, she could have easily massacred them by just sending a few members of her army. Yet, for this bastard, she literally threw everything but to no avail. Thus, she decided to switch from offense to defense, waiting patiently on Felix's counterattack. Who knows, he might expose an opening in the process. Low-tiered legendary beasts were not mindless monsters, but actually had the intelligence of 7-year-old human, able to have a somewhat clear thought process. But the majority still relied on their instinct and senses for battles, totally ignoring using their brains. Mother Spider wasn't like the rest. She knew when to push and when to retreat. Felix wasn't throwing his Azure Bomb, even though she was clearly targetable, was because of so. He felt that if he rushed his offense and exposed his Azure Bomb to her, he wouldn't be able to get another chance if she dodged it successfully. Hence, the current staring contest between a beast and a human, a strange scene that rarely appeared in any game. Nervous and thrilled, the spectators all went quiet as well. After a short while, the tense atmosphere was suddenly broken by Felix throwing an acid bomb, leaving the Azure Bomb hidden in his pocket. He couldn't handle continuing this staring contest, as his energy kept being consumed each second due to his aura. After all, if he turned it off for even a split second, the spiderlings behind him wouldn't hesitate to jump on him. Poof! The acid bomb exploded exactly on the mother spider's head. It turned out she didn't even bother on dodging his attack, clearly confident in her poison resistance to handle Felix's inducements. Her confidence was well justified, as the acid inducement that terrorized everyone in the game didn't even leave a single scratch on her body. Still unconvinced, Felix switched to sleepiness inducement and threw the bomb again. Just like before, the mother spider remained in her position glued on the wall, totally uncaring about the incoming white bomb. Poof! 0 fucks given by the mother spider, as she breathed in the inducement out loud, making the spectators laugh their ass off at such blatant taunt. If it was just so, Zoe and the spectators wouldn't be that amused. But the mother spider kept tapping her 20 legs on the wall, clearly showing that she was not affected in the slightest by his poison. PFFFFF. Felix, you are getting mocked by a spider, said Asna, laughing out loud. Annoyed by the whole farce, Felix just kept standing on his position with his eyebrows twitching at the sight of the mother spider tapping her legs and pointing one at him, clearly provoking him to send another inducement. Heh! Let's see how you gonna laugh after you absorb this. A smirk couldn't help but grace Felix's face, as brought out the Azure Bomb that was in his pocket. It was finally time to introduce the game-changing inducement that he prepared just for the mother spider. Neurotoxin inducement! He smiled smugly and threw the bomb, not bothering anymore if she would dodge or not. She truly saved him the effort by getting cocky in her poison resistance. Poof! Immediately after the bomb made contact with the mother spider, her legs, which were tapping on the wall, mockingly gave out and spread in a relaxed manner, like she was just doped. Zoe and the spectators choked on their own laughter after seeing the mother spider nosediving rapidly with her legs flailing around without a single control on their movement. However, that didn't last for even 2 seconds before she regained her control and tried to stick back to the wall. Poof! Too bad. A second bomb with the same inducement nullified her efforts, forcing her to continue free-falling. Thud! Her body smashed into the metallic ground, sending a shockwave in the area. 10 meters in height wasn't enough to make her dizzy from the fall. Thus she immediately jumped on all of her 20 legs, trying to return to her favorable position. But would Felix let her achieve so that easily after all the effort he had done? Not in a lifetime. Felix dashed towards her while firing continuously his azure bombs. He didn't stop even when the mother spider was clearly affected again by the inducement. As she leaned on the wall with her legs shaking, trying her best to stick to the surface and climb back. Unfortunately, bomb after bomb ruined her attempts at removing the numbness that she was feeling at the tips of her setchels. Felix chose the neurotoxin inducement just to counter those setchels, which were the source of her ability to have a firm grip on the wall. This inducement simply interferes with the function of the nervous system that carries signals around the body. Thus, each time the mother spider gave orders to her limbs to move, she only felt numbness and irritating tingling, like a colony of ants crawling over her body. The feeling was the same as someone hit his elbow hard with a solid object. That numbness and tingling sensation that followed after was what the mother spider was being affected by. The only difference between the two was that she felt that sensation throughout her entire body. One could only imagine the misery she was feeling now. Some may question that paralyze inducement had the exact effect, but it wasn't really that similar. After all, paralyze affected both the sensation and the movement of the body. Meanwhile, neurotoxin inducement affected only the sensation. If Felix had the option of using paralyze, he wouldn't hesitate for even a second. Unfortunately, paralyze bombs had a small dose to fully affect oversized bodies. After all, paralyze literally affected the entire body, interior and exterior, and 2 whiffs from a bomb weren't going to make it happen. "Is it over already?" Gasps came from the crowd, as they saw Felix's paralyzed aura engulf the mother spider, who was leaning on the wall, still not giving up on climbing it. Sadly, the moment she stepped inside Felix's aura range, her limbs froze stiffly, twitching and quivering from time to time akin to an electric shock coursing through her body. She might be able to resist his bomb inducements, however, Felix's aura was an entirely different matter. Anyone who stepped inside was doomed to perish. "Why aren't you tapping your feet anymore?" Felix cracked his knuckles with a smug smile on his face as he approached the immobilized mother spider step by step. Immediately after reaching her face, which was packed with red eyes clustered in a disgusting manner, he recoiled a step back from the sight. Revolted, Felix curled up his mouth and began punching those eyes, 2 by 2, 3 by 3, bursting them off into a cloud of blood and sticky liquid akin to popping off bubble wraps. Due to his close distance, he wasn't spared from being showered by those liquids. Nonetheless, Felix just closed his eyes and mouth shut and continued his bloodthirsty attack, trying to end the battle as fast as possible. Who knows if the mother spider may pull off something outside of his plan. After all, just because she wasn't screaming in anguish due to the paralyzing effect, it didn't mean she wasn't feeling the pain and the horror of her approaching death. It was a known fact that beasts were most dangerous while being cornered to the limit. Mother Spider was no different. Felix sensed that she would do something to counterattack, or at least stop his offense. He just didn't know when and how, thus he had to make sure that he caused enough damage before so. Screech! 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 Speak of the devil and he shall appear, as the forgotten army of spiderlings, who were standing behind Felix outside of his aura, finally made a move. They kept yelling in agitation while running towards unexpectedly each other. They collided and crashed against each other. Yet, every time it happened, only one spiderling gets left behind. The other one totally disappeared like he just got devoured, and the size of the remaining spiderling was the best proof of so, as it grew from having a human adult's head size to having double that size. However, before this spiderling could even screech at successfully devouring his brother, he got instantly devoured by a bigger version of it. This process of merging kept happening over and over again, until only one gigantic spiderling was left behind. But honestly, at this point, it shouldn't be called spiderling anymore, but mother spider, a new and healthy version of it. Felix's senses weren't wrong in the slightest, as she truly had a hidden card he didn't read about or simply forgot. After all, he read its details long ago, and he was bound to forget an ability or two. It was not like the mother spider was the only beast he had read about, but just one of the tens of thousands. His memory was bound to fail him sooner or later. The only way to avoid so was by asking Asna to dive deep within his memories and bring all the details on the mother spider. Alas, she brutally rejected his simple request of helping him with the plan. Don't even mention asking her to do such a taxing task. Look behind you! Leader Emma shouted out loud until her voice went hoarse, hoping to warn Felix of the danger creeping behind his back. Yet, Felix was deaf to her warning, as he continued to smash eye after eye, totally engrossed in his bloodthirstiness. He was worried about the mother spider making a move, but for those cute spiderlings behind him, he utterly ignored them even though he heard their screeches. He simply assumed that it was the mother spider making her anguish heard using them. Plus he was confident that no matter what they threw at him it wouldn't affect him much. All of their attacks were absolutely useless against him. If they dashed inside his aura, they would get paralyzed. If they spit poison in his direction, they would simply disgust him. As for using their webs, he could simply corrode them with an acid bomb. Felix had everything calculated in his head. Too bad. He was absolutely clueless about the mother spider's ability to merge the spiderlings and create another version of herself. Without making any noise, the second mother spider turned around and pointed her rear in Felix's direction. The spectators held their breaths in anticipation, not knowing what she was planning on doing. Was she going to make a cocoon out of him and drag him away from the main body? Or simply use her silk as a weapon and straightway kill him? Phew! Their thoughts were answered after seeing a long, thick, silky string, resembling a metal rod, suddenly projected at Felix's back. It moved so fast that Felix managed to move only an inch to the left by pure instinct he honed throughout the years. However, his reflexive dodge wasn't enough to get him out of this ambush unscathed. Arg! He groaned in pain while clutching the silky string that just pierced his left shoulder slightly above his lung. His dodge wasn't totally useless after all. What the hell? Just as he tried to rearrange his thoughts after this deadly ambush, the rod that he was gripping suddenly pulled back, dragging him with it. Straight away, Felix unclutched his grip, not wanting to continue getting dragged like this. He knew that the mother spider must not leave his aura range no matter what, or else it would definitely escape upward, and this time there was no way in hell she would let herself get hit by the azure bomb. Ouch! Fuck me. Felix gritted his teeth and stood up with his hand pressuring tightly the gaping wound on his shoulder that was left behind by the rod. Furious at failing her ambush, the second mother spider screeched and sent another thick silky string towards his head this time. Felix rolled to the side awkwardly, dodging her attack by a hair strand. His movement was truly slower than he was at his peak, but it was only a natural outcome after getting gravely wounded like that. Every time he made a large movement, blood couldn't help but gush from the wound down his chest and back. This is probably Landlord's first time getting heavily wounded in his 2 games, Zoe exclaimed with a hint of surprise in her tone. She truly somewhat believed that Felix was an invincible and untouchable player from what she had seen so far. That notion was installed not just in her mind, but in every spectator who followed him through his 2 games. However, after seeing him constantly jump around with difficulty, trying his best to avoid the incoming barrage of those sharp strings, the spell that was clouding their minds was broken. Felix was but a normal player like everyone else. He was bound to get hurt and lose fights as well. Nothing shocking or surprising, especially when he was going against a legendary beast solo. He was literally fighting it using only 2 abilities, while 10 players, combining their strengths, couldn't even touch the mother spider. Please do something. Emma kept on chewing her lips, hoping that Felix might turn the situation around. However, the odds were apparently against him. The second mother spider kept on pressuring him by releasing string after string. Sometimes she even mixed some webs in between, trying to capture him instead of killing him. She had only one thought in her mind, and that was to free her main body from his aura. Thus everything was on the table. Her abilities, which made it difficult for Felix to dodge and counterattack, as each time she threw a web, he had to respond instantly with an acid bomb, exploding it on his body so when the web reached him it gets corroded immediately. If only he was allowed to switch aura inducement from paralyzing to acid, her attacks wouldn't have been causing such trouble for him. However, he couldn't do so, since the main body wouldn't take a single second before it relieved herself from the paralyze effect and climb upward. If that happened, Felix could forget about touching that legendary chest. He would probably find it difficult to even escape in one piece from being in a 2v1. Hence, he must figure something out quickly without using his aura. He was losing blood rapidly from the wound, and if the battle didn't finish ASAP, he would truly faint in the middle of the fight. Sign, I guess only one option left. Poof! Felix exploded another acid bomb on himself, as protection, and did double back handspring, reaching the mother spider's main body in a split second. He gritted his teeth over the sudden pain that assaulted him from his injury after aggrieving it with such a large movement. However, he soon ignored it and jumped on her body, dodging mid-air another string that was aiming at his thigh. The moment he landed on her body, he crouched between her abdomen and carapace, hiding thoroughly from the second mother spider's aggression. After all, she couldn't aim at him without the risk of hitting her main body instead. After seeing that it was impossible to kill Felix anymore, the second mother spider switched to throwing webs again, planning to cocoon him with the main body. Unfortunately, before the web even reached its target, Felix created 2 acid bombs with just a thought, leaving his hands free to strike the abdomen as he pleased. Poof! He exploded one bomb, countering the web successfully, and instantly created another, not daring to stop or care about his energy consumption anymore. The second mother spider was firing web after web continuously, clearly desperate on removing Felix on top of her main body. But who could blame her though? Bam! Bam! Felix's punches were literally causing cracks to appear on the hard shell of the abdomen. Felix didn't want to target this part of the body, even though it had her lungs and heart was due to this hard shell that needed a minute or so of non-stop attacks to just make a small opening. Meanwhile, the head of the mother spider might have those disgusting eyes all over it. Still, its defenses weren't even close to its counterpart. That's why Felix only targeted her abdomen after being left without a better option. He knew that his acid bombs must keep exploding periodically and constantly on top of him, creating a mini aura that acted as a protective shield against those webs. But the cost of doing so was definitely going to put a dent in Felix's energy tank. He didn't want to throw everything on this battle and be left naked after it. Who knows if a squad of 4 or 5 decided to gang up on him after seeing his messed up shoulder. Especially if he met with hardcore players participating in the bet. There was no way in hell they would walk away from Felix, since killing him was equivalent to getting a new chance in emerging as the winner in the wager. In the end, he still went for it, and currently it was working like a charm. As the second mother spider was on the verge of losing her mind after seeing that her main body's abdomen shell was getting fractured from the middle, exactly above her heart. The second mother spider was getting agitated because she felt that her main body's shell wasn't going to last for long. Yet she could do nothing to stop it. Heck, she couldn't even cocoon her main body and drag it away, as the mini acid aura was covering both of them. Screech! Screech! She merely kept moving in circles around the aura and firing her webs, hoping that his mini aura had a slight opening that she could take advantage of. Unfortunately, Felix made sure that it was tight-proof, covering both him and the mother spider fully. Bam! Shatter! After consistently hitting the same spot until his knuckles began to bleed, Felix finally managed to shatter the shell, breaking it apart and exposing her heart that was beating at 186 beats/min or so. It was obvious that the mother spider was scared shitless about her fast-approaching death, and her furious screech turning into pitiful wails were enough as proof of so. Although Felix heard those wails loud and clear, he still gripped his fist tightly and lifted it up expressionlessly. Bam! Without a single ounce of hesitation, he brought it down fiercely, striking the long tube-shaped heart that was extending from one end of the abdomen to the other. Screech! The mother spider made her pained cry heard using her second body after her heart burst into a shower of blood and liquid. However, her wail didn't last for long, before her second body disappeared into light particles, marking the deactivation of her ability. Awestruck, Zoe and the spectators watched Felix withdrawing his bloodied fist from the inside of her body and raise it above his head for a split second as a celebration, still dripping with blood. The battle was finally over. Whoa! Landlord, you fucking monster. Holy shit. Who took a picture of his pose? Send it to me, please. Me as well. I am going to use it as my screensaver. He actually slew a legendary Tier 2 beast solo. Landlord. 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 The silence that was deafening the stadium before immediately was replaced by chaos breaking out after seeing the battle finally conclude in such an astonishing manner. The spectators weren't the only ones who were losing their shit, as the VIP viewers who were part of clans, agencies, leagues, clubs, or even high-ranked players coming to relax by watching a lower yellow game, were tongue-tied and mind-blown by Felix's victory. Before the battle even began, they were even more pessimistic about his chances of slaying the mother spider than Zoe's. They believed that he was biting more than he could chew after they saw him struggle to win against the terror serpent. Yet, it never occurred in their minds that Felix's abilities were pure counter to the mother spider's elements. His acid inducement utterly destroyed her silk element, while his poison immunity allowed him to nullify the mother spider's most iconic poison completely. Thus, the mother spider was handicapped before the battle even began. However, none of them disparaged his achievement of killing her solo due to this, as they knew that countering others and getting countered was a natural outcome in every battle. Hence, no one could rob his victory, not even those high-ranked players. The Green Mamba clan Elder Brandy was sitting as well in a VIP room, spectating Felix from the moment the game started. You forced me here, telling me that he would definitely underperform in his second game. Elder Brandy turned his head, staring at the young man covered in green scales, and chuckled. Is this what you call underperforming, Mirage? TSK, he wasn't bad, I give him that. He is worthy to be an inner member of our clan. Mirage clicked his tongue in irritation over being teased like this by his teacher. Still, the game is not over yet. He gave a half shrug with a smirk and added, his high-profile hunting already made the participants in the wager join forces against him. After he opens up that golden chest, they would definitely rush to snap his head. Indeed, what's even worse is that his condition is not optimal. The elder sighed. He must have used most of his energy by now, leaving him exposed to their aggression. Heh! Don't forget his wound elder. Mirage quickly added. Elder Brandy didn't respond. He simply shook his head lightly, as he gazed at Felix jumping from the mother spider who was breaking into light particles, leaving behind a number shimmering with golden light. 1000 GP? Mirage mumbled the number under his breath after his eyes were drawn to its blinding light. A whopping 1k GP from just slaying the beast. He couldn't imagine how many points the chest that was guarded by it had in it. A hint of jealousy and envy couldn't help but begin to build up in his heart after he calculated Felix's total points. 6,700 GP without even opening the golden chest. Fucking hell, I don't even have half of it in my possession. To actually be a high-tiered gold player, but have less GP than a player on his second game ever, was truly a bit hard to swallow. Heh, don't get attached to them, since you won't live long to use them. Mirage smirked and switched his vision to the middle of the maze, eyeing a gathering of 25 players or such, just standing around a sealed-shut gate silently and patiently, resembling a bunch of guardian statuses. One could only wonder what they were up to, standing near the maze exit like that without battling for the right to be the first to enter it. The entire situation screamed with danger. Yet, Felix had absolutely no idea about any of this, as he simply walked towards the glittering golden chest with a hand gripping tightly his shoulder, applying pressure to minimize any further bleeding. Although the mother spider left a gaping hole in his shoulder, Felix wasn't worried that he would bleed to the death, since his body recovery speed was enough to close the hole if enough proper rest was given. Ultimately, he was an awakened human, who enjoyed some physical perks of the beast he merged with, such as enhanced recovery. It might not be as good as unlocking an ability for it, but it was better than human slow recovery speed. That's why Felix's previous wounds caused by the sandstorm weren't giving him any problems during the fight, as they got healed properly over time. All awakened humans enjoyed those perks as well, just like in the case of Mastermania. Any commoner who had their body skin melted by Felix's acid aura would need concentrated care in a hospital to just stand up again. Meanwhile, Mastermania was seen walking normally like he wasn't exposed to such an attack. If recovery speed was this good for lower-stage bloodliners, one could only guess how good it would be for higher-stage bloodliners. "Are you going to continue hunting?" Asna suddenly asked curiously. "Nope." Felix shook his head. "I am done for now. My energy has reached the red bar. I doubt I would be able to kill another epic beast with it." He tried to shrug his shoulders like he always did, but pain instantly assaulted him, giving him a reminder of his wound. "Plus, my condition is truly not optimal for any more fights." "I see. I guess you give up on the championship then," she said. "Championship, huh?" Felix smiled bitterly while leaning against the chest. If he wasn't hurt like this and had only 20% of energy, he might have gone for the exit now and blocked any moron who tried to use it. Alas, he would rather chill in his place and wait until the game ends than go risk getting himself killed by aggressively hunting others. Felix knew that based on his current condition, he was nowhere near achieving championship unless by some miracle no one managed to find the exit throughout this long period. But Felix wasn't that optimistic about it happening. He was glad that the game was delayed until he secured the legendary chest. He couldn't ask for more. Although not winning the game would deny him from having a wish and delay him from reaching the gold rank faster. Still, Felix was more than satisfied by his earnings in this game. 6,700 gigabytes without opening the chest, or counting the GP of the players participating in the wager. He was damn certain that his total GP was going to reach 20k or surpass it. So, as much as it saddened him to give up on the championship, he wasn't really that annoyed about it happening. He already achieved the target he set before the game. For now, he just wished to take a break and relax a bit until the game ends. He fought for way too long during this game. Well, I don't mind stopping now. I had enough fun. Asna stretched on the bed with a satisfied smile. I'm glad Felix smiled as well. However, it was soon replaced with a grin, as he tapped on the chest with his leg, sending shivers down the spine of the spectators, who knew what was coming. I guess it's time to open this big boy. Just as Felix raised his leg, planning to kick the chest wide open under the cries and wails of the despairing crowd, his AP bracelet suddenly vibrated and displayed a notification, alarming him about the upcoming third shuffle alarm. The timing was truly perfect, as Felix spent about 20 minutes to reach the chest and the rest was spent during the battle. He was quite lucky to end the fight before the third shuffle, otherwise, he would have been forced to give up on slaying the mother spider. Damn, that was a close call. He sighed in relief and closed off the alarm notification. He withdrew his leg and leaned back on the chest again, pausing his attempt at opening it up. The spectators didn't know why he stopped. Nonetheless, they were happy that the inevitable was delayed for a few more seconds. They truly couldn't handle seeing that magnificent golden chest get ruined by his thuggish personality as well. Alas, it is what it is. Meanwhile, Zoe knew exactly why he stopped, as she also made alarm for the alarm, to not get embarrassed over forgetting about the shuffles again. However, she was still confused about his reason for doing so, since opening the chest wouldn't take him even a split second. There was no need to wait until the shuffle passes. However, Felix, unbothered by the resounding shuffle alarm that just went off, kept leaning against the chest casually. Peep, peep, peep. What the hell is up to? Confused, she kept switching vision between him and the reverse countdown on the large screen. 7, 6, 5, 3, 2. Just as the countdown was about to reach its end, Felix swiftly turned around and kicked the chest wide open. Immediately he froze in his kicking position, as the maze began to shuffle its walls, marking the start of the third shuffle. However, no one gave a glance at the walls, which were dancing around the maze harmoniously, separating into halves and connecting to each other randomly, yet with a sense of systematicness. No one paid attention to them, as their focus was captured and entrapped by sudden golden fireworks exploding in the maze's sky. An explosion so big that its bright lights displayed the player's smallest hair skin. The entire maze was brightened up under those fireworks, adding extra beauty to the walls shuffling around continuously. The spectators were stunned speechless by the high-profile way of announcing Felix's successful feat of slaying a legendary beast. They knew that the fireworks were going to be a pleasant and quite admiring view, however. They never expected to be this astonishing. Not in the slightest. Meanwhile, the players were actually the ones who were dumbstruck the most by the sudden explosion. They were just preparing to take advantage of those free seconds of scouting that the shuffle was about to give them. Yet those fireworks exploding exactly before the last alarm peep removed any thought of scouting ahead, as their eyes couldn't help but get drawn to the bright light above them, resembling a sun. Shock, disbelief, confusion, dread, and fear, bone-chilling fear, sending goosebumps coursing through their skin. A tide of varied emotions washed over them immediately after seeing a sentence written boldly and artistically in golden characters, like heavens sending down a decree to mortals like them. Landlord has obtained 3,000 GP from a legendary chest. They couldn't believe what their eyes were feeding them, and they honestly didn't dare to. If Felix merely killed another epic beast, they honestly would have simply either respected his strength or envied him. However, when legendary was written boldly in caps, to further highlight the rank of the beast he slew, they had no thoughts of respect nor feelings of envy. The only thing they felt was fear of actually playing with such a humanoid creature without their realization. Slaying a legendary beast solo. Not in their wildest dreams would they have believed that one of them was capable of doing it. Heck, they weren't even confident in achieving that feat by allying together. Yet here they are, seeing with their own eyes, Felix doing what they thought was impossible. A sudden deafening silence descended in the maze. The spectators were speechless by the fireworks' beauty, while the players weren't able to speak, move, or express their overwhelming emotions. Only their eyes and thoughts were moving nonstop, and each had their own thoughts and views over the announcement. Damn it! How could he kill a legendary beast alone? Father definitely going to compare my battle with his. Annoyed, Princess Bird huffed through her nostrils. Bastard. Continuously making my life hell. If before, she had a chance to talk her way out of her trashy performance, now she was absolutely doomed. After all, in the eyes of everyone, she and Felix both had legendary bloodlines, yet he slew 2 epic beasts and 1 legendary. Meanwhile, she slew only 1 epic beast with extreme difficulty. There was just nowhere to compare their results. Hence, her irritation was quite understandable. Just like before, the shuffle didn't take more than 10 seconds before the walls finished rearranging themselves randomly. In the very center of the maze, a wide-open circular space connected to 4 paths, each leading to the 4 cardinal directions, north, east, west, and south, was packed with 25 players all standing stiffly around a medium-sized closed gate made of the same alloy as the walls, silver and smooth. However, it was shining brightly like a beacon. It was hard to miss. This was the exit of the maze, a closed gate that had to be pushed open in order to clinch the win. From its height and width, it was obvious that pushing it was going to take quite some effort. The players, who were frozen stiffly near it, abruptly regained control over their bodies. However, their eyes were still gazing at the announcement that was fading gradually. No matter how many beasts you kill or how many points you collect, I will make sure that you never get to use them, landlord. Solar Mist pushed his glasses upward and murmured with a hint of greed, as he stared at the drifting 3,000 GP in the air. We need a change of plans. Calm and collected, he lowered his head, not bothering anymore with the announcement. His emotions were completely sealed behind his stoic expression. Guys, enough staring at the sky like morons and pay attention here. He clapped his hand twice, trying to break off the tense atmosphere that was caused by Felix's mind-boggling achievement. Who are you calling a moron? Pure Muscle lowered his head as well and stared right in Solar Mist's eyes. Know your place, Mr. Solar. We might have a contract forbidding us from acting against each other. But the next time you insult me, this will be your fate. Pure Muscle pointed his hand towards Solar Mist and gripped his fist tightly, making the air inside his fist explode. The players surrounding them gasped at such a pure demonstration of overwhelming physical strength. Pure Muscle didn't use a single ability to cause such an effect. I apologize for my tongue slip. Surprisingly, Solar Mist didn't lash back at Pure Muscle's threat. He simply bowed his head slightly with a composed expression. Fucking sissy? Can you act like a man for once? Pure Muscle clicked his tongue. However, Solar acted deaf to such a blatant insult. In his eyes, there were more important matters to discuss than to argue with this bushy gorilla. He ignored the hidden sneers and scoffs he was hearing from the players in front of him and said with a polite smile, "Guys, as you have just seen, Landlord wasn't targeting the exit of the maze like we predicted he would after slaying the second epic beast." He sighed. Who would have expected that he would actually continue his hunting journey, and nevertheless, target legendary beasts that we treated like a plague in the maze, avoiding them at all costs? The majority of the players who were standing around him all flinched or shivered at hearing Felix's achievement again. Until now, they still couldn't get over it and probably would never do so. Slaying a legendary beast solo was no joking matter. Thus, second thoughts on participating in ambushing Felix were beginning to pop up in their minds. After all, the only reason they even accepted the hardcore players' plan of killing Felix was because they were under a strict slave contract. In other words, they were under their mercy. Felix assumed that it was due to luck that the game was prolonged beyond his expectations, helping him slay beast after beast unhindered. However, in reality, the game was supposed to end right after he slew the Terror Serpent. A full 40-minute delay was caused by one group, made of 4 players: Solar Mist, Hound Stench, Spirit Visage, and Pure Muscle. They were the first ones to find the maze's exit. Of course, it wasn't at the same time, as Spirit Visage made it first and was followed by the others gradually. They didn't give up on the wager as the rest did after seeing Felix's second announcement of slaying the Terror Serpent. Instead, they all had one thought in their minds, and that was to stop hunting for beasts and sprint towards the maze exit, hoping to meet up with Felix by chance and kill him. That was the only way to gain another chance at winning the bet. However, it turned out that Felix wasn't the one who they met next to the maze exit, but each other. The moment their eyes made contact, they immediately knew that each of them had the same thought. Thus, instead of fighting for no reason, they made an alliance to kill Felix. Solar Mist, who proposed the rule of having no allies before, explicitly mentioned forbidding allying together against beasts, and not players. This meant that allying together was within the wager rules. No one knows if Solar Mist planned to leave such a loophole, or it was merely by chance. Whatever it was, an alliance was created after stamping a contract, forbidding them from acting against each other at least before Felix died. That being said, they had absolutely no clue where Felix's current location was. Hence, instead of trying to find him inside this endless labyrinth, they decided to wait for him to come by himself. After all, the first thought that should pop up on Felix's mind after finishing hunting the beasts was to sprint towards the exit and block anyone trying to win the game by using it. One should never forget that the player with the highest points after the game duration passes would be the champion. Felix, if he didn't have the golden scroll pointing at the legendary chest, would have done exactly what they have assumed. So, their plan might not be the best, but at least it had a quite high probability of succeeding. Too bad, they waited and waited. Yet the only ones who were showing up constantly were players who weren't part of the wager, finally managing to find the exit. The first thought that came up to Pure Muscle's mind was to kill them, in order to protect the exit. The last thing they wanted was for a total trash player to end up winning the game, while they won absolutely nothing. However, before Pure Muscle made a move, Solar Mist proposed another idea, a wicked idea of capturing those players and forcing them to abide to their wishes. In other words, helping them ambush Felix when he shows up. Solar Mist wasn't a stupid proud player who thought that he would be able to kill Felix even after hearing that he slew 2 epic beasts solo. No, even if didn't hear those announcements, he would never underestimate an opponent. Thus, he would always use his brain to seek the easiest and most efficient plan to fulfill his desires. Using those players like slaves was but one way to demonstrate his way of thinking and acting. However, his thought process rubbed Pure Muscle in the wrong way, as he assumed that Solar Mist lacked confidence in their collected strength to kill even one player. However, the rest of the party didn't share the same view as Pure Muscle. In fact, they supported Solar Mist's plan 100%, as they believed that having more players around them would only turn beneficial. No one would say no to free help. Ultimately, Pure Muscle's disagreement over such a cowardly behavior was overruled based on their voting contract. So, they began their capturing plan by laying traps and ambushes around the maze's exit. Any player who got captured by their ways received only two choices from the party. One, sign a contract, entailing that inside the maze his life would be under their wishes and orders. The contract turned void either by death or after the game ends. Or they could choose dying straight away with a bit of dignity. This was the version the spectators had knowledge of, the version they saw and heard with their own eyes. Of course, everyone chose to sign the contract, since even though it was a slave contract, Solar Mist promised them that killing Felix and defending the maze exit was all they wanted from them. Nothing more, nothing less. Though he didn't add that in the contract. It was merely a verbal promise. Nevertheless, the players weren't stupid to get themselves killed just to protect a bit of their dignity. In their eyes, they had done things way worse in the previous games to mind their actions in public anymore. In the end, the party around the maze's exit kept getting bigger and bigger, as it grew by 2s and 3s each time a player or a party lucked out on the exit. This carried on for 30 minutes until the party had 25 players, all standing near the exit, doing nothing but waiting for Felix to appear. Alas, he never did. Only now did they understood why so. The fucker was hunting a legendary beast, while they were standing like morons for no reason. He was never going to come and probably never planned on doing so. Solar Mist knew that time wasn't on their side to continue hoping that he magically shows up. Heck, after seeing that Felix slew a legendary beast, he was certain that Felix gave up on the championship. Thus, he wanted to change the plan as fast as possible and figure something else with his party. Unfortunately, he didn't expect that the majority would quiver fearfully at him mentioning Felix. Don't you dare have second thoughts on bailing out. Solar Mist narrowed his eyes and threatened. If you don't want to end up getting humiliated right now and right here, you better behave yourselves. Disgruntled noises began to arise within the group at such a blatant threat. However, that was as much as they did to sound their displeasure. As for rioting or crying out loud, they didn't want to get ordered to be stripped nude on a live stream as a punishment for disobeying their orders. It happened a few times already to not get the jest that Solar Mist and his crew meant business. Hence, they could only lower their heads and wish that Felix never shows up to ruin those bastards' plans. Do you guys have a plan to salvage this situation? Solar Mist said calmly to his main party, unbothered by their hateful glares. After a couple of minutes in utter silence, Hound Stench's gruff voice resounded in the area. I have a way to find him. Immediately after hearing what his ally just said, Solar Mist didn't jump from joy or sigh in relief, but actually glared at him with a furious look. He felt raging fury at his partner having a solution all along but still deciding to hide it until this point. Just how much time did they waste standing here waiting for Felix to come by himself while they could have literally gone hunting him down already? You, what the hell are you saying? Pure Muscle, who had an ever shorter fuss than Solar Mist, gritted his teeth, trying his best to suppress his anger and not jump on Hound Stench. Let me explain first before exploding. Undisturbed by his ally's furious looks, Hound Stench sighed and said, I have an ability that allows me to track anyone's location by smell. However, for it to take effect, I need Landlord's unique smell. So what's the problem with that? Pure Muscle didn't even let him continue his explanation before snapping at him. Do you have his smell on you? Did you even meet up with him inside the maze? Hound Stench's gruff voice neither rose nor lowered as he threw a barrage of questions at Pure Muscle. He simply sighed and added, I doubt that any of you met up with Landlord inside the maze. If you did, you wouldn't have been standing here alive and kicking. Tongue-tied, Pure Muscle unclutched his tight fist, gradually cooling himself off. Even with his potato brain, he easily figured out what he meant, as based on what he had seen from Felix's treatment inside the game hall and the interview segment. He was certain that he wasn't a merciful person to leave a player walk away from his clutches, especially now that there was a bet going on where even 1 GP was important. Wait a second. Didn't all of us meet and interact with Landlord before we were dropped in the maze? Quick-witted as always, Solar Mist easily found a loophole in Houndstench's reason. Heh! Do you think I am stupid not to notice such a thing? Houndstench glared at Solar Mist and said, if I could track Landlord using such an outdated smell, I would have done so alone without needing to come here and hope to encounter him by chance. Solar Mist nodded his head in understanding. What Houndstench said was logical and within reason. After all, if he had such a busted ability that allowed him to track anyone no matter how far the distance separating them without having a single weakness, that ability should honestly belong to a legendary beast. However, Solar Mist knew that Houndstench's bloodline was from an epic Tier 2 beast called Hellhound. So, having such a weakness was completely understandable. The stronger the stench of the target, the easier it is for me to locate its whereabouts. Houndstench shrugged his shoulders. I doubt any one of you met up with him during the last 50 minutes or so, right? Solar Mist's expression instantly turned ugly after seeing that everyone was shaking their heads. However, he still didn't give up, as he promised them that anyone who met with Felix during that duration would get 100 million SC reward. Unfortunately, no one spoke or stepped forward to help. Houndstench shook his head in disappointment and returned to his position, standing silently like before with his oversized brown coat, covering his entire body, except for his exposed bald head. He never held any hope for those players claiming that in their journey they spotted Felix. However, he still put out his card in the open to extinguish all options. Now that he did, hope for locating Felix was truly snuffed out. No one was affected the hardest by this failure than Solar Mist. He was truly on the verge of losing his shit and start massacring those useless pieces of garbage that he wasted time and his reputation to sign a contract with, for no benefits at all. The moment he proposed the infamous slave contract in the game, his reputation among the spectators fell sharply. Of course, his party members who were also in it weren't spared from being looked down upon by the spectators. Slave contracts were frowned upon, just slightly below placing bounties on the players' heads. After all, those contracts ruined two of the spectators' most favorite things in the game: death and balance. The players who signed the slave contract were supposed to die and not walk around freely with a second chance at life. Although their lives were under the mercy of others, they still had a chance to leave the game alive. The perfect example was those 21 players who just signed with Solar Mist's party. They should have died in a gruesome manner to entertain them, not stand around the maze exit like statues doing absolutely nothing. This example also highlighted the newly messed up balance of the game. If Felix decided to rush to the exit and not fight the legendary beast, how was he supposed to fight against 25 players all at once? In the eyes of the spectators, that was purely a sure death trap, which was inescapable by no one. Thus, anyone who proposed the screwed-up contract was sure to get hated and booed by them. This was the reason why boos and insults were thrown before when Zoe switched the camera focus from Felix to the maze exit after they finished watching his replay. How could they not, after seeing with their own eyes Solar Mist's party hunt down players and force them to sign a slave contract to kill Felix? Whether they hated Felix's guts or not, that wasn't the proper way they wanted him to die. Thus, seeing Solar Mist's ugly expression and his party disappointed looks after failing to create another plan made them feel an unspeakable euphoria. Now what? Pure Muscle abruptly asked, breaking the desolate silence in the area. However, no one answered him, as they also had no idea what to do. Solar Mist kept fiddling with his glasses absent-mindedly. No one knows if he was in deep thought on the situation or he simply gave up and kept gazing in a daze. He was supposedly their think tank. If he ran out of ideas, then they truly should just accept their loss. I believe I can help you out with your problem. Out of nowhere, the Queen AI's monotonous voice resounded in everyone's ears, stunning them speechless, not knowing how to react to such mind-boggling news. Who could blame them, though? The Queen wasn't supposed to assist anyone in the games. She had absolutely no authority to interfere with how the players were supposed to play or fight. As long as everything was within the rules, she must stay in her place. The players' first thought after hearing what she said was that someone within the party was playing a prank on them by using her voice. Thus, they turned left and right, trying to spot the bastard who was trying to anger those 4 hardcore players at this tense moment. They truly wanted to lay low-key like this until the game ends to regain their freedom. Yet, a retard wasn't able to read the mood properly, and they were going to suffer with him. Who the fuck did that? Just like they assumed, Pure Muscle was the first to respond, as he shouted at them with a murderous gaze. He was truly planning on killing someone. Frightened, the players gulped and took a step back, not wanting to get targeted by this furious gorilla. Just as Pure Muscle pointed his finger at a player randomly, planning to snap his neck to ease his fury, the Queen's voice resounded again. It was me. This time the source where it came from was clear. Everyone turned their heads and stared at a man wearing a white mask and a black hoodie, coming out from the wall's shadow gradually, starting from his head to his feet. Mastermania? Surprised, Solar Mist quickly wore back his glasses, not daring to believe his eyes. Mastermania, a well-known idol who breathed attention in and out, was actually hiding his face and voice. Was the sun rising from the west as well? Although none of them saw his face or heard his voice, they immediately knew his identity, and for a simple reason actually. There were only 2 shadow element users in this game. That's right, Mastermania and another player with a rare bloodline were the only ones from the 100 or so players participating in this game that had the shadow element. Mastermania, who was a popular idol, had all of his abilities already exposed to the public. He was famously known for having the passive ability Shadow's Cloak that allowed him to submerge in the shadows and travel through them. What the hell happened to you, pretty boy? Straightforward as always, Pure Muscle asked impolitely what was in everyone's mind. The area descended into an awkward silence, as the players were waiting patiently for Mastermania to answer. Yet, he simply stood silently in front of the maze exit, not bothering to address Pure Muscle's question. Suddenly, he put his hand on the closed door and caressed it softly. The players were merely confused by his actions, and not worried that he would push it open and exit the maze, emerging as the winner. Ultimately, he was still part of the wager, and anyone participating in it was forbidden from winning the game by using it. Felix proposed this rule just to keep those hardcore players inside the maze, whether they liked it or not. He really did one on us, didn't he? He sighed through his nose since his mouth was completely ruined by Felix's acid aura. If it wasn't for so, he wouldn't have been using the Queen's voice as a means of speech. He sure did. Solar Mist sighed after understanding what he meant. I heard what Mr. Hound said. Mastermania removed his hand from the gate and said, I believe I have what he needs. The moment Hound Stench heard what he said, he clapped his hands twice while saying, Everyone, please give us some space. I don't want your smells to interfere with my ability. You heard the man move. Pure Muscle means was always rougher as he pushed and kicked those before him. Within a couple of seconds, the area was emptied, leaving only Mastermania and Hound Stench near the gate. Based on the heavy burnt-off smell your body is emitting, I believe you fought with Landlord and lost, right? Hound Stench asked. None of your business. Mastermania glared at him. I wasn't asking you to tell me about how it went, but to know if you managed to touch him during your battle. Wait a second, you did touch him, right? After seeing that Mastermania was avoiding having eye contact with him, Hound Stench's expression turned a bit unsightly. How can he be this incompetent? What a waste of a fine assassin bloodline. Hound Stench gave him a disdainful gaze and asked, As long as you reached 5 meters, I can still create a smell mark. Mastermania's eyes light up after hearing so. He remembered that he was paralyzed exactly 5 meters away from Felix. Go ahead. Start using your ability. After hearing a positive response, Hound Stench sighed in relief and ordered him while opening his brown coat. Look here. A bit humiliated to get ordered around, Mastermania gritted his black teeth while staring at Hound Stench's stomach with a hint of fear. The spectators who had no idea about Hound Stench were stupefied at the sight of a large dark hound's head merged with his stomach. The hound had long white fangs protruding outside of its vicious-looking mouth, a spherical black nose with 3 nostrils, sharp hairy ears at the top of its head, and lastly, its eyelids were closed shut, not letting the spectators see its eyes. The spectators didn't know if the thing was alive or not. However, Mastermania, who had it in front of his face, knew that it was alive and kicking. Its nasty breath kept assaulting his nose each time it exhaled a breath of air. "Wake up, lazy head!" Hound's stench smacked it right in its scalp. Yet only a soft growling sound responded to him. "If you don't wake up in 3 seconds, you could forget about eating dinner tonight." Hound's stench twisted both of its ears just like a mother does to her child. "Ooh-hoo!" The hound cried pitifully while opening its eyelids, exposing 2 bright red eyes, emitting a dangerous vibe. "Stop whining. It doesn't even hurt that much." Hound Stench gave a gentle smile as he gazed at his partner in arm acting like a drama queen. Some spectators almost throw up in revulsion at such a messed-up sight. They didn't have the guts to continue watching Hound Stench talking to that beast stuck in his stomach like it wasn't a big deal. This was probably the first time in their life to see a player who obtained one of the rarest top mutations. Rebirth. That's right, the Hound had its own consciousness and thought process, and not just an active or passive ability. Such a rare mutation could happen only 1 in a million times. Plus, it had way too many strict conditions to just have that one chance of getting it. The first one was to awaken or replace a bloodline using at least 30% at once. A quite difficult hurdle to achieve but not impossible. The second one was to have at least a 75% affinity rating. Those 2 conditions must be met first if one wanted to have a chance to awaken the consciousness of the beast he merged with. After all, the bloodline itself had pieces of dormant consciousness, memories, and such. If it wasn't for so, humans shouldn't be able to integrate with beasts. That being said, Hound Stench's mutation resulted in having the Hellhound's head protruding from his stomach. Probably not a lot of bloodliners would hope for that to happen. Use smell absorption on this idiot. He pointed his finger at Mastermania and added, "Absorb only the smells he was met with between 40 minutes to 60 minutes ago." Lazy and muddled, the Hound yawned widely with his tongue dripping with saliva, sending a wave of nasty stench towards Mastermania, causing him to gag and almost vomit his guts out. Coco brought his nose close to Mastermania's face and abruptly inhaled a deep breath through it. Colorful particles with multiple different colors came out from Mastermania's body and went rapidly inside Coco's nose. No one was able to see those foggy colors except for Hound Stench. Coco kept repeating inhaling through his nose and exhaling through his mouth until nothing was coming out of Mastermania anymore. "Okay, we are done." Hound Stench let go of Mastermania's head and took 2 steps back, putting some distance between them. He closed his eyes and focused on the many smells that Coco just absorbed. The passive ability he was relying on was called smell deduction. It allowed him to memorize an arsenal of smells without getting confused in the slightest. The best part, he could differentiate between them even if the 2 smells were only 0.01% different. Hound Stench made sure to memorize everyone's unique smell when they were standing on the stage during the game hall, including Felix. Thus, what he was trying to do now was comparing the smells that Coco just absorbed with Felix's scent that he memorized. Minutes passed by and still, Hound Stench had his eyes closed deep in his zone, eliminating one smell after the other rapidly. The smells Mastermania was exposed to during that 15 minutes window was quite a large figure. Hound Stench had to make sure that he was error-free in his comparison, lest Felix's smell pass by him unnoticed. "Come on! Faster, faster! Faster!" Solar Mist kept murmuring under his breath while his eyes were glued to his AP bracelet clock, ticking continuously. Who knew that it would tick for whole 5 minutes before Hound Stench finally opened his eyes with a satisfied smile. Without further ado, Hound Stench waved his hand, signaling for the players to return. Solar Mist was the first to dash forward, running as fast as he could, unbothered about keeping his classy calm image anymore. The rest of his party soon followed after him. "Any good news?" Immediately after arriving, Solar Mist asked. "It was a close call," Hound Stench clarified. "Landlord's smell that I picked was barely enough to create a tracking mark using my ability." He smiled mildly. "If we didn't have Coco, we may not even be able to use that mark." He patted the happy Coco head, who was huffing with his tongue out, pleased by getting complimented. Although they didn't understand what he meant by the second part, Solar Mist and Spirit Visage still thanked Hound Stench over his effort like proper gentlemen. "All right, Mr. Hound, can we go now?" he asked impatiently. "We can move at any moment now." Hound Stench pointed at the 22 players and asked, "However, we can't take everyone with us. They might drag our speed down." Solar Mist nodded his head in agreement and clapped his hands twice. "Listen up, those who are confident in their speed or strength. Join us in our hunt, and you will be rewarded with 100 million. See, although the players got hyped up after seeing the reward gets mentioned up, not a lot of them decided to join the main party. Actually, only 4 players raised their hands, showing their desire to participate. Despite the enticing reward, the majority of players still preferred to remain near the exit and especially away from the main party. They weren't frightened by Felix's strength, but by the main party itself. Who knows, they might actually fail to locate Felix successfully during their journey, which meant Solar Mist would lose his shit and start killing them like harvesting cabbages. They had no way to defend or resist him after signing that contract. Hence, in their eyes, it was much to stay as far as possible from them until the game ends and they regain their freedom. Useless pieces of trash. Irritated and irked, Solar Mist gave them a death glare and stopped bothering with them. He knew exactly what was in their minds, and he had no time to correct their thoughts by torturing some of them. "If you are not coming, then you better make sure that no one opens up the gate," he shouted. "Anyone who reached 5 meters near the gate, cut his goddamn head off. You hear me?" Solar Mist's fiery personality started to show up more often. Spirit Visage mused as he gazed at Solar Mist losing his composure yet again. Heh, landlord was right. Fire element users shouldn't try to act calm and cold. It just does not fit them at all. Without waiting to receive their response, Hound Stench pointed at the northern path and sprinted with his coat flapping in the air, exposing his stomach, which had cocoa with its tongue out. The rest of the party swiftly chased after him. Mastermania went to the nearest shadow in the wall and submerged himself in it, planning to chase after them while hidden. A whopping 15 minutes passed since the moment Felix's announcement had passed. This meant they only had 45 minutes to reach Felix and kill him. Plus, even if they did kill him before the game ends, how were they going to surpass Princess Bird, who was obviously above them in ranks? No one knows what was their end game. Was it to simply kill Felix and wish that Princess Bird had died somewhere, or they already had a plan to emerge as the winner after killing Felix? 15 minutes before the game ends. I can't believe she actually cheated on him. What a bitch. Screw you. What do you know? He clearly wasn't treating her properly. It was only natural that she takes revenge somehow. PFFFF. I never saw a wife cheat on her husband because he refused to take her shopping 3 times a week. Felix laughed. I didn't think your taste in drama would be this shitty asna. Felix, stop bad-mouthing my dramas already. Otherwise, I will cut all ties with you. She yelled at him with flushed cheeks, finally not able to handle his nitpicking. The bastard asked her to pick a drama to watch from the collection he downloaded before entering the game. He promised her that no matter what she picked, they would continue watching it together even after the game end. Yet now, he was trash-talking the plot during the very first episode. How could she continue enjoying her watch when he kept laying those negative remarks every goddamn minute? Yeah, whatever. Utterly bored, Felix waved his hand dismissively while sitting on the top of the golden chest. It stopped glimmering brightly immediately after he opened it up 45 minutes ago. Felix stopped watching the drama for a second and glanced at the time in his AP bracelet with an odd look. This was already the 5th time he saw the time, and every time he couldn't understand why the game was still carrying on. He knew that it was nigh impossible that no one actually managed to locate the exit even after 2 hours and 15 minutes. Even adding the 4th shuffle that happened 15 minutes earlier, still, it didn't make sense to him. Those players who didn't participate in the wager with them might not be as good as the hardcore players, but Felix was confident that at least one of them should have lucked out on the exit by now. He wasn't really complaining or anything. In fact, he wanted nothing more but for the players to not find out the exit in the next 15 minutes to help him get the win as well. It's just that he found it a bit odd, that's all. Did Goddess Luck finally notice me? He mused in a good mood. It was about time I get showered with some luck. Why wouldn't he be? His wound was completely closed by blood clotting. His total GP had already reached a whopping 9,200, without even calculating the points of the 9 players in the wager. Now, he even had a slight chance of winning the game. His mood was beyond terrific. This game was truly one of the best ones he had, even adding the tens of games he played in his previous life. I can finally join the Ivy League. Dodge Felix. Subconsciously, Felix jerked himself backward, dropping from the chest in an unsightly manner. However, he didn't care about how his dodge turned out, he was just glad he dodged successfully. Wait, why did I have dodge? He thought to himself. Boom! The sound of the chest getting blasted answered his question. Yet, even after he heard the sound, Felix was still confused, because he didn't see what caused such a loud noise. He might have been deep in his thoughts, but his guard was always raised to the limit. He never trusted this false sense of safety. This made things even weirder. His eyes actually failed to see the upcoming attack. If Asna didn't warn him on time, he would have probably got blasted instead of the chest. What the fuck is going on? He cursed under his breath while peeking with one eye from behind the chest. The area ahead of him was still empty without any sight of the enemy. He activated his ultra-infrared vision, hoping to spot the fucker who wanted to mess with him. Look and behold. His red shimmering eyes showed him 4 humanoid red auras standing 20 meters away from him, another one 40 meters to his left, and finally 3 hazy auras at 60 meters, one lying on the ground while the other 2 were standing next to it like bodyguards. Totally freaked out, he gulped a mouthful at this sudden assault. A freaking 8 players were so close to him, yet he didn't have a single clue. If his mental energy wasn't on the verge of exhaustion, he could have afforded to activate his infrared vision once in a while and saw those players sneaking up on him like this. Too bad, he couldn't even keep active for a couple of seconds before his head started to ache. He immediately turned it off, making him narrow his eyes in dread at the empty area in front of him. He knew that his situation was dire. How was he supposed to fight invisible enemies who throw invisible attacks? Asna, mind telling me what are you seeing? He requested. What do you mean? There are clearly 5 players in front of you. Heck, the guy with the glasses from before was the one who attacked you. She asked in bewilderment. Can't you see any of this? No, nothing appears in my eyesight. Describe them to me and make it short. He gritted his teeth. I have a few guesses of what's going on. No wonder you didn't dodge. I thought you weren't paying attention. Asna stood up from her lying position on the bed with a serious expression. It wasn't the time to act playful. She knew that Felix wasn't in his optimal form to fight 2 players, don't even mention a team made of 5. Thus, instead of describing the players as he asked her, she took a step further and straightaway read his memories. It didn't even take her a split second before figuring out their names. Solar Mist, Pure Muscle, Spirit Visage, and 2 random players, who weren't part of the wager with you. She informed him. Sure enough, this was Spirit Visage's doing. Felix said. Careful. It seems like the stuck-up prick with glasses on is going to attack you again. Asna suddenly warned him. Asna, you be my eyes from now on. Tell me everything that will endanger my life. Felix requested while taking cover behind the chest. Thank God he never left his position. Otherwise, if he was ambushed like this during his walk, things might not turn out as pretty. The chest was large and indestructible. As long as he remained behind it, he would have a good shield. Careful, they stopped at 10 meters. It seemed like they are not going to continue walking. She warned. Heh, it's because they don't dare to. Felix sneered while snapping his finger, creating 1 acid bomb in his hand. His energy might be on the border of exhaustion, but they didn't know that. Felix wasn't going to show them any form of weakness, lest they drop all pretense and jump on him together. Their lack of information about his energy level and wariness from his poison aura made them act this cautiously. The only player Felix was truly worried about was Spirit Visage. Based on what he read on Spirit Visage's current known information, He was an illusion element user, who was in possession of an epic Tier 2 ethereal sorrow fiend bloodline. Although his element clearly was a rare grade, like time, space, life, and such, it didn't mean that beasts with illusion elements were all extinct. In fact, from Tier 1 to Tier 4 there were quite a few beasts' bloodlines to pick. They might be rare and expensive as hell, but they could still be bought. However, from Tier 5+, there was absolutely not a single illusion beast found to this date. No one knows if their elusive abilities made it impossible for humans to find them, or they simply didn't exist in the first place. This meant for poor Spirit Visage, his bloodline path was blocked at stage 3 of replacement, unless he had a secondary element or managed to obtain the elemental potion. Felix, who had the same element, knew all of this as well. Hence, his reason why he never bothered to enhance his illusion affinity. After all, why would he do so, when the only bloodlines that were in the market were absolute trash? Felix would be a fool if he ever thought of replacing the Jormungandr bloodline with such garbage bloodlines. That being said, the ethereal sorrow fiend bloodline truly had some wicked abilities, such as the one that Spirit Visage was currently using to hide his party from Felix's eyesight. Eyesight perception blockage. Felix mumbled the name softly. When he failed to see Solar Mist's party and the upcoming attack, while Asna was able to easily, he quickly figured out what happened to him. He knew that this ability made his eyes unable to see anything except for the background. In other words, Solar Mist's party could throw any ability they wanted without worrying about Felix seeing it and defending against it. The perfect ability for ambushing. Still, like any other ability, there was always a type of limitation and weakness to balance it out. Felix knew exactly what to do in order to get himself out of its effect. "Hey guys! It's great to see you again." Felix suddenly stood up with his hands inside of his pockets and said sarcastically, "I never thought your greeting would be in such a welcoming fashion. Solar, Mr. Muscle, Mr. Spirit." He said each name while staring right through their eyes, making them flinch. They couldn't help but start to assume that he was actually able to see them. If not else, how did he dodge their first ambush? And now he was even staring right in their eyes. Solar Mist gave a quick glance to Spirit Visage, who was hovering above him in an ethereal form. Spirit Visage understood the meaning of his glance and showed him a shoulder shrug, clearly implying that he also had no idea what was happening. He was certain that his ability had taken effect. He was currently seeing with his own eyes that Felix was inside his ability's 20 meters radius domain. Hence, he was also as confused as Solar Mist. Irritated, Solar Mist stopped bothering with the useless Spirit Visage and began to ponder whether to reply back to Felix or not. He felt that it was a trap laid by Felix, since, the moment he spoke a single word out loud, the illusion would be broken, exposing everyone inside. He wasn't a moron to fall for such a low-level trick. "What's the problem, Solar?" Felix leaned on the chest in a carefree manner and taunted. "Did you finally learn how to keep your feisty personality in check?" He suddenly laughed jokingly. "I never assumed that you would actually take my previous words to heart. What a good boy you are." Felix beseeched him with his hand. "Come near, boy. Let me reward you with a head pat. That must be the reason you came here after all, right? Landlord's mouth is literally made out of poison." Zoe laughed out loud at the ugly face of Solar Mist, who looked like he was holding a dump for 3 days straight. The spectators were also enjoying Felix's brutal insults. Yet, they still didn't think that Felix was actually going to get out of here alive. What a joke! They knew that Felix was merely talking big to scare them off as a last attempt at survival. Unlike Solar Mist's party, who had no idea the amount of Felix's energy, they were pretty certain that Felix's energy tank wasn't even 10% filled. Plus, with his shoulder wound that would still hinder him during the fight, there was just no way that he could survive their onslaught. Breath, breath, breath. Solar Mist kept repeating this in his mind while taking a deep breath through his nose and exhaling through his mouth. He was trying his very best to calm himself down and not ruin his team's plans. He just needed to ignore Felix's taunts and his death would be stamped upon. "I bet you will make great friends with Hound Stench's dog." Felix pointed at his crotch and asked, "How you met him?" "He lives right here." He paused and pointed at his stomach this time. "Oh wait, maybe it was here." He scratched his head and apologized. I am sorry for the audience for having to see that. My memory always fails me. He sighed. If I drunk photographic memory potion as Mr. Solar did, I wouldn't have had such a problem. Too bad. Not all of us are as pretty as Solar Mist to have it gifted to us by a sugar mommy. He shrugged his shoulders and asked warmly, Don't you agree, Mr. Soul? Landlord, I will fucking murder you. Before Felix could even finish his question, he heard Solar Mist's bestial roar coming from in front of him. He blinked his eyes once and the sight before him was completely different. He saw exactly what Asna narrated before. The only difference was that Solar Mist's body and the area around him were set in flame, while Pure Muscle for some reason started to laugh his ass out while pointing his finger at Solar Mist. He was probably laughing at Solar Mist dropping the ball in such a critical moment. But who could blame Solar Mist's reaction? Felix's words crossed the line and went beyond it, especially when he called his dear wife his sugar mommy. Not a single decent man would have his wife being insulted under public eyes and remain calm. Felix did it before during the game hall, and now he repeated it again. This time he truly went overboard. Felix didn't give jack shit about Solar Mist's feelings. Why would he? The fucker brought an army with him to take him down. So, Felix wasn't going to mince his words in the slightest. He would say whatever needed to get him out of this death trap. Displeased, Spirit Visage looked at his illusion domain that was in the process of falling apart, exposing everyone that was within it. Even him who was in an ethereal form. He didn't think that a few insults and barks were enough to turn Solar Mist into a man-made flame, literally. However, if he had a wife or at least a girlfriend, he would have understood Solar Mist's fury. Too bad, he didn't even have normal human emotions, don't even mention having a woman. Such a childish reaction. Spirit Visage shook his head while watching from above Solar Mist suddenly starting to wave his hand sideways, sending in each wave a golden crow made of fire. Whoosh! Whoosh! The sound of wind could be heard as Felix, narrowly dodging the salvo of crows that were thrown at him. His ears hearing nothing but his heart beating wildly. He never expected that Solar Mist's reaction would be so fast and brutal, not letting him even take cover behind the chest first. Before he could even sigh in relief, he suddenly saw Solar Mist give him a cold smile as he bent his index fingers in his direction. Whoosh! Whoosh! The flame crows that Felix had just dodged made an abrupt sharp turn, coming back to assault him this time from behind. Felix didn't even need to see them as the sound of their wings flapping was enough to let him know that his back was totally exposed. The eyes of the spectators widened in anticipation of how was Felix going to handle Solar Mist's way of controlling those crows like homing missiles. Thud! Boom! Boom! Unexpectedly, Felix didn't even turn his head before kicking the lid of the chest wide open, using it as an extra shield against the crows. His play worked just like a charm, as Solar Mist wasn't able to make them dodge the lid of the chest in time, before colliding with it. Felix timed his kick so well, some spectators began to wonder if he had eyes in the back of his head. Shit! Shit! I need to make run for it. Unbeknownst to them, Felix was about to shit himself from fright. He literally just kicked the lid of the chest out of reflex. He never expected it would work so well. However, he knew that it was just a one-time thing that couldn't be repeated anymore. The thought of using the chest as a cover was dashed from his mind immediately after realizing that Solar Mist's Crows of Flame was a controllable ability. He wasn't stupid to let himself be a sitting duck behind the chest. You guys asked for it, Felix shouted at the top of his voice. Mist of the dead, consume my enemies' souls to oblivion. Clap. Felix smacked his palms together in a dramatic manner, forcing out a whitish mist out of his pores gradually. The mist kept spreading meter by meter under Felix's deranged laughs. Your greatest mistake was staying so close to me. Now, DA. Before the mist reached 7 meters, the goons behind Solar Mists made a run for it with frightened expressions. Felix's 3 fireworks truly made them traumatized. If Felix said that his mist could kill by a single touch, they would believe it in a heartbeat. Meanwhile, Pure Muscle's guts didn't warn him in the slightest that the approaching mist was dangerous. However, he still took a few steps back as a precaution. The only ones who didn't move from their position were Solar Mist and Spirit Visage. One believed that his fire was able to evaporate the mist, thus protecting him. The other was in an ethereal form. Not a single substance affected him in this form. TSK. Felix clicked his tongue in irritation at the sight of those two not affected in the slightest by his aura. He wanted to scare them into retreating by his using their lack of information about his aura. But the bastards didn't move even an inch. Geo, kill them all. Felix's maddened shout resounded one last time before his aura finally reached the 8 meters mark. Pure Muscle didn't care anymore about his gut feeling. He fist-pumped his palm while holding his breath. Zoe knew what he planned on doing, and honestly, she wanted nothing more but to laugh her ass out. Pure Muscle actually activated one of his famous defensive abilities, German Armor. Because of Felix's hollow boast, gray rocks started to materialize on his tan skin, covering every inch of his body. Even his face was completely hidden. If his eyes weren't still in the open, any stranger who saw him would believe that he was a statue made of rocks. His transformation didn't take even a second. However, that second was enough for Solar Mist and Spirit Visage to realize that the mist stopped spreading at 8 meters sharp. To actually ambush me, while knowing that I slew a legendary beast solo. I don't know whether to applaud for your bravery or laugh at your stupidity, Felix said in an arrogant manner. Alas, if he wasn't escaping while saying so. His words might have sounded a bit dashing in the ears of the spectators. Yet now, they didn't know whether to laugh or cry at the sight of him bolting away while hidden inside the white mist. Spirit Visage was the first to notice from above that the spherical white mist that blocked their vision was actually retreating instead of advancing as Felix claimed. He immediately knew that the prick was all barks and no bait. Chase him down. He doesn't have enough energy to fight. Spirit Visage flew rapidly after Felix while continuously giving off orders. Just gang up on him. He does not pose a threat. Don't order me around. Don't order me around. Livid, both Solar Mist and Pure Muscle yelled at the same time while running after Felix. They glared at each other for a couple of seconds and switched their focus on Felix, who was exposed in the open after he withdrew his aura. They knew that Spirit Visage was right. Felix was totally spent during his many fights before. He was easier to kill than a random player now. A bloodliner without energy was the same as a tiger without claws or fangs. Whoosh! Whoosh! Solar Mist kept firing those flaming crows at Felix's back. Yet, the moment they reach 20 meters away from him, they disappear. His ability had a limited range, and now it was giving him trouble. He bit his lower lip and increased his speed slightly, trying to lower the distance to 15 meters. That was the optimal distance to manipulate his crows to their best potential. However, Felix wasn't making it any easier for him. His elemental energy might have been spent, but his physical energy was at its peak form. After all, he took a 45 minutes long break, while Solar Mist's party was probably running from the maze exit nonstop to reach him as fast as possible. Seeing that Felix was actually putting more and more distance between them, his fans started to believe that he might actually escape. Make yourself useful and do something, Solar Mist said, glaring at Pure Muscle, who was behind him, struggling to catch up with his heavy transformation. Fuck off. Too bad. The only response he received was a rocky middle finger. Tisk, useless trash. Why did we even add you to our alliance? Solar Mist sneered and turned his head, not bothering himself with Pure Muscle. In his eyes, it was only him and Spirit Visage at this point. Even the slaves he brought with him turned out beyond useless. To actually escape the moment they got threatened by Felix, he honestly would have snapped their necks if he didn't have more important matters to handle. Watch closely how things get done, so you won't drop the ball again. Pure Muscle narrowed his eyes while pointing his rocky finger at Felix's back. Dermal armor transfer technique, he called out loud. Suddenly, the rocky armor that was protecting him started to detach itself from his body. His hairy, musclier body was exposed to the open again. Yet, the weirder part was that the armor flew immediately towards Felix after separation. Whoosh! When Felix heard a different sound of the wind, he turned his head, wanting to peek at what attack Solar Mist this time used on him. What the fuck? He instantly cursed after seeing arms, legs, torso, and even the helmet all made of gray rocks, targeting him like a homing missile. He never heard of such a bullshit ability before. He never expected that a defensive ability would be used as an offensive ability. Well, if knew that it was actually a technique, it would have made more sense. Now, he could only increase his speed while zigzagging through the paths, hoping to shake them off. However, every time he turned around, his heartbeats increase a notch after seeing them inching closer and closer to his body. "Asna, any ideas?" he asked with an urgent tone. "Nope." As always, Asna didn't take a single second before shutting him down with a hard no. However, this time her eyes were a bit gloomy. Was it because of his dire situation or something else? No one knows. Zoe and the spectator's eyes kept getting wider and wider at the sight of Felix running desperately while having that armor merely a few meters behind him. Click. Fuck my life. He actually stepped on a trap. Zoe brought the mic closer to her lips and yelled, "How could he be so unlucky?" She wasn't lying in the slightest, as Felix took the wrong step, opening up a wide hole in the floor right in front of him. The trap had sharp metallic spikes, resembling shark teeth at the bottom of the hole. Scared shitless, Felix jumped immediately after reaching the end of the hole. With his speed, there was absolutely no way that he could have stopped in time. It was better to risk it with a jump, hoping to reach the other side safely. Alas, that didn't happen. The moment Felix reached the middle of the hole, gravity began to do its wonders, grabbing him by his ankle and pulling him down. "Fuck you, gravity!" Solar Mist's eyes brightened up like New Year's Eve fireworks at Felix falling down with his legs and hands flailing randomly. Yet, what delighted him the most was Felix's screams. Zoe and the spectators all had their hands clutched above their heads, not daring to believe that Felix, after everything he had been through in the game, was actually going to die in such an anticlimactic manner. Cluck, cluck, cluck. What in the God's name am I even watching? Gobsmacked, Zoe cried out loud at the sight of Felix getting covered by the dermal armor while falling midair towards the sharp spikes in the hole. She wasn't the only one dumbfounded by the sight, as the spectators, Solar Mist, and especially Pure Muscle all had their mouths agape as well. Smash! Felix, who appeared like a giant statue made of rocks, slammed into the sharp spikes, sending metallic sparks all over the place. Yet nothing much happened except for that. His body didn't get a single wound or even a scratch by those spikes. He was completely fine, which baffled him and Asna more than it did to the spectators. "Felix, did you bribe that bushy gorilla in the game hall? Or is he your long-lost brother?" Asna asked in bewilderment. "Fuck off. Don't associate me with that gorilla." Felix lifted his heavy hand with cold sweat on his back. That was truly a close shave. He totally forgot about the traps laying everywhere. Before, he was relying too much on his infrared vision to spot those traps and avoid them. But now, he was running full commando without it. It was natural that he would activate a trap sooner or later. He just never expected that he would actually get saved by an ability thrown at him to kill him. Wait, why did it give me an armor instead of smashing into me? He thought to himself. When he was being chased by it, he assumed that it was an offensive ability meant to deal damage to him. Yet, instead, it gave him a dermal armor. What's the fucking point? This question was on everyone's mind actually, and not just Felix. Especially Solar Mist, who was about to lose his shit at such a twist. Who could blame him though? Felix was 99% dead, or at least going to get heavily wounded from the fall. But now he was standing on the tips of the spikes like he was standing on solid ground. Forget about saving him from the fall. The armor even gave him extra assistance to get out of the hole. Before he could even insult the somewhat embarrassed Pure Muscle, he saw Felix jump like a rocket from the hole and land on its other side. "Thank you for the armor, Mr. Muscle." Felix waved his hand in a playful manner and said, "I will wire you the agreed amount after the game. Till then, bye-bye." Felix turned around and continued his escape with almost the same speed. Like the heavy weight of the armor wasn't troubling him at all. Pure Muscle's eyebrows twitched at such a sight. It was obvious he planned to use this technique to capture Felix or at least slow him down. Yet, it backfired on his face in public view. Solar Mist removed his glasses and tightened his grip until they broke. Yet, his murderous eyes never left Felix's back. Immediately after he saw that Felix was gone, he gave Pure Muscle a dirty glance and snapped his finger. He didn't have time to deal with Pure Muscle's screw-up. Spirit Visage never stopped chasing after Felix, and Solar Mist wasn't going to let himself be left behind with this buffoon, teaching him how to not drop the ball. Solar Mist scoffed at what Pure Muscle said before. He messed up way harder than anyone ever could. Phew! A carpet made of flame was created under his feet and starting to unroll itself until it reached the other side of the hole. If it wasn't a wide hole covering the entire path, he could have just went around it. Sadly, he could only use his fire carpet ability to help him out. Immediately after stepping on the fire carpet, his feet brighter up with a red halo, entailing the automatic activation of his passive ability, Fire Marsh. Try to catch up, morons. He gave them one last unfriendly glance and sprinted on the fire carpet, reaching the other side of the hole in a jiffy. Phew! Without slowing down his speed, he snapped his finger and the fire carpet disappeared as quickly as it appeared. Pure Muscle stared at his back with a vicious glint. He actually just got insulted in the same breath as those weaklings behind him. He would rather prefer getting insulted alone than being treated like this. Come here, let me help you bypass the trap. The vicious look he had was replaced with an indifferent one, as he ordered them. Frightened, the players, instead of approaching him, took a step back. Their gut feeling was warning them to do the exact opposite. Yet, it honestly didn't even matter if they took a step back or 100. One cold look from Pure Muscle made them approach him obediently. They hated the feeling of having their lives under others, but what could they do? If they disagreed with his wishes, he could easily ask the Queen to pop off their brain, on the basis that the contract conditions were broken. You first. Pure Muscle gripped the head of one of the players, making him yelp in pain and fright. Suddenly, under the eyes of the spectators, he hurled the player in the air by his head, like a cannonball. Thud. Crack. His body smashed right into the cold metallic floor and rolled at least 6 times like a broken doll before stopping. The sound of his bones breaking was still resounding in the ears of the mortified other player before his head got clutched as well by Pure Muscle's steel grip. Don't worry, Mr. Bloodish Eyes. Your landing won't be as nasty as him. Pure Muscle showed him a sadistic grin and said, After all, I just had practice. Put me down, you demo. Before Bloodish Eyes finished saying his piece, he got thrown in the air as well. Thud. Arg. Pure Muscle wasn't lying to him, as he landed straight on the motionless body of the first player. That softened the landing a bit for him. Not bad, Pure Muscle said, smiling. His anger was completely vented on those 2 poor souls. Dermal armor, Pure Muscle called out loud while jumping above the hole. His body, just like before, started to be covered in gray stones. Thud. He landed on his feet and sprinted on the clustered sharp spikes before jumping out of the hole again, reaching the other side. Without delaying any further, he pulled the conscious player by his collar and chased after the rest. His rocky hand gripped the poor lad so tight. His neck had veins protruding from it. Ellie. TM. EGO. Breathless. The player said letter by letter while tapping his hand in surrender on Pure Muscle's forearm. Oh! Pure Muscle immediately dropped him after realizing that he was choking him. You better make yourself useful then. He gave him a threatening look and continued his chase with a befuddled expression. He didn't want to admit it, but he totally lost them. The moment they got out of his sight, there was no way he would be able to spot them inside this maze without assistance. His abilities weren't really that helpful when it came to tracking others. Sir, you are heading the wrong way. Bloodish Eyes murmured softly behind Pure Muscle. He didn't have the guts to laugh at him for it. Oh? You know how to find them? Pure Muscle suddenly stopped and ordered, Don't answer that, just lead the way. Bloodish Eyes didn't even get the chance to brag about his tracking ability before he got shut down by Pure Muscle. Yes, sir. With slumped shoulders, the player changed direction and sprinted with his head lowered. Pure muscle thought that he was upset. But in reality, the player was actually following red bright footsteps that only he could see by using his active ability Predator Hunt. Damn it! That gorilla took my armor away. Irritated, Flix cursed in his mind while looking behind his back. Immediately after, his eyes made contact with Solar Mist's murderous eyes. The prick was approaching him rapidly, as he kept surfing on a carpet made of flame. He wasn't walking or sprinting, but literally surfing on fire, like he was riding an ocean wave. The carpet was continuously expanding in front and withdrawing from behind, keeping always a 5-meter size. Felix knew for sure that was a technique combined from 2 abilities or probably even 3 at once. There was no way in hell that Flame Carpet was able to do that by itself. Plus, the fact that Solar Mist started using it just now instead of before made it even obvious that it was a technique. After all, techniques consumed energy like drinking water. If it wasn't for so, Bloodliners would start using only them in fights and not save them up as a final deadly trump card. Whoosh, boom, arg. Felix couldn't but groan in pain after a flaming crow exploded right behind his back. It wasn't a direct attack, but the explosion managed to leave some red scorched marks on his back. His hoodie was completely torn apart. This was the 4th crow that was sent in his direction. The first ones didn't harm him at all since he had the dermal armor protecting him. However, now that it was gone, he was completely exposed to Solar Mist's full assaults without any way to retaliate. His energy was enough to let him throw only 3 bombs before fainting. There was no way in hell he would put himself in that position. In addition, Spirit Visage was still following above him. He knew that he was merely waiting for him to stop for a couple of seconds to put down his illusion domains again. Thus, he couldn't stop or turn to fight Solar Mist. His situation was getting direr and direr. He knew it, the spectators knew it, Zoe knew it, and even Spirit Visage and Solar Mist knew it. At this point, his only hope was to continue running until the game ends. Whoosh, boom. Landlord needs a miracle to survive. Hopeless, Zoe shook her head at the sight of Felix staggering forward few steps. After his back was engulfed in flames of the explosion, the spectators shared the same view as her. Even Felix's fans began to lose faith and hope that he could turn this around. They knew if Felix had enough energy, he would have destroyed those 2 by now. Sadly, that was a big if. Felix thought of the time he spent a hefty amount of energy to deal with the Terror Serpent, and regrets started to wash over him like a tide. If only he gave up on the Terror Serpent and aimed straight for the legendary chest, he wouldn't be in such a dire position. Alas, Felix wasn't a prophet. He had no idea that he would be found out by an alliance made of the strongest players in the game after him. He assumed before that at most he would end up meeting with one. If that actually happened, 5% energy or 1% energy, he was confident in fighting his way through by relying only on his super strength passive. If that didn't work, he still could escape successfully. Unfortunately, Spirit Visage and Solar Mists truly complemented their abilities well. One attacks and the other imposed everlasting pressure on him, not letting him even stop to catch his breath. Boom! The sound of the explosion was heard loud and clear in Felix's ears, as one crow exploded exactly 1 meter away from his head. His ears were ringing and bleeding, but his expression remained stoic. His burnt back was pricking him with waves of pain. Yet, Felix merely gritted his teeth and carried on running at his top speed. In his eyes, this pain compared to the torture he felt during his integrations phases wouldn't even serve an appetizer. If they wanted to kill him, they need to step up their game. What the hell is he made of? Fall already. Fall! Solar Mist expression kept getting uglier and uglier. His energy was getting dried up rapidly. Yet his attacks, even with direct contacts, still weren't enough to finish the job. He just wanted to make him drop on his feet and Spirit Visage would carry on from there on. Mr. Luke, Spirit Visage said that you need to capture him in the next 500 meters. His ethereal form can't go beyond it. If you failed, he will be forced to return to his main body. The Queen's voice was suddenly heard in Solar Mist's mind. Without a hint of surprise, he glanced at Spirit Visage. who was giving him a forced mild smile. He knew that his partner wasn't messing around with him. In his mind, it was normal that his ethereal form had an activity range. After all, in that form, he was untouched, unaffected by any elemental abilities, and still could activate his abilities freely. Such a good ability had to have some limitations. He just didn't know its limitation would start knocking so soon. Well, he believed that it was soon, but actually, they were running for about 6 minutes now. Heck, the distance between them and the golden chest already reached 2 kilometers. Felix sure brought them on a journey without their realization. Fucking hell. If even Spirit Visage left, how am I supposed to deal with this unkillable cockroach? Livid, Solar Mist bit his lips hard, almost causing it to bleed. Shit, I can only use that technique now. But is it really worth it? Solar Mist began to hesitate about his decision. Who could blame him? The technique he was planning on using was going to drain every drop of energy he had. He would be left naked in the open to anyone's aggression. He felt that Spirit Visage wouldn't hesitate for even a second to kill him after he finished slaying Felix. Ultimately, their alliance contract would be nullified the moment Felix dies. This meant his death would follow immediately after Felix. Solar Mist might be furious and humiliated by Felix's way of insulting his dear wife. Still, it didn't mean he would sacrifice his life to regain his face and her honor back. Queen, please deliver this mind message and contract to Spirit Visage. Solar Mist stopped his throwing his useless crows and focused on dealing with the aftermath of using his second technique. He might not want to bet his life on this chase. But still, if the solution that he was going to propose to Spirit Visage works, he wouldn't mind continuing the hunt. Mr. Spirit, I believe I have a way to make sure that Landlord either dies or gets heavily wounded. However, I need you to sign this protection contract. It entails that you must ensure my safety at all costs, whether Landlord dies or not. I believe that Pure Muscle is still chasing after us. He wouldn't hesitate to kill me if he saw me in a weak state without the alliance contract protection. You have 3 seconds to give me your approval. If you said no, I will give up on this chase. The Queen delivered the message word by word straight into the mind of Spirit Visage. In addition, she showed him the contract while saying the message. Everything was neat and efficient. Spirit Visage didn't read the contract since the massage itself was the contract. The only addition was that in case he failed to protect Solar Mist from dying, his consciousness would be destroyed by the Queen. Without further ado, he gave a faint smile in direction of Solar Mist and signed the contract. He wasn't dumb or anything to not realize that Solar Mist was actually afraid of him acting up and not that buffoon. Regardless, he still signed it. He was too committed in this chase to give up so easily. The contract has been signed successfully, Sir Luke. The Queen informed Solar Mist. A bit excited, Solar Mist gave his thanks to the Queen while eyeing Felix's scorched back, like an eagle eyeing a rabbit. I dare you to not fall after eating this. He grinned and snapped both of his fingers. Suddenly his body was engulfed in orange flames. Then, crows kept being formed constantly from every part of his body. Yet, instead of flying towards Felix like before, they kept flying around Solar Mist, waiting for his orders. The spectators stood up from their seats with expectations written all over their faces. They felt that Solar Mist's upcoming attack was going to seal the deal and finally get rid of that jerk. Meanwhile, Felix's fans folded their hands while muttering prayers and wishes. Anything that could get Felix out of his dire situation was used. 10, 15, 20, 30, 40, 50. Zoe kept counting the number of crows that were being added around Solar Mist. They didn't stop adding until the total count reached whopping 50 crows. If Solar Mist wasn't a peak stage 1 bloodliner, his energy would have never managed to sustain such a large amount, despite the fact his tank wasn't even 30% full. One should never forget that bloodliners receive a small enhancement to their energy tank each time they integrated 15%, and a large enhancement each time they replaced a bloodline. This meant Solar Mist's energy tank was 2 times or so bigger than Felix's. Oi, Felix, it seems like the prick is preparing a quite big attack, Asna said. No shit, I can see it as well. Felix snapped at her with a grim voice. He turned his head back and focused on the path ahead of him. He didn't know what solar mist was preparing for him, but seeing that amount of crows all at once only meant that he was in deep shit. "You don't have to yell at me." She coiled a stalk of hair in her finger and suddenly murmured, "I was just going to ask if you need my help." "Ha!" Startled by her unexpected offer, Felix almost tripped himself on the ground. Not in a lifetime would he have expected Asna to actually offer assistance by herself. This was Asna, goddamn Asna, who said nope each time he asked her for help or an opinion. Asna, who only agrees to his wishes if he offered her something in return. She was the perfect specimen of a lazy individual who seeks only her interest. Yet, she actually offered her help in such a critical moment. He didn't know if he should feel glad or mad at her staying silent till this point in time. "Be quick. What can you do?" Felix didn't have time to feel neither. A single glance at solar mist showed him that the crows were fusing together above his head, shaping up into a huge sphere. Crow after crow kept dashing inside the sphere, making it even bigger and bigger. "I can infuse the pure energy I had been saving into your real body. However, instead of using it to enhance your affinity, you can use it to activate your abilities." She informed him with her chin raised and a smug smile on her face. If he saw the way she looked, he would honestly bash her face with his elbow, uncaring about her beauty anymore. Here he was struggling to survive, yet she was enjoying flaunting her ability. "Do it fast. He is about to attack." Felix wasn't kidding around. As solar mist's crows finally finished fusing together, creating a humongous fire sphere that resembled a real sun with its orange tongues and waves being released above his head, Felix was honestly beyond terrified by the sun. He knew if that landed on him, there was no way that he would remain the same after. A few missing limbs and scorned black skin were guaranteed outcomes. That was only due to his strong physical defenses. If he didn't have super strength passive, dying wasn't a far-fetched reality. "Mr. Landlord, this sun is a gift from my wife." Solar Mist gave a frigid smile and said, "Next time, know how to respect other spouses." Whoosh! Supernova technique. "Turn him into ash," he shouted out loud as he hurled the sun in Felix's direction. It was so massive that Felix's eyes were almost blinded when he lifted his head and saw it descending from above. "Esnea!" he screamed in his mind while bolting with cold sweat on his red, scorched back. He was trying his best to leave as much distance as possible from it. If the distance between him and solar mist was as close as before, he would have been struck by now. Fortunately for him, the distance widened by at least 40 meters or so after solar mist removed his carpet surfing technique in order to add more crows into the sun. His energy wasn't enough to sustain both of them active at once. "Stop whining. I already transferred the energy to your real body," she said in annoyance. "Why can't I feel any tea?" Felix wasn't able to finish his sentence, as a sudden bright, scorching light assaulted his eyes. He was looking ahead of him the entire time, yet the light of the explosion still managed to reach his eyes. "Was I engulfed by the sun?" he thought to himself. Boom! A split second after, the sound of the explosion reached his already bloodied ears. His eyes were blinded, his ears were deafened, his skin was burnt, his face was ruined. Even the hellish pain he was expecting didn't reach him. All of his senses were completely destroyed. He felt absolutely nothing. "Why can't I feel anything?" he asked in total darkness. Same question, yet different meaning. A sudden terrifying silence descended in the stadium. Neither Zoe nor the spectators spoke. Even the stream viewers who were either in their homes watching from TV or outside watching from their AP bracelet went super quiet. They were just staring with stunned expressions at what remained of Felix's body 120 meters away from the explosion area. Indeed, the remainings of his blackened body. He was left with only one leg that was on the verge of detaching itself like his other limbs. Arms were gone. A leg was gone. His clothes and skin were utterly burnt off, leaving him lying silently near a wall akin to a piece of black charcoal. Even when his facial visage was burnt off, the darkness remained covering his upper facial half. Not that it mattered at this moment. No one spoke or even took a breath in since the moment of the explosion. Their minds kept playing exactly what they saw. The sun exploding 2 meters or so behind Felix. The bright light of the explosion that followed after blocked them from seeing exactly what happened at that point. However, they managed to spot Felix's torn, scorched arms, leg, and what remained from him, hurled in the air each in a different direction. That sight was enough to let them know that it wasn't pretty. What just happened? Please someone tell me what just happened. A member of Felix's club kept mumbling to himself with an absent-minded expression. Unfortunately, no one responded or entertained his question. Till this point, they still didn't dare to believe that Felix, the player who dominated this game single-handedly by his overwhelming achievements, died eventually. The majority of the spectators wanted him dead badly. God knows how many times they wished for it to happen due to his jerk personality. But now, seeing his body in such a messed-up shape, feelings of regret and discomfort started to arise within their hearts. They realized that he might have been too nonchalant to their wishes, but he still fought and risked his life solo in every damn battle he went through. He neither joined partnerships nor alliances. He was merciless, brutal, brave, and always going solo. When they compared him to the rest of the players like Solar Mist, Pure Muscle, and even Spirit Visage, a sudden realization hit them. He never chickened out from a beast he met as they did, whether he was against an epic or a legendary beast. A newbie on his second game was more daring than hardcore players who played at least 10 games or more. That realization made them understand that Felix's death was a tragedy that shouldn't have happened. Daring players like him were few and between. They knew that his future games were going to be as spectacular as this one. Unfortunately, the sight of his motionless corpse brought them to reality. He was a goner. No one was hit the hardest by the sight than Marcus, Felix's true number 1 fan. His hands, which never stopped typing since the moment he entered the stadium, finally froze on the hologram. He simply kept staring at Felix's corpse with a blank look on his face. As for leader Emma, her eyes were still closed shut. She didn't see what happened, but she heard the explosion loud and clear. The following creepy silence, like she was at a funeral, was enough to tell her that her worst wish came true. A tear was rolling down her cheek, reaching her chin. She cried not because of Felix's death only, but due to the image of her club shutting down immediately after this game. 2 months of effort went down the drain. Near the area of the explosion, the atmosphere was completely different. It was joyful and bright. Ha ha ha. Cough. Ha ha. Cough. Overjoyed and exhausted, Solar Mist kept laughing and coughing at the same time with his body spread on the floor. He was lying on his stomach with his chin lifted and sleazy, delighted eyes. He felt like he was on top of the world at the sight of Felix's blackened corpse. He wasn't able to see it clearly due to the distance and tiredness, but a scorched arm near the wall to his right let him understand Felix's fate. He used everything he had on his final attack, and it was goddamn worth it. Although he was weaker than a thin branch at the moment, he still felt glad that he regained his face and his wife's honor. He didn't care anymore about winning the bet or the game. The instant Felix insulted his wife for the second time, this battle was personal. Suddenly, his eyes were closing in by themselves. He knew that he couldn't resist the tiredness of his body anymore. However, before fainting for good, he still had an unfinished business. Mr. Saracle, Solar Mist told you to keep your promise and ensure his safety. Spirit Visage, who was checking Felix's corpse up close, abruptly received a message from the Queen. Indifferent as always, he lifted his head and gazed at Solar Mist, who was trying his best to hold for a few seconds until he received a positive response. Tell him that he will be ALRI? Whoosh. Before Spirit Visage could even finish, his vision was totally blacked out. He couldn't see even his hands. Yet, he felt nothing since he was still in his ethereal form. He rose in the air until his vision got restored. He looked down and saw a pitch-black sphere revolving around Felix's corpse. The sphere quite resembled the white aura he saw before, but he noticed a small difference. This sphere was revolving continuously around the center like a storm. Add some lightning and a living thunderstorm would be born. He knew that something wasn't right. What's going on? Startled, Zoe pointed her finger at the black sphere and asked, was that ability by Spirit Visage? Is he planning on completely obliterating Landlord's corpse? Boo! Leave him, you sick fuck. What a heartless monster. They truly weren't lying when they said he was an emotionless piece of block. The spectators didn't know what was happening as well, but the comment by Zoe was enough to send them into an angry tirade. They couldn't accept the fact that Felix's corpse was also not getting a break. Wasn't ganging up on him enough to satisfy him. Now he was even planning to bully a corpse instead of going after Princess Bird or do what the hell he had in mind to win the bet. Why? They questioned in the minds. They understood that killing Felix was a personal matter for Solar Mist. But for Spirit Visage, their memories failed to show them the reason for his hate. If he could even feel such an emotion. Wait a second. It seems like he also had no idea what was going on. Zoe interrupted their booing by enlarging the camera on Spirit Visage's face, which was showing his eyebrows slightly frowned while looking at the dark sphere. The spectators paused their rant gradually, as they noticed as well that his expression was entailing his unawareness of the situation. However, accepting that he had nothing to do with the dark sphere made it even harder for them to fathom what was going on. A sudden mind-blowing thought took root in their minds and refused to leave. A thought that was beyond impossible and on the border of fantasy. Was Landlord still alive? They switched their vision from Spirit Vision to the dark sphere, which didn't stop revolving around itself for even a split second. Those with omnipotent vision didn't wait until Zoe exposed what was hidden inside the sphere on the large screen. They decided to explore for themselves what was truly going on. Oh my God! Are my eyes playing tricks on me? Landlord is not DAD. That sudden shocked female scream was like a fuse that lights up a tent packed with 100 kilograms TNT. As each spectator, who used their omnipotent vision, exploded with shouts and screams at the top of their voices. He is alive. At the moment of the explosion, why can't I feel anything? Felix asked in total darkness, surrendering him. He felt like he was merely a thought floating in a void-like space. Get a grip, you retard. Your consciousness is on the verge of collapse. Asna shouted while hiding under the bed with her hands above her head like a scared kitten. She was more annoyed than scared about the earthquake that suddenly assaulted her mansion after Felix was hit by that supernova technique. I swear if my mansion was destroyed, I will make your life hell for the next month. No sleep, no sex with Nora. And most importantly, I will whine 24/7. She threw every threat she could think of with a worried look. No one knows if she was actually worried about Felix's unresponsive reaction or about her mansion falling apart. Fucking hell. Can't you wake me up without insults and threats? Felix's sudden irked roar resonated around the consciousness lake. If you think I will weep for you or promise you an unforgettable night, you really must check if your brain was damaged. She scoffed while crawling from underneath the bed. She didn't want him to see the human-like reaction she picked from the dramas she watched. Heck, any vibration in a drama makes the female lead hid underneath something. This led her to subconsciously forget herself and imitate what she saw. TSK, your brain is the one that needs medical attention. To actually get scared from an earthquake. He sarcastically asked, are you really part of the superior races? Fuck off. Immediately after she stood up, she pointed both her middle fingers in the air. She couldn't believe that she actually felt a bit worried about this hateful tumor that was living with her. Nothing nice comes out of his mouth, like ever. Haha. Your pissed off look is always pleasing to look at. Before she even responded to his iffy compliment, she heard him ask, how much energy did you give me exactly? All of it. She humped in displeasure. She was probably regretting her decision of giving it all. Oh? Does that mean my energy tank is full again? Surprised and elated, he asked her. Full? She tucked a strand behind her ear in a lax manner, uncaring any more about the collapsing mansion around her. She just gave a cocky smile and informed him, "Your tank is filled with the purest elemental energy in the universe. This energy is at least 5 times more potent than what you were filling your tank with before. So yes, it is 100%. She stared at the collapsing ceiling of the mansion with a smirk and said, "But in reality, you actually have 500% all at once. Ha ha ha. Asna, I gotta say, suddenly you seem more beautiful and charming." Felix's elated laugh resounded in her ear. Yet, she totally ignored his delight and focused on what he said. "You ungrateful prick. I'm always beautiful. You hear me? Always," she yelled. Sadly for her, Felix stopped responding the moment he received the answer he wanted to hear. He didn't want to use the 4th passive without knowing how much energy he had, since this ability depends indirectly on the amount. Now that he received a more than positive response, he immediately started treating himself. His consciousness was truly on the verge of collapse, and he must bring his body to shape again if he wanted to stop the collapse from getting any worse. Corruption aura activate. The moment he gave the order, the sudden pitch-black sphere that made everyone wonder about its origin was forced out of his burnt skin, spreading and engulfing anything in its path, even spirit visage. Poison revitalization. Felix soon followed with another order, activating this time the 4th passive he unlocked. This ability allowed him to revitalize his body based on the potency of the poison he absorbed. The higher the potency, the faster and remarkable the healing would be. He never planned on using this passive in this game for 2 reasons. One, he was confident that not a single player could harm him that bad to make him use it. 2, he already showed 3 passives to the public: super strength, poison immunity, and finally ultra-infrared vision. Him using 4 passives would raise some red flags in everyone's heads. However, Felix wasn't bothered about it anymore, as he had in mind a way to bypass their suspicion. For now, his only focus was to treat his body back in form. The pitch-black sphere started to rush inside Felix's body in a rotating manner. Felix kept releasing his aura at the same time that his body was absorbing the released poison. This made the sphere to keep revolving constantly. "Ah, I am feeling again. I am feeling a guy. Ah, shit. I am feeling again," he screamed in his mind, feeling waves of pain assaulting every inch of his body. The slight itch he felt at the start transferred into full-blown torture. He totally forgot, or probably didn't know, that the reason he didn't feel pain during the explosion was that his nerve endings were thoroughly burned off. He already surpassed the 3rd-degree burn and reached the 4th degree. After all layers of his skin, as well as his bones, muscles, and tendons were all affected. But now that his body was in the process of revitalizing, those nerve endings began to heal up earlier than his torn limbs and burnt flesh. The black mist kept entering his body and leaving yet again. Each time it happened, his black skin cracked, leaving long fissures on his body. Those fissures kept on growing longer and wider, spreading and connecting with each other until they no longer could. Crash, crash. Suddenly, pieces of the hardened black skin started to fall off one by one, exposing a smooth, unblemished pale skin underneath. Felix's face and chest were the first to be unveiled. His face was still in the process of reconstruction. On the other hand, his chest only had a few red scorched spots on it that were also getting removed rapidly. Throughout all of this, Felix's shrieks and Asna's long-lost sadistic laughs never stopped resounding for even a second. Only now did Felix realize how fucked up Wally truly was to actually voluntarily expose himself to getting burnt like this for over 2 hours or so. If before he respected him, now his respect was increased tenfolds. Arg! Not the limbs. Yes, the limbs. New. Yes. Arg! Shut up. No. Asna kept making fun of him while laughing without a single ounce of sympathy. His screams were like melodies in her ears, especially after all of his limbs started the revitalization process at the same time. His shrieks couldn't get any better. The leg that was still attached was the easiest to recover, while the other 3 started to regrow again from the bud. Dirty blood was expelled from the wounds before getting replaced with a new one. The regrowing process gave him an agony far surpassing what he experienced during his integration phases. Thankfully, it didn't take long before all of his limbs were back in shape again. The black mist absorption speed slowed down gradually as the revitalizing process was almost over. The only bits left were scorched marks that were being rapidly treated as well. Tisk, that wasn't long at all. Displeased by how fast it all went, Asna clicked her tongue and lay on the bed again, getting into her favorite comfortable position. The consciousness stopped collapsing the moment Felix began treating himself up by using that passive. The revitalizing process didn't take even 10 seconds before Felix's body was back to peak form again, like he was never attacked during the entire game. It was this fast and effective only because Felix used one of his strongest merged inducement he created before instead of using just one inducement. He called it corruption inducement, as it was created by a fusion of 20 inducements all at once. Swelling, headache, paralysis, decay, stiffness, motion sickness, rotting, molding, corrosion, and many more. Felix even threw in rotting and molding inducements that affected plant-based living beings and merged it with the rest to enhance the corruption. This combination gave birth to inducement that could affect the bloodliner mentality, physical movement, to finally finish it off with enhanced corrosion that could turn anyone into decayed black particles in a mere second by touch or whiff. There was absolutely no counter to this inducement. The moment one was exposed to it, he would certainly meet his doom. Felix wasn't able to use this combination or any combination he created in the training center due to his unreliable energy. He could only keep it active for only 6 seconds before he ran out of gas. Thus, he could only sign in disappointment and continue using one inducement by one. The primogenitor bloodline was strong all right, but he must be strong as well to be worthy of using to its full potential. His energy was always his first block. However, now that Asna provided him with energy that was 5 times more potent than he ever had, it wasn't a problem anymore to use it. At this point, he was rearing to wield it on anyone or anything before his energy gives in again. His closed tight eyes started to unseal themselves gently. His eyelashes kept quivering as his eyelids opened up, exposing his violet irises and thin slits. The darkness mask hid them from the eyes of the spectators, who just used their omnipotent vision and saw him laying nude on the floor with fingers flinching from time to time. They didn't see his revitalizing process as it finished immediately after they snapped from their shock before. However, his clean-looking skin that had not a single scorched mark was enough to let them understand that Felix was anything but dead. How did he do it? They could only wait for the replay to find out. As for now, they just kept staring at him with bulging eyes, trying his best to stand up, not caring one bit about his exposed ass and censored genitals. They also weren't even paying attention to such an unsavory image, as their eyes were frozen on his face that had a slight smirk as he gazed above his head. They lifted their eyes and saw that he was gazing at Spirit Visage. Landlord is not DAD. Their engrossment was broken by a sudden shocked female scream. Then, he is alive. Landlord is standing on his feet. Their shouts resounded in the stadium, making everyone who heard them question their mentality. However, after Zoe removed the pitch-black sphere that was hiding Felix, everyone was shocked silly by him standing fully nude while gazing at Spirit Visage. Landlord has risen from the dead without a single wound on his body. How did he do it? Thrilled and beyond excited, Zoe kept on yelling with her mouth so close to the mic. Her lips were touching it. Yet, she wasn't even bothered, as the only thing that was in her focal point was Felix and only Felix. Electrified by Zoe's voice, Leader Emma and Marcus opened up their disbelieving eyes. They didn't dare to believe it. But the sight of him stretching his joints like he just woke up from a 24-hour sleep was too real. He is back, they thought to themselves. Marcus immediately pressed on his AP bracelet and projected his note hologram again. He carried on typing from where he left with never-seen fervor. He was not wasting documenting this glorious moment. Leader Emma made her move as well by sending messages in her club chat room, ordering everyone in the stadium to make as much noise as possible. Her club was not dead yet. Not now and not in the near future. Stop flaunting your pale ass, you retard. Wear something for God's sake. Asna covered her eyes with her hand, feeling burnt out by his antics. Oh, crap! Felix quickly snapped his finger, covering himself with the same outfit he had on before. Oversized black hoodie, sweatpants, and white sneakers. The moment he opened his eyes, the first thing he saw was Spirit Visage above his head, looking at him with the same expressionless face he always had. This made him absent-minded for a bit, as he was thinking about ways to deal with Spirit Visage's ethereal form in order to rip that indifferent expression from his face. Immediately after clothing himself, Felix withdrew his aura back, as it wasn't useful at this moment. He put one hand in his pocket while waving the other at Spirit Visage. "Do you have anything else in your sleeves?" he asked, smiling. "I admit that whatever you used was totally unexpected." Spirit Visage smiled faintly and added, "However, now I simply activated my ultimate ability." Felix interrupted him in a nonchalant manner. He was clearly taking advantage of his question to explain what he used in order to avoid any unnecessary questions later on. He planned on making his revitalization passive appear as his unused ultimate ability. This would balance things out. 3 passives and 3 active abilities. As for the abilities he unlocks in the future, he had plans for them as well. No wonder Landlord didn't use his ultimate ability even when he almost died. Zoe hit the commentary table with her palm and exclaimed out loud. It was a type of rejuvenation ability, but stronger and instantaneous, to actually help him recover from a near-state death to peak form again in 10 seconds. There is no doubt that this ability is an ultimate one. Your bloodline is truly worthy of a legendary rank, Mr. Landlord. Spirit Visage complimented him with a polite smile. It seemed like he wasn't annoyed at being interrupted mid-sentence. "I know." Felix cracked his knuckles while walking step by step back to the blast zone, where Solar Mist was lying unconscious. "Leave my sight at this instant if you still value your life," he said with his back facing Spirit Visage. He honestly wanted to kill Spirit Visage as well, but he knew that as long as he was in that form, there was nothing he could do about it. He needed to find his real body and strike it if he wanted him dead. But how was he supposed to track him down? Especially now that only a couple of minutes were left before the game ends. "I am afraid that I can't do that." Spirit Visage shook his head and flew rapidly towards Solar Mist's body. He couldn't leave even if he wanted, as the moment he signed the contract, his life was bound to Solar Mist's safety. If he failed to fulfill the conditions of the contract, the Queen would take his life. It was obvious that Felix was planning on killing Solar Mist. There was no way in hell he would let him go after almost getting killed by him. "I see." Felix gave him a side glance and continued walking. "Then wait for a bit. I have an unpaid debt with Solar Mist to finish. I apologize, but I can't allow you to touch Solar Mist either." Spirit Visage pointed his finger at Felix and said, "If you manage to kill him inside my 3 domains, then all I have to say is well played." Felix neither understood what he meant nor his reason for protecting Solar Mist. He knew that none of them were really that close to protect each other like this. This made him believe that the unfamous protection contract was definitely signed between them. After all, even the kindest player in the individual games would not use his energy to protect a useless player. Solar Mist, who had absolutely no energy left, was beyond useless. His value in the Alliance was already null. "Hee. I had no idea how to kill you before due to your annoying ability." Felix started laughing out loud while creating 2 pitch-black bombs in his hands. "But now you just made it possible. Thank you and goodbye." He immediately threw them towards Solar Mist with uncanny accuracy. His training in the center always had an accuracy exercise. Poof! Poof! One bomb landed on Solar Mist's body while the other landed 2 meters near him. Felix smiled in satisfaction at the sight of Solar Mist's body turning black within an instant, then breaking into small particles resembling ash. 1 touch, 1 second. That's all it took to turn Solar Mist into a pile of black dust. His supernova might be a strong technique and more flamboyant than Felix's bombs. But when it comes to results, Felix's bloodline never failed to deliver. Wasn't that a bit too easy? Felix's satisfaction didn't last for long, as his guts started tingling that everything was going too smoothly. Spirit Visage said that he laid 3 domains, but his bombs still took Solar Mist's life. Unless, Felix quickly sprinted towards the blast area, planning to check on Solar Mists up close. Yet, no matter how much he ran, the distance remained fixed. "I told you, didn't I?" Felix immediately jumped to the left after hearing a whisper near his ear. However, the whispering didn't stop. "The moment I saw the black sphere surrounding you, I laid out my domains. The only reason I didn't act before was to see how was your condition." Felix activated his black aura around him, hoping to get rid of his annoying voice. Too bad, it just kept coming and coming. "I see that you somehow got your energy back. Your ultimate ability truly makes one envious. Unfortunately, no matter if you got it back or not, the moment my 3 domains overlapped, you are pretty much doomed." Felix didn't sound his response, as his eyes were roaming around, trying to see if there was anything different. Unfortunately, he saw nothing out of the ordinary. The walls were still gleaming with a metallic luster. The floor was as hard as always, and most importantly, the blue barrier in the sky that blocked the players from flying above the maze was still there. There was absolutely not a single hint that Felix was inside an illusion domain. Don't even mention 3 of them. "Asna, what do you see?" He stopped bothering relying on his eyes and asked Asna, who he knew was 100% unaffected by any illusion. "A lot of things are happening." She played with her nails while retelling everything that happened and was happening. "While you were running in circles like a moron, the creep already woke up the prick and told him to leave." She suddenly exclaimed, "Oh, the gorilla, and that random player has just arrived. Haha, the prick path was blocked by the gorilla. He is not letting him escape." "I see. Am I in any danger?" he asked, totally understanding who she was referring to each player. "So far, no." She shook her head and said, "The creep is conversing with the gorilla. He is telling him that the alliance contract is still active and he can't touch a single finger of the prick. Hee. So they are thoroughly ignoring my existence, right?" He smiled warmly, yet his eyebrows kept twitching. It was clear that he didn't like the treatment he was receiving. Did they think just because he didn't attack them for even once, he could be underestimated like this? He didn't know if Spirit Visage was that confident in his 3 illusions that he actually focused on other things instead of attacking him. But he knows one thing. Those fuckers were going to pay. All of them. For chasing him, almost getting him killed, and even ignoring him. He was going to show them the real Felix, who slew the Iron Titan, the Terror Serpent, and finally the Tripo Mother Spider. The real Felix whose name resounded 3 times in the maze's sky. If they thought that he was the same as before when he lacked energy, then they would pay with their lives. "Asna, please help me approach them as fast as possible without making it obvious," he requested. "Okay. The current distance between you and them is about 130 meters or such. Turn left and walk forward." Felix did exactly as she told him while rolling a few times on the floor and throwing bombs randomly. He kept doing so over and over again, uncaring about how others would perceive him. Obviously, he appeared like a retard in the eyes of the spectators and his enemies. But still, their mocking expressions were proof that his tactic was working like a charm. Do I keep walking, Asna?" Felix suddenly paused as he saw that a wall was blocking his path. "Yep. Ignore everything you see and carry on walking," she urged him. "Increase your speed. It seems that the creep finished dealing with the gorilla." "All right." Felix nodded his head and suddenly jumped forward with his eyes wide open, blindly trusting Asna's words that the wall before him was fake. Whoosh! The sound of the wind resounded in Felix's ears, as his body dove right through the wall unhindered. He immediately understood that the illusion was messing up with all of his perceptions, letting him see, hear, and even smell things that didn't exist or did exist but was hidden behind the illusion domains. Spirit Visage wasn't bullshitting him. He was truly under an upgraded illusion domain way stronger than the one used on him before. Unfortunately for Spirit Visage, it didn't matter what he used. In front of Asna's all-seeing eyes, his illusions appeared even worse than party tricks. "Hey guys? Doesn't seem like landlord is approaching us? A bit creeped out, bloodish eyes pointed at Felix, who was rolling 5 steps forward, then walking 2 steps back while throwing 1 bomb randomly. Bloodish Eyes was quite scared to interrupt their argument, but for a while now, he was watching Felix advance towards them bit by bit. At the start, it wasn't obvious since Felix was far away from them, but as he got closer and closer, he started to realize that before long, Felix would truly be up to their noses. He was absolutely terrified of the mere idea of getting close to that monster. He was more scared of him than his allies. Exhausted and distraught, Solar Mist opened up his hazy eyes slowly and tried to focus on the approaching Felix. However, his eyes were only feeding him blurry images. He was exhausted to the point he was leaning on the wall as a support to fall over. Forget about seeing, he was having difficulty keeping his eyes open. No matter how many times he tried to see Felix, he failed. He was told by Spirit Visage that Felix survived his strongest technique and even recovered to his peak form again. He didn't dare to believe him until now. He still was on the fence. He wanted to see with his own eyes if he was lied to or not. However, his exhaustion robbed him of such a basic wish. Felix didn't want to use the remaining 5% energy no matter what, just to no fall into this vulnerable state as he was. Falling in it was the same as a death sentence in the individual games. Tired from trying, Solar Mist closed his eyes again after continuing to see the same blurriness. He decided to focus on listening to the chatter of Spirit Visage and Pure Muscle. What's going on here? Didn't you tell us that your domain's overlap technique was impossible to break? After paying close attention, Pure Muscle also noticed the abnormal way Felix kept moving. He activated his dermal armor, preparing for a fight. He didn't even wait for Spirit Visage's response before doing so. No one can escape my technique, unless they were an illusion element users. Spirit Visage gave a side glance to Pure Muscle and assured him, I am certain that Mr. Landlord isn't one. So what's your explanation on his movement? Pure Muscle asked in utter contempt. He knew that Spirit Visage wasn't going to answer him since it was clear that he was biased toward his own technique. Even if Felix walked towards them, he would still question what he was seeing before believing it. This was what blind confidence seemed like. Pure Muscle certainly wasn't going to entertain his overconfidence in his technique. Not again. He trusted in his words before they met Felix. He told them that he would lay an illusion domain first that would block Felix from seeing them. However, that turned out to be complete bullshit. Felix stared right through their eyes and even named them each. Wasn't that enough proof that either Felix had ways to counter Spirit Visage's illusions or in a more heartless manner, they weren't even affecting him in the first place? Pure Muscle was able to see this as clear as daylight. Not just him but probably even the spectators knew so as well. The only one who wasn't seeing this or probably didn't want to was Spirit Visage himself. Who could blame him though? If he dared entertain the idea for even a second, it would mean that his abilities were totally useless against Felix. In other words, his entire presence was useless. At this moment when his life was tied to protecting Solar Mist, that was the last thing he wanted to think about. So, he looked at Felix, who was about to reach the 50 meters marks, and called out loud, "Illusion Prison!" He was going to show them all that his illusion domain wasn't broken now nor ever. Abruptly, the invisible domain that was surrounding Felix began to shrink and shrink continuously until it was left with barely 10 meters radius from the previous 30 meters. Then, out of nowhere, invisible colorless swords, spears, arrows, and all kinds of weapons were created on the walls of the domain. Those weapons were pointing with their sharp tips at Felix, who never stopped rolling around akin to a monkey. Pure Muscle and Bloodish Eyes were not able to see this attack. However, the same couldn't be said for the spectators, as Zoe made sure to spotlight this invisible technique, making it appear in plain sight for everyone. Strike! Indifference. Spirit Visage brought down his hand from above akin to a general commanding his soldiers to fire. Whoosh! Phew! Cluck! The sound of weapons splitting the air itself and clashing against each other echoed in everyone's ears, except the target himself, Felix. He kept on rolling forward unbeknownst to him that an array of invisible weapons approaching him rapidly. Just as Spirit Visage was going to give his trademark mild smile to Pure Muscle for doubting his words, he saw a bewildering sight. A sight that shook his core and made him question his eyes. It wasn't just him, but all the spectators who saw it felt their blood boil in fervor and excitement. Felix swerving and evading those weapons right and left with a blazing speed and reflexes inside his pitch-black aura that he activated the moment those weapons were launched. Even when he wasn't able to dodge a weapon entirely, he made sure that his non-vital parts were the ones being hit. Bloodied wounds and scratches started to build upon his body. Yet he didn't slow down for even a split second. He merely kept focusing on dodging while simultaneously advancing forward step by step, trying to exit the domain. Almost there. Keep moving. The spectators kept hallowing their cheers at the sight of him treading under the never-ending salvo of weapons. The confident smile that was always on his face made them feel like he could do anything. If only they knew that Felix was currently having his eyes closed shut while listening to Asna's voice guiding him through the salvo. Their cheers would have made the stadium collapse on itself. That's right. Felix was dodging purely by relying on his reflexes that he honed in his previous life, and on Asna's calm voice. He knew that she wouldn't mess up and make him get struck in the face by an arrow or a spear. But it was totally on him to respond immediately to her warnings and directions. Of course, if those weapons weren't being released periodically instead of all at once, he wouldn't have been able to dodge them in the slightest even with her warnings. Plus, his revitalization passive was healing his wounds automatically within an instant by absorbing the corruption aura. If it wasn't for it, he would have fallen by now. Impossible. Just impossible. Spirit Visage finally started to show a hint of emotions in his eyes. His belief that his illusion domain was unbreakable was shattered the instant Felix started dodging. He knew that only himself was able to see his ultimate ability, illusion prison taking effect. It was the one and only offensive ability he had in his pocket, and it never failed to deliver before. Every time he activated it on his previous targets, they ended up in a bloody mess. Yet now it was countered by mere eyesight and reflexes. One could only wonder what his reaction would be if he knew that Felix wasn't relying at all on his eyesight at all. I guess it's my turn. Although Pure Muscle neither was able to see the active illusion prison nor Felix due to his active black aura. He knew that the situation wasn't pretty from Spirit Visage's frozen expression. In his eyes, for that creep whose expression always remained indifferent to appear as such, it only meant that it was on him to carry this battle forward. Exploding boulder, he shouted while spreading his arms to the limit. Out of nowhere, the empty area between his arms started to show pieces of gray particles gathering in a swirling manner. The amount and the size of the pieces kept increasing larger and larger, building a rough spherical rock. It was small at the start, having the same size as a soccer ball. However, the pieces of rocks kept attaching continuously to it until Pure Muscle's spread hands were able to grip it from both sides. Bam! He lifted it and put it on his shoulder. The sound of his dermal armor colliding with it sent cold shivers in Bloodish Eye's back. The sheer power needed to carry such a behemoth boulder was beyond him. He quickly moved to the side, giving Pure Muscle the space needed to make his move. Pure Muscle took deep a breath while his fingers were dug deeply into the boulder, akin to having his fingers inside a bowling ball. Dodge this! He sprinted forward to build momentum and yelled as he hurled the boulder in the air. Die! Whoosh! The boulder flew swiftly in direction of Felix, who just exited the illusion domain with the same confident smile on his lips. Immediately after seeing his assailants watching with held breaths, he put his hands in his pockets. "What's up?" he asked in a cocky manner. Bloodish Eyes flinched at the way he was looking at him and subconsciously lifted his chin, watching the boulder falling like a meteor. What is he looking at? Confused, Felix lifted his head as well. Dear God! Scared shitless by the sight of the boulder that was about to smash his cocky attitude away, Felix jumped to his left in an awkward manner, narrowly getting out of the strike zone. Bam! The boulder exploded immediately on contact with the floor, hurling the pieces it was made from everywhere. Ouch, ouch, ouch. Pained, Felix kept groaning each time a large piece struck his body. Although he was coiled around himself, protecting his head and other weaker areas, still the rocks hurt like hell. He expected that he would be welcomed with a shower of disbelieving looks after surviving that death trap. Yet it turned out the only shower he received was rugged rocks of all sizes hitting him mercilessly. Thankfully, the bashing didn't last for even a second before it stopped. Felix peeked with eyes first and saw that he was safe for now. He snapped his finger with difficulty, and the same black aura surrounded him, helping him heal up those blue and purple bruises in his flesh. "You fuckers are dead." Felix was truly royally pissed now. He never had a single break since the moment he was chased by them. He was getting tired and sick of their attempts at bringing him down. They kept attacking him to their heart content. Now it was his turn to return the favor. With a livid expression, he created 2 pitch-black bombs in his hands. Then, he hurled one in Bloodish Eye's direction and the other towards Solar Mist, who started to squirm in his place the instant he heard Felix's damned voice. Whoosh! Whoosh! He tried to open his eyes at the sound of the bomb approaching him, but his eyelids felt as heavy as a mountain. "Spirit Visage, save me!" Terrified, he yelled in his mind. The Queen made his begging heard loud and clean in Spirit Visage's mind. However, Spirit Visage still didn't move from his place. He knew that his abilities were useless against Felix's bombs, especially his ethereal form. He couldn't even use his body as a shield to protect Solar Mist. "Well played, landlord," he said while closing his eyes, preparing for his approaching death. Just like he told Felix before, if he managed to attack Solar Mist within his illusion domain, then he could only say that. Felix went beyond his requirement and survived everything thrown at him. He was proud enough to accept his defeat like a man. As for Bloodish Eyes, the moment he saw the bomb approaching him, his feet stiffened, not allowing him to move a single inch. He just kept staring at the pitch-black bomb getting larger and larger in his plain sight. He only had one thought: I should have never raised my arm. This left only Pure Muscle with the ability to save Solar Mist. But who are we kidding? Pure Muscle's delightful grin was about to reach his ears at the sight of the prick finally getting what he deserved. Poof! Poof! Everyone ignored Bloodish Eyes, who got smacked in the chest by the bomb, and focused on the bomb that exploded on top of Solar Mist's head, covering his entire body in the pitch-black mist. "New! Save me, Love!" He didn't manage to scream for a split second before the mist penetrated every particle in his body, affecting him with 20 inducements all combined at once. What he felt during that split second was beyond anything he experienced in his entire life. He literally died in an instant without the ability to even breathe his last words. If his body wasn't totally hidden inside the black mist, Pure Muscle wouldn't have been grinning foolishly but escape as far as possible. Meanwhile, the spectators, who were able to see everything as clear as crystal, felt chills coursing through their back at this sight. Solar Mist's body breaking into tiny black particles. Some drifted in the air unnoticed by Pure Muscle while the majority pilled up, creating a small pile of black ash. The pitch-black mist slowly faded away, exposing 2 piles of ash to Pure Muscle. Bloodish Eyes ended up with the same fate. As for Spirit Visage, he faded away silently the moment Solar Mist died. He neither screamed nor spoke. He just faded with closed eyes and his trademark faint smile. No one wept for him nor noticed him, as everyone's attention was entrapped by the effect of the corruption inducement. When the effective ability was more interesting than the death of a hardcore player, this should speak volumes on the worth of the player's lives in the eyes of the spectators. Though Spirit Visage wasn't as liked as Felix due to using the slave contract. They never forgot. The moment Pure Muscle saw that pile of ash, his delighted grin stiffened on his face. His heartbeats started to rise gradually. He knew that his situation just took a sharp turn from what he envisioned. He assumed before that Felix's poison abilities had the least effect on him due to his dermal armor. The only inducement that was bothering him was corrosion inducement, but with his dermal armor, he had nothing to worry about. His body would be totally protected from the corrosion. As for other inducements, he planned on holding his breath. He was confident in his lung capacity to sustain him for even 10 minutes. This meant His survival was always guaranteed against Felix. Either win the fight or prolong it enough until the game ends. But now, at the sight of what remained of solar mist, he wasn't so sure anymore. "You like playing with big balls, huh?" A sudden sarcastic voice, coming behind his back, broke him out of his daze. He immediately held his breath while trying to roll away from the owner of that damned voice. However, his vision was completely blacked out, not allowing him to even see his armor. He knew what happened, and he felt his heart sink at the thought of being inside that sinister inducement. Why is it not taking effect on you?" Felix asked while scratching his chin in wonder as he kept observing Pure Muscle's gray armor get only slightly affected by corrosion. "Hee. I was worrying for nothing, I guess," Pure Muscle mused as he heard his question. He wasn't a retard to open his mouth and answer him. "Time to leave. This bastard is the toughest nut I have ever met." Pure Muscle quickly turned around, deciding to give up on continuing the fight. At this point, killing Felix or not wasn't even worth it in his eyes. Though he was quite hurt about losing his points to him, he knew that it was merely a bet. Sometimes you win and most of the time you lose. Unfortunately for him, Felix didn't share the same thought process as him. Quit? Heh, if Felix didn't kill anything the breaths before the game end, he wouldn't be deserving of having such a free potent energy. "How about now?" "Brittle inducement," Felix said while snapping his finger, creating a gray bomb and exploding it on Pure Muscle's chest. A bit worried by hearing the sound, Pure Muscle kept looking around him, trying to notice any difference. However, the area was still pitch black. Was he trying to scare him? What the hell is going on? Crack, crack. Agitated, Pure Muscle felt the armor that kept him protected and safe throughout all the games he had it on started to break apart. Before he could comprehend what was happening, the armor began crumbling into small pieces, then falling into the floor. His hairy chest was the first to be exposed inside the black mist, following by his other body parts. Nananonu, a single particle of the black mist touching his chest was all it needed for the paralyzing inducement, motion sickness, senses disorientation, and the rest to do their wonders. Pure Muscle stood motionless without having a clear thought process. He felt woozy, lightheaded, and nauseous. Yet, that was the least of his concerns as he started to lose feelings of his body parts due to numbness and tinglings. 20 inducements kept assaulting him altogether, making him experience everything at once. Felix didn't know why his corruption inducement was taking longer than usual, but if Pure Muscle could speak, he would have cursed his two passives, intermediate hardened skin and muscle armor, for delaying his doom. Unfortunately, he didn't have even a single clear thought coursing through his mind. If his mind wasn't affected, he would have at least tried to activate his other ability. Too bad. Felix mixed 3 mind-affecting inducements in his corruption poison just to block others from using their abilities. He created this inducement to be a sure kill ability. The moment it touched someone or took a whiff, his life would be in the Grip Reaper's bony hands. No one could escape it. No one. Felix approached the blackened, standing corpse of Pure Muscle, who still had an agitated expression affixed on his face. Then he snapped his finger, withdrawing the black mist, and exhaled a long breath through his mouth. Whoosh! Pure Muscle's blackened body immediately collapsed on itself, pilling up just like the rest. Calm and collected again, Felix looked around him and noticed that only 3 black small mounds were left in the area. He lifted his head and saw the blue barrier in the sky. Spirit Visage was nowhere to be seen. It's finally over. Relieved, Felix let out a long sigh while closing his eyes for a while. So many things happened in such a short amount of time that made him feel like he played 3 games in a row. But it was finally over. He still had some unanswered questions, like how did they find him in the first place, or who were the 4 players he spotted with his infrared vision at the time of the ambush. However, he soon stopped caring about them and just relaxed his tense shoulders. The game had only 3 minutes left in its lifespan, and he didn't want to spend it overthinking unnecessary problems. Plus, he already had plenty of unanswered questions concerning Asna's reason for not telling him about her hidden energy stash. But he would grill her after the game. Right now, he just walked to the wall and leaned against it, waiting for the final buzzer. If only he knew that above the wall he was leaning against, Mastermania was looking at him inside the shadow with eyes filled with raw emotions. He was scared, anxious, but hatred was still apparent in his eyes. He watched everything that happened since the moment Solar Mist's party started the ambush. Every time Felix was in a dire situation, the same weird laugh escaped through his rotten lips. Sadly, his laugh never lasted for even a few seconds, as Felix got out alive from every certain death situation. It got to the point that he started to believe that even his bounty hunt plan wasn't going to work against this cockroach. Especially after he saw that pitch-black aura that appeared more like a fat grim reaper without a scythe. He doubted that anyone who saw that ability would actually dare approach Felix for a mere couple 100 million SC. Players weren't stupid. If the bounty's danger exceeded their expectations, they could only give up on it and focus on the game. Only desperate or ignorant fools would still attempt it. Why am I even thinking about killing him with a bounty? He narrowed his eyes at Felix, who seemed like he had his guard down, and thought, one shadow spikes and he will die. Just one. He pointed his finger at Felix and then... nothing. He just froze after remembering what happened to him against Felix. He bypassed those hurtful memories of their fight and focused on the time he was spotted while still hidden in his shadow. Nervous, he withdrew his shaking finger and removed any thought he had about ambushing Felix. He recognized that Felix had knowledge about his position. The fucker is waiting for me to strike, he thought to himself. He realized that inside his shadow, he was completely safe from Felix's poisons. However, if he wanted to use his shadow spikes, he needed to exit the wall's shadow first. It was a trap, a deadly trap. In his mind, Felix didn't choose the wall randomly, but picked specifically to be close to him. This scene resembled exactly what happened during their first fight. Felix feigning weakness and ignorance to make him lower his guard and expose himself. He was waiting patiently for him to make a move. Mastermania felt like he was about to make the same mistake. Not this time, you crafty fucker. He cursed Felix and withdrew himself deeper into the shadows, not daring to remain above him anymore. However, a slight proud smirk suddenly emerged on his face. He honestly believed that he outwitted Felix. Too bad he just outwitted himself, no one else. Felix truly had absolutely no idea that Mastermania was above him. His mental energy didn't recover with his elemental energy. They were two separate energies. Thus, his infrared vision was totally offline. If his revitalization passive needed mental energy to activate, he would have honestly died after that attack. Thankfully, it was always in active mode, just like his super strength, though it belonged to a completely different type. Felix just needed to give the order for his poison to be absorbed, and it would start doing its magic. It all depended on the potency of the poison. In other words, this passive was indirectly linked to his elemental energy. The more he had, the better this passive would perform. After seeing that Mastermania left, Felix's fans sighed in relief then. Their deafening chants uplifted the silent stadium from its graveyard. Landlord! 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 When Felix was fighting using his corruption inducement, everyone was just watching silently how one ability changed the course of the battle. Whether they were commoners or VIP viewers, no one had a single idea of what was that damned inducement and why was he saving it even when he almost died. Most importantly, how did he get his energy back? So many questions were eating them up, making them confused, uncomfortable, and especially curious. Yet, based on Felix's personality, they knew that he would probably escape the moment he obtained the victory. Landlord brought too many surprises in this game to just shrug them off. Zoe spoke with a crafty glint. If he dares to ditch the ceremonial trophy award or not give us a proper interview to clear our doubts about his ultimate ability, black inducement, and specifically his sudden energy upsurge. She brought the mic near her lips and yelled with her eyes closed shut, "We will boycott Hayim! Boycott! Boycott! Boycott!" Suddenly everyone was screaming to boycott Felix at the top of their lungs. His fans' chants got easily drowned by the spectators' combined voices. Yet that wasn't even it, as even in the stream chat room, viewers were spamming boycott as well. Heck, even a couple of VIP viewers joined the excitement. Stupefied, leader Emma and her followers just kept watching their club chants get overwhelmed without a single ounce of resistance. She had no idea how things quickly derailed to this point. She was expecting the stadium to follow their cheers and chant with them as well. After all, Felix literally gave them a spectacular game that was hard to find another one as good as it for the next month. Yet, the bastards only thought of grilling him after he left the maze. She understood their curiosity as she also wanted to know everything about Felix. But still, it was too much to call for a boycott if he didn't please them. "You ungrateful bastards!" she yelled with flushed cheeks, scaring the shit of those around her. In an area near the golden chest that Felix opened, next to a wall, two players were staring at a corpse lying on the ground. One of them had a hound's head stuck in his stomach, and the other was a tall macho man. Disappointed, Hound Stench shook his head at the sight of Spirit Visage's corpse disintegrating into light particles, marking 30 seconds after his death. In the SG, corpses remain 30 seconds max before getting removed from the game. When Spirit Visage failed to fulfill the contract, his consciousness was destroyed by the Queen, killing him for real. However, his corpse remained unmoving throughout the process. It was neat and painless. Yet, the Queen's neatness brought an issue for Hound Stench. He thought that Spirit Visage used an ability in his ethereal form that made his shallow breath stop for a while. But after seeing with his own eyes that his body disintegrated, he knew that their hunt must have ended unsuccessfully. He didn't know what happened there or who died or lived. Regardless, the fact that Spirit Visage actually died made him pretty certain that the fate of others was as doomed as him. It was only common sense. Spirit Visage had the greatest survivability in the game due to his untouchable ethereal form, especially if his real body was protected like in this case. Yet he still died. This made Hound Stench wonder how did it happen and if Felix was the one who killed him. How exactly did he achieve so? If his elemental energy wasn't almost dead due to overusing it to track Felix for such a long distance, he would have gone with them instead of staying here doing nothing. If only he knew that his exhausted energy was what saved him. Those thoughts wouldn't even cross his mind anymore. Soon, he stopped caring about the fate of his allies and started closing his coat back on under Coco's whines. "Good game, sir. Much on. And congratulations on getting the 100 mil. After putting Coco away, Hound Stench offered a handshake to Muchon with a polite smile. "You too, Sir Hound, and thank you." Muchon nodded his head respectfully while shaking his hand. His respectful manner made Hound Stench a bit curious. "Don't you hate us for making you sign a slave contract?" he asked him. "Hate you?" Muchon scratched his head in confusion and asked, "Why should I?" He gave him a sincere smile and clarified, "I was supposed to die when you caught me. That was simply how things are in this vicious platform. I had no reason to complain. However, instead of killing me, you gave me a choice. That choice, I will pick every time someone gives it to me." He shrugged his shoulder. "I would rather bet on luck that I will live after signing the contract than accepting death straight away. Am I not standing here alive and kicking the best proof that I made the right choice?" He laughed in pure delight, making Hound Stench smile bitterly. "You were indeed lucky. All of you were." Hound Stench murmured under his breath while gazing at the sky of the maze. Memories of the time Solar Mist proposed using the slave contract resurfaced in his mind. After seeing them again, he felt relieved that their plan never reached the third stage. He was guilt-ridden the entire time, that if they managed to kill Felix successfully, he would have done something he realized late that he shouldn't have. Zoe, the spectators, and even some VIP viewers all thought that the reason they caught players and forced them to sign the contract slave was to ambush Felix if he came, and also protect the exit. However, the real reason was to gather as many players as possible in one spot and herd them akin to sheep, waiting for the day of their slaughter. That's right. The real existence for those 22 players was to simply get harvested for GPs after they kill Felix. 22 players meant 4,400 GP. They knew that Princess Bird was ranked as second, and they didn't have the guts to kill her after removing Felix from the first rank. However, they were certain that she wasn't ahead of them like Felix was. They could catch up to her if they somehow obtained 1000 GP to 1500 GP. Hence, Solar Mist immediately proposed the idea of catching players who reached the exit by themselves and leave them as backup points. Of course, his proposal wasn't said in public but in private by using the Queen's voice. At that time, Pure Muscle snapped on him not because he didn't want the idea of signing slave contracts with those players, but due to his party wanting to massacre them for points later on. His pride and dignity didn't let him accept such a heinous crime. He had no problems fighting or killing, but suggesting to give players a false hope of survival when they really were just a bunch of walking dead, he just couldn't. No matter what they said or promised him, he was uncompromising in his decision. Sadly, it didn't really matter as they were 3 and he was 1. Their alliance was all based on votes. Thus, their hidden plan was decided on. Hound Stench was hesitating to vote yes at first, but after remembering the massive GP amount he needed to buy an expensive potion in the prize pool, he could only bury those guilty feelings deep within and vote yes. Unfortunately or fortunately for him, Felix didn't come to the gate as they expected but remained far off, forcing them to change plans and hunt him down instead. What they didn't expect as well was for the bastard to be at the very edge of the northeast side of the maze, putting them in a long path. The journey itself took an entire half an hour of constant running to barely make it. Their plan of massacring the players went down the drain the moment they noticed that time wasn't going to be enough to make another journey back, even if they killed Felix within an instant. Pure Muscle gloated at them, making Solar Mist furious and Spirit Visage a bit upset. However, Hound Stench only felt a burst of relief. He knew at that moment he wasn't a cold-blooded killer in his core even if his dire circumstances forced him to be one. Sorry, my love. Dad really tried his best. A sudden tear dropped down his cheek as he gazed at the blue barrier getting darkened. He wanted to win the bet so badly, not for him, but for his daughter, who was born with a fragile consciousness barrier that could collapse by a single gentle breeze. Anyone with her condition could not awaken and integrate. In other words, her maximum lifespan was bound to 500 years. No one wanted to bury their children, all parents wanted it to be the other way around. He, just like the majority of the players, had their own reasons for joining the platform. Some do it for entertainment, power, richness, wishes, and some do it for others. All it mattered was the Supermacky Games platform gave everyone an equal chance to fulfill their desires and hopes. Sadly, this game wasn't meant for Hound Stench, because Felix was on it. He wiped the tear away unnoticed by Muchon and the spectators, who were still shouting boycott. His sorrowful gaze was replaced instantly to indifference and determined again. But don't worry, your dad will never stop trying. Not now, not ever. He thought one last time as his body started to disintegrate into light particles, indicating his teleportation. Behind him, Muchon's body was also experiencing the same process. Good luck out there, Mr. Hound. Muchon waved his hand with a sincere smile. You too. Hound Stench nodded his head mildly before he drifted in the air, just like the remaining players in the maze. Light particles were going upward from every spot in the maze. But still, the biggest cluster was the one in the middle of the maze. Throughout the entire hour, the players were near the maze exit. None of them managed to touch the cold metallic luster of the gate. It was near, yet far at the same time. However, feelings of regret, envy, or greed didn't cross their minds. They just felt relieved that the game was finally over. And they remained alive until they heard the last buzzer. Peep!